Welcome, everyone, to a very special live stream of the greatest film ever made from the greatest trilogy ever made, the GOAT, as we say. Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Rings turns 20 years old today. So, I mean, that's great. And it also sucks because we all feel that much older because I was a full grown adult when I saw that movie. So I wasn't like some kid.
Yeah.
And I've got a murderer's row. We still got a couple of other people who are going to show up. And of course I'm late. I know people expect that, but I really didn't want to be late for this one. But, a wizard is never late. He arrives just as he means to. So, my name is Gary. I'm from Nerdrotic. And to the, I guess, to your, I'm not even going to figure out what direction right now.
It's to your left.
It's to my left, to their right. Yes. The quintessential drunk lord who just hit 1 million subscribers, the critical drinker. Hello, sir.
Hello, my friends. Pleasure to be here. I would not have missed this for the world. The chance to finally talk about Lord of the Rings, man. It's great. I'm really pleased to be here. I feel like I've just been riding high this weekend. I went and saw Spider-Man, and then I finished off Midnight Mass. It's just like I've been watching loads of good stuff. It's great.
Remember that?
Yeah, I just feel really happy.
Yeah.
I haven't felt like this in ages.
It reminds everybody like what it meant to be a fan, you know, and it's been a nice reminder. I mean, I'm sure that cold, hard reality will return in about a week or so, but I'm going to enjoy this. I'm right there with you. And thanks for being here, sir.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah. And then we have just some guy, and we have been talking about doing something like this forever. And I'm glad you were able to make it. And it is an honor to have you here, sir. How are you?
Well, thanks for having me on. Hold on, though. Let me just get in character. Here we go.
Okay.
So that we understand exactly what we're dealing with, because I've been told that there are those like us. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that we are part of the entire Middle Earth world.
Oh my God.
They're all like us. So yeah, thanks for having me. I've been looking forward to this for quite some time, and I love Lord of the Rings, as I'm sure people have been familiar with. So it's going to be fun. I just watched it yesterday just as a refresher, as if I needed it. I've watched the movie like 40 times, but yeah, I can't wait.
Now, yeah, I don't know why I watched. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm late because I watched the whole damn thing last night. So,
Gary, check your mic source.
Oh, damn it. Are you guys hearing it regularly and they're not?
No, you sound like you're off mic.
Oh, you guys tell me that stuff. Yeah.
I didn't realize it, to be honest.
That's my producer right there, folks. Hang on. I don't know where
that should do it.
There
you go. Hey.
Thank you. All right. Hey, knowing is half the battle, folks. All right. Thank you, Frodo Blackens. Now, there are some people in the audience who they'll feel like they've been seen and represented.
Finally.
Yeah.
We always bring the fried chicken and the grits and the chitlins and collard greens. So.
And
I'm black. I can say it.
I just image in the Shire of where you live right now.
Just imagine the remixed version of Howard Shore's entire music line. Just imagine that. Just go and get who should you get? You should get Jermaine Dupri and Timbaland to remix the entire score for Lord of the Rings. That would be awesome.
I was gonna say that would be awesome.
That would be
I would listen to that.
Like, how come nobody's done that yet? I mean,
oh, someone's done it. It's probably Warner Brothers has pulled that stuff because they are very vicious about that.
Yes, they are. This is true. Robert Meyer Burnett.
Hello. It's great to be here. I have to say that one of the great joys of 2021 has been watching all of your videos, but I got to give a shout out to just some guys' coverage of the Tolkien conference that they had this past year.
Oh
And,
yeah, I didn't even finish. I couldn't. It took too much out of me.
dude.
You mean you didn't want to know more about the queer representation in Gondor?
No, I
I-
didn't.
I thank you for covering that. It was a joy to listen to those streams or those videos.
You're welcome.
Oh yeah, it was cathartic. We needed, like, I couldn't even get started on it, dude. I'd get like a minute in and I'd want to get violent. It was that bad. So much projection, so much need to have something in a story that has no business being there, and nor does it need to be that. Not everything needs to be in everything. We can just have a story that, I don't know, that we all connect with on the human level and not with just a couple of personal traits. Just saying. But Robert Meyer Burnett, you worked on Lord of the Rings, didn't you?
Well, I worked on the
I mean-
special edition, the appendices, the appendices that continued on to even into the Hobbit movies. And I was at a company called Curdy Pellerin, and my boss Michael Pellerin, he is a wizard, and I swear to God, he was from Middle Earth. He somehow scored us the job, and I spent years I worked on Fellowship and Two Towers. I was in New Zealand for months at a time, interviewing. John Rhys Davies grabbed my ass once after we interviewed him, and
We got
he was.
right.
It was very. I'll tell a quick story. So we obviously had to interview the cast, and the way the primary interviews were done, Michael, Susie Lee, and myself were interviewing most of the cast and crew, and we spent, these interviews lasted hours. I wish that they would put up all the raw interviews somewhere, because like Peter was interviewed for 15 hours for each movie, and you only get a fraction of that material on the discs, even though, as just some guy was pointing out, that it's 9-10 hours of documentary stuff. But there was a moment that I actually got misty-eyed when we were at Imagineering, Disney's Imagineering, on the stage there, and I was interviewing John Rhys Davies, and he was saying, I'm really just a character actor, and I don't think a lot of people really know me beyond being a character actor. And I was like, no, sir, that is not true. And I just looked up and I said, anybody out there, just shout out a line of dialogue from one of John Rhys Davies' performances that isn't Lord of the Rings. And someone from the back goes, oh, my friends, I am so pleased you're not dead, which is what Sala said in Raiders of the Lost Ark. And he looks at me and he goes, why don't you say a line? And I said, I don't know, Inglés, should I? And that's from Shogun. And he couldn't believe it. And he got kind of teary-eyed, and he's like, I had no idea that the work that I've done is people remember me. And I said, dude, you were General Pushkin in Living Daylights. Come on. And he didn't know that. And I actually kind of got misty-eyed watching him get misty-eyed. And then afterwards we took a picture, and he grabbed my ass in a fun way, not in a lascivious way, not in any kind of a cancellation. I feel I was not being. He did it because it was his way of goosing me, because I don't know where the picture is, but I went woo, and that was the picture that was taken. But he did it because it was so much. He had so much fun, and that kind of that's what it was like working on the behind the scenes of these movies, because I've never met a bunch of people that were more excited about the work that they were doing. I mean, it was incredible. Everybody was so excited and proud. And when you were around them, like, we were just documenting what all these people had spent years doing. And it was the most uplifting experience to document those movies, because, I mean, the proof's in the pudding, man. Those people, man, they created new technology that didn't exist for movies, whether it was massive or whether it was, I was doing all the pieces on Gollum, and they had to create this thing because of subsurface scattering. Skin is not opaque, it's translucent, and they had a real hard time creating a program that could duplicate the translucency of skin for Gollum, and they had to create all that. And it was incredible, man. It was just incredible.
Yeah, you must, and we'll get into that. I mean, at the time, did it really feel like you were working on something like that historical, like this is going to be around forever? This is Gone with the Wind territory here. something that people will watch in 100 years probably. And I have little doubt of that. But yeah, what and I'm going to ask that question, right? So hold that. I'm going to ask what you all thought when you first saw it. Once we're done with the introductions here, but we got a MauLer. Hi, MauLer.
Hello. How
Hello.
exciting to talk about one of the best movies of all time. Undefeated. Still sitting there since the day I saw it, just waiting for something else to come close. Like, maybe one day. But yeah, great to be here. How you guys doing?
It's good. It's good. And you're right. It is. I'm trying to think now that you brought that up. Is there anything that has climbed at the mountain to even touch that? I mean, maybe, what the first Matrix came around the same.
It came out before.
That was 99, I think.
Yeah.
But the Matrix isn't better than Lord of the Rings, and I'm an uber Matrix fan.
Yep.
It's certainly not as a trilogy, that's for sure.
No.
Oh, Frederick, why would you say that?
MCU, maybe a couple of MCU films, but then they get close, or they don't stand the test of time, or they just keep making them and ruin the previous ones. I can't.
Nothing recent. Nothing recent is really on that scale.
As a kind of nicely self-contained story, over those three movies that's got a defined beginning and end. Yeah, I can't think of anything since Lord of the Rings that's reached that level.
No, and it's weird that Fellowship in the Ring, and they mention this. Peter Jackson's mentioned this multiple times, and was made in a strange time where like CG was coming into Hollywood, but it wasn't like completely taken over, so they were still using some practical effects. And it was during the shift of technology in Hollywood, so it was still made in a time where you still made a movie. And that's why I don't know. I think Fellowship is a lot of people's favorite out of the three. It's I don't know. I hate choosing. The one.
It's one whole movie to me. I just treat it as one whole film.
Two Towers has definitely got some incredible moments.
Yeah, if I had to watch like one singular one, that'd probably be the one I'm watching the most. But because I like Theoden and all that. But,
he's great.
Yeah. What's interesting when you were talking there about how it came along at that interesting time when CG was taken off. It's interesting if you compare something like the Uruk-hai in Fellowship, which was just, it was done with, masks and prosthetics, makeup, that kind of thing, so that he could have his fight with Aragorn. You compare that to Azog the Defiler from The Hobbit, and it's just an absolute world of difference.
Yeah.
Which is weird because they have an actor. They had, what's his name? God, what is his name? He was in Spartacus. Something Mahu, something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
It'll come to me. He's a fantastic actor, and he does this thing with his eyes where he like makes them wider as he's getting enraged. So he like opens them really wide. That would be great in makeup. And the makeup that they had for Azog, you could put a person in that. You'd have to CGI his arm, but you could put him in the makeup, and he's physically fit. So you really wouldn't have to do much other than add maybe a few prosthetics around his neck, maybe on his face, the ears, and otherwise it would have worked. And they did actually use some of the practical stuff. There's his like lieutenant. That was a real guy. That was a person in makeup, and he looks better than the CG guy that he's standing right next to. It works. So it's like,
it might have had something to do with the Hobbit shooting it in the high frame rate. That was part of it. That was part of that. It doesn't hold up when you start doing the 3D stuff. You can see how fake it looks. Yeah, it's really that was really problematic.
I know it's going to make me sound like an old guy, but I really hate that 60 frames per second in movies. I think it looks so fake.
It gives away the illusion.
Yeah, it really does.
Like it didn't kick off. It didn't take on. It's not here. Everyone's
Well, I don't even think it was 60. I think it was 45 frames a second.
Was that all it was?
48.
Wow.
Yeah, and you can still see it. There's when you watch the opening of The Hobbit, there's a point where where Bilbo lights a candle, and it looks like someone took that off of a camcorder from like the 90s.
Yes.
It looks that obvious, and you're like, what is wrong? And I thought maybe it would be fixed when I watched it in a 24 frame version. A little bit, but you can still see it's there. It's too clean.
Yep.
That's the problem. It's too, you can see the illusion. And so when you put the 3D characters in it, because it's digital film, they mesh perfectly, but you can still see that it's a set. And if you shot it in film, because of the weird things that like the actual film does to the image, it breaks that up for whatever reason, and your eye just goes, yeah, that's real. I don't know why it does it. It just does it.
Well, it's the way we see. There's more. You've got double the frame rate, so the persistence of vision, the way that works, with the way we perceive images, it's just clearer. It's more like real life when you're seeing something at 48 frames. I think 60 frames is basically how we see. But what happens is that filmic quality gets eliminated. So even like grain patterns and things like that, you don't see that haze, call it a reality haze or whatever. And I think it does, especially when you're making a fantasy movie. Like, I'd love somebody to make a horror film. I remember Douglas Trumbull, who was one of the people that came up with Show Scan, which is 60 frames. He also did visual effects for Blade Runner and Star Trek the Motion Picture and directed like Silent Running. He didn't want anyone to make a horror movie in Show Scan at 60 frames because he thought it would be too intense for people, because the way we perceive it would be too real, especially if you had like a serial killer chasing you or Leatherface in 60 frames. But I want to see that. I'm like, no, that's exactly the reason you should do a horror film and see what that would do. But yeah, I don't think it worked. I don't, especially for a fantasy film, because the artificiality of it all was so apparent.
But why didn't it work when they shifted it down to the 24 frames? That's the weird part, because I saw it first in the 3D version, which gave me a headache because it was like watching a video game for 3 hours.
Yeah.
And then when I watched it in the regular version, it wasn't as like disconcerting, but you could still tell there was something off. I don't know if that's because they were using digital cameras, and so there's something that's being lost from it being a digital camera as opposed to actual film. But it still isn't there. There's something about actually using film that makes the movie more real,
especially high fantasy, which
Yeah.
should look like a portrait, a painting, which is what they did in Fellowship. And that downgrading still looked weird, especially the 48 frames per second when the goblins were running around. It looked like miniatures. It looked like little miniatures running around. I was like, that is bizarre looking. It just completely took me out of the movie.
Yeah, the whole Goblin King sequence, I remember feeling something was just up. This doesn't feel like Lord of the Rings did. I don't know what's going on here.
Well, it felt like an amusement park ride for the most part.
Yeah,
that whole sequence when they're like falling down the chasm, and like they tumble out at the bottom. They've fallen like 1,000 feet, and they're all fine. And I just thought, no, stop.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
You compare that to the Mines of Moria. It's just, it's
that was still a moving moment. When I watched that yesterday, I was wondering, when he gets to the part where he shows the full city, am I going to get that little swell in my chest like I did the first time I saw it? And sure enough, same time, it was like, oh my God, I wonder what it looked like when it was full blown and they were still around. Like, the magic of that movie is so impressive. It just pulls you in. And I've seen the movie, 40 times. I know every line. I know the music. I know the music between the two versions. I can tell you what version of the film it's from. That's how bad it is. And I'm still like moved by it. It's amazing.
Gary, you asked the first time when the DVD team, when we knew we got hired to do the special features, we hadn't seen the movie yet because it wasn't totally finished. And they had released, the first time anyone had ever seen any of the films, they took a 20-minute reel to the Cannes Film Festival and unveiled it. And we got a call to see, we went to the offices, there's like 20 of us, and we go down to the screening room in New Line, that's on Robertson here in LA. We go into the screening room and we didn't really know what we were going to see, because I think there'd been the trailer where the Fellowship is coming over the top of the peak and you see all the characters. I think that was the only thing that was out at the time. And so they showed us this 20-minute sequence that most of it was the Mines of Moria. And I remember sitting there thinking, because I've never been a big fan of fantasy films up to that point. I mean, some of them, stuff like Dragon Slayer, the Vermithrax pejorative, and Dragon Slayer was cool. And I did like, I just was not a fantasy film fan. And that Mines of Moria sequence, the first time I saw it, and the way it was, the suspense that is built up there. I was sitting in that theater. I was like, I couldn't believe what I was watching because of how it like I was so on edge. Like it going into that thing and opening the books, you know, and looking at the remnants of what was there. And when all hell breaks loose, and there's that one great wide shot where you see them all illuminated, and the orcs or goblins are coming out. I was like, okay, this is next level. And when it was overall, like, what? You know, that was all we get to see. And it was for the very first time, I'm like, this is world building on the scale of what it was like to see Star Wars for the first time. Because there had been nothing on film quite like it before. They'd never realized. I mean, I love things like Excalibur, but because of the kind of magical realism of Excalibur, but it was nothing like this. And the music, and it was just to see it, it literally was. I mean, I think of modern. It's funny because The Matrix had come out, and when Neo is red pilled and he wakes up in the battery, I was so free. I'm like, no way. I loved it. I mean, I'm like, because no one knew what The Matrix was. And they weren't paying much attention, and I saw an early screening of it, and I was like blown away. I felt like that, and there are very few times in the last 30 years that I felt that in a movie, but it was there, man, and you knew it. You knew like this is next level fantasy filmmaking. I couldn't believe what we were seeing.
I remember going into it because fantasy really died out in the 90s. Like up until that point, my experience with fantasy films had been things like, you know, Willow and you know, the Never-Ending Story, and just all these movies that, gosh, they're charming as you like, but like they definitely weren't like epic, serious movies that I could really get into. And so when I heard that they were going to be adapting Lord of the Rings, it was a mixture of excitement and complete trepidation, because I just thought there's no way they're going to be able to do these books justice. They are so big, they are so epic, they are so grand. I just don't see how we'd have the technology or the ability to bring this to the screen. And then when, went and saw it, and I realized how faithful they were to the books, how much they'd been able to fit in, and just how great it looked, I was blown away. I just realized, they have nailed it, and I can't wait to see the next one.
Somebody mentioned in the chat Conan the Barbarian, and I will give you that. I loved Conan the Barbarian, but Conan was, you know, shot on real locations and with real, and you had a giant snake and things, but it wasn't like there were lots of fantasy creatures or big fantasy locales. It had a realism, verisimilitude to it that was really effective, and it was great.
Yeah, Conan wasn't high fantasy.
Right.
It was just, it was you could pretty much pretend almost it was a medieval story.
Yeah, sword and sandals. Like Excalibur was that's my high fantasy. That was my bar before Lord of the Rings.
Yep,
and
100%.
And then like little pieces of Legend, Ridley Scott's Legend, like kind of showed us what it could be. A little too pixie fairy dust for me, but I mean, you know, because I like my stuff a little darker. But it showed, you know, especially when you're in Darkness's lair and you see just all the fucking attention that was put into like how good and like how lived in it looked. And that's what all of Lord of the Rings did. Like there's scuffs on all the armor and shit, and it's like that stuff. Remember 20 years ago, like this, we never thought this could happen. And you know, when I saw the trailer for for the Fellowship of the Rings, the effects didn't look like blow me away at first. I'm kind of like looking, this looks like it'll be fun. I was thinking I was going to see like a sci-fi movie level of film that I'll probably like, but everybody else will hate. I didn't expect to, like, within the first, as soon as they do that, the prologue with Galadriel, like I'm like, oh shit, I feel like I'm in Star Wars again. Yeah,
the world has changed. That was the part. That was the part that got me.
They were very lucky in the sense as well that they got a great bunch of actors who really took it seriously. There was never a moment where this was tongue-in-cheek or anything. And, you know, when you consider this is done by the guy who directed Brain Dead, like, it just seems like it shouldn't have worked. Yeah, they didn't have Industrial Light and Magic involved. It was like Weta Workshops, which was like a completely unproven special effects studio that just got put in to do all of the work on this, and they just did an incredible job. Like somehow everything worked way better than it should have.
Well, I think that's because a lot of it was made. I think that that the amount of care that they had to put into it because they were trying to create these worlds forced them to have to up their game because they did pre-production for like a year and they were trying to convince all these studios to do the film. So they have all this time to build these worlds. And when you think about what you're going to put on camera, they really can't use anything. They have no choice but to make it. And so when you have to make it, then you have to sell it. You can't just create this new thing and then plop it down. It won't look realistic. So it's like this, this place has been around for thousands of years. What would it actually look like? And then how would that evolve from one version of the culture to the other, to the other, to the other? They had no choice. So when they had to do that, it elevates the game. And I remember Peter Jackson saying to the team, you aren't creating a fantasy world. You're rediscovering history.
Yes.
We're going to go on location and we're going to rebuild the ruins. We're going to build on top of the foundations and build it back up. That's what you're doing. And because they were coming at it from that angle, it makes it seem believable. Everything in that film, even the fantasy stuff, feels like it could really exist. Like it's that plausible. So I think that is what lends to that sense of realism. Nothing from it really looks like it couldn't be for real. Like you couldn't go to a location and find, oh, here's where Rivendell used to be. And here are the ruins of it. It feels like that should be the case.
Yeah. They really lucked out with New Zealand as well. Just like that was
Perfect.
the perfect location to shoot something like this.
I
The
don't
landscape
believe in
shots
God,
are
but
gorgeous.
that would be a God thing. If there was a God, that would be the one like, I'm going to make this just for this movie. Boom.
Well, another thing you bring up, the just some guy, the thought behind anything they made, whether it was armor, whether it was a sword, it all had a story behind it. Like they could tell you what the lineage of the sword was, like where it was forged, who made it, and there was that imbued all of this stuff with a sense of realism that, let's just say, other big franchises these days don't have. And it's that level of thought that was put into everything. And one of the, listening to Richard Taylor talk about what they're doing at the Weta Workshop, and to go in there to watch everybody fabricating all this stuff. I mean, the level of knowledge, people were so into it. And if they weren't, like, Gary said in Legend, how everything looked lived in, everything in Lord of the Rings looked, I mean, you'd walk over and you'd swear something was like made of some kind of steel, and you'd pick it up and it would be plastic. But it was the way it was
breaking the sets doing that.
I mean, it was incredible. And that level of detail, like when you hand a sword like that to an actor's like, this is real, and it helps the actor get into character. And that's what, there's not a moment in that movie where somebody half-assed anything. And it shows in every frame of that film.
Well, yeah, and they put so much effort in that lots of it is never seen by most of the mainline public. Lots of pieces and bits and bobs and scenes and all of this passion. A lot of it, because I don't know, you guys you've probably seen a lot of the behind the scenes stuff, but something I love about the Lord of the Rings production is just how wholesome and happy they all are when working hard on making something that people are going to enjoy. There's if you guys remember, like the behind the scenes for the prequels tells you a lot about how they were made, and there's a little bit of misery there. It's understandable. Behind the scenes for the sequels is all perfect. Everyone is very, very happy and says specific lines, and everything's edited very specifically. You're allowed to see whatever. Lord of the Rings is like the best of both worlds, where it's such a high production, it's so amazing, but everybody's still having so much fun talking about how much, and the emotion of when they ended their shoots as well.
Oh,
like. They just don't want to leave each other after a project like this, because you're like, yeah, just keep rolling, fuck it, make another one. I don't know.
Yeah,
one of my favorite.
That's pretty much how they made The Hobbit. It's just make another one, fuck it.
One of my favorite moments from the behind the scenes was Bernard Hill talking about how they created the armor for him. So there's a sun motif on the inside of the armor that's on the padding that you would have on inside of armor, so that it's not pinching you in odd spots. No one ever sees this. He's the only one who ever sees this, because he's the only one wearing the armor. So they do this, and you can see it in the behind the scenes. They show how like richly embroidered this thing is, never on camera. So he has the armor on. He wants to sit down. He doesn't want to damage the armor. So he goes to like some antique shop. he buys a stool. It's got like a broken leg. He brings it to the Weta guys and he's like, look, I know you guys are busy, but if you could fix this, I'd like you to fix this so I can sit down and not damage your armor. And they're like, okay, fine. So they go and they fix it. And this just tells you the commitment these people had. If you want to understand it, this is how committed they were. They put a cushion on it. They embroidered it with horse motifs because it's Rohan. They etched horse motifs all down the legs of the stool, right? And they just gave it to him for him to sit on. He didn't ask them to do this. Nobody told them to do this. They just did it. So at the end of the shoot, he gives it away. But doing something like that, where he's just like, I don't want to damage your armor. They're like, okay, fine. And they give him this thing. And the explanation they had was, well, he's the king. So the king's stool should look like this. Like, it's that insane. When you're that invested, you're going to make something really good.
And also, you know, they don't know there's scenes. I think when the now for wrath, how did it come to this? The great speech he gives, now for wrath, now for ruin, and a red dawn. They don't, when they were making armor, they never knew what you would see and what you wouldn't see. So if there's a scene where Theoden was having his armor put on, maybe the camera would catch a little bit of that inside. If maybe they don't know when there are, and they were never going to leave that to chance. They wanted to make sure that this armor would be exactly as real as it would be in if it was real. Hell, it was real because they'd made it. But the camera had to be able to catch every bit of it and never give away that it wasn't what it was supposed to be.
Which is just insane. It's absolutely, no one else is doing this.
No.
I don't know any other production that has gone to that level of detail for something that it's highly unlikely you're ever going to get a shot of the inside of Theoden's armor. It's not really likely to happen, but they did it anyway. Just nobody told them to, just did it anyway. I love that.
And that's why I love everything about this movie, because every single detail, nothing went, nothing. They weren't lazy on anything. Like it just looked beautiful. Every fucking grain of film or whatever pixel, whatever the hell you want to say, it looked like it was dutifully looked over, built, and developed. And it feels like a painting. I was just, watching it yesterday when Frodo and Sam are in Rivendell, and they're sitting on the balcony, right? And they've got the waterfalls in the background.
Yeah.
And, it's like, this is 2000. This is what
2001.
2001 stuff, right?
Yeah.
And it looked so fucking good on the 4K. But I have some complaints about the 4K, but not many. But this one just looked beautiful. I even paused it for a moment just to look at it, going, God damn, they still don't do stuff to this day. And what goes over my head over and over again is what Peter Jackson said. I'm going to put it every one of my Lord of the Rings videos. And when he said, we came here to honor what Tolkien, we're gonna pay respect to Tolkien's messages. I'm paraphrasing here, and we're not gonna put any of our crap in this movie, and it shows. And it's just a love letter to him and to the fandom. And I was there opening night, and we'll finally get to that question now. And I was sitting right behind a guy who hated the fucking movie, hated every fucking minute of the movie. He was bitching the whole time. I wanted to slap the guy. And he's like, it did. Nope. Where's Tom Bombadil? Blah, blah, blah. It was like a whole fucking thing. And, it was some old hippie, and what I didn't know at the time, and I learned later, was basically this was the Star Wars of the freaking hippies. That Lord of the Rings had quite a resurgence in the 60s in counterculture. Counterculture really, because of pipe smoking and all that stuff. It was their Star Wars. And when they finally saw it, some of them were pretty pissed. But when I went to my first viewing, I'll just say, like, I knew I was in something special within 5 minutes. I knew I was in a Star Wars. I was like, I'm liking this more than I'm like, this is what Star Wars felt like the first time I saw it when I was 7. This is
had you read the book though?
Yes, I had read the book.
Okay, so you knew what it was.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
It's interesting you use the Star Wars analogy, because I remember saying this to my friends at the time, like this feels like it's our generation's Star Wars. Like, obviously we were too young to have seen any of the Star Wars movies at the cinema. And so we we were
I'm old.
yeah, but we missed out on that, and so we never got that experience. And we all got a chance to watch them as we were growing up, but that's different. We didn't collectively do it or anything. But with this was something we all saw at the same time, and it was a real kind of thing that everyone was talking about. And so it felt like our generation's version of Star Wars. Like everyone had seen Lord of the Rings, everyone had enjoyed it, and everyone was speculating about the next film and how they were going to do it. And it was just, I remember it just being a real cultural moment, if you will.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I just was looking at this original teaser that they released, and I'd forgotten that it was touting all three movies, and it's the first time there's actually clips from Not Just Fellowship in it. And at the end of the trailer, it says, "You will find adventure, or adventure will find you." Like even the New Line marketing department didn't quite know what they had yet. Probably because when they made this trailer, they hadn't seen the finished version of the films. But I think that one of the great things about this movie is the sense of reality. Like what people forget is the way they created scale between the hobbits, the dwarves, the wizards, and the way they used incredible in-camera trickery and addition to, like, they didn't reduce people using computer graphics. They had to shoot things twice, or they had to use a scale double, or it was all very in camera. And there's some incredible, really well thought out trickery happening. Because if they had reduced people using CG or made it wouldn't have worked. So when you're watching Gandalf next to Frodo or Bilbo or whomever, it's still in camera, even though they've used effects technology. You're still looking at real people as opposed to a reduced CG version of a character. Yeah. And that was something that was really audacious for them to say, let's try this. And that in-camera trickery made you believe in a way that I don't think anyone had ever either attempted or pulled off ever before. And, when after that, first of all, the opening prologue is dope. The first War of the Ring, the end of the Second Age, is so cool. And seeing Sauron, anthropomorphized into that great armor, just wrecking shop when he shows up, and hearing Galadriel's voiceover, it felt important. And then moving into the Shire with Howard Shore's score, I mean, the magic starts very early on in the movie. And when you get into the Shire, it's not too precious. I mean, one of them scowls at Gandalf as he's sweeping in front of his hobbit hole, and the tones are it's perfect. I mean, it's just, it creates this world. 10 minutes in, you are locked into that world, just like in Star Wars. After 10 minutes, you've seen the battle on the blockade runner. Your R2 and 3PO are now in the jungling wastes of Tatooine, and you're in, man. You're in. There's a reality there. With Star Wars, I was there opening weekend, and I was a kid, but I loved science fiction. There was nothing like it in terms of creating a reality that you believed in. Fellowship had you 10 minutes in the same way that Star Wars did. You believed, man.
I was just going to pick up on the same point you were making there about there's a huge amount of backstory and lore to try and cram in and to get across to the audience who perhaps haven't read the books and don't know what this is all about. And yet this movie does it so effectively. Like you say, that opening monologue with the battle scenes and so on. Okay, you immediately understand the stakes. You understand what Sauron is. You understand the importance of the ring. And what it can do. You understand it's been lost. And then, you've got the entire, essentially the plot of The Hobbit, which it condenses into a single scene where Bilbo finds it. And that's it. It's okay. He's now in possession of it. And then it just, it transposes you into the Shire. And it's just this very quaint, comfortable looking place. It's the sun is shining and, it's preparing for Bilbo's birthday party. So a lot of that stuff, should just seem kind of dull by comparison, but because you understand the significance of what Bilbo has, you get that great scene between him and Gandalf where he's to try and give it up. And you can see the power that it's got over him, even at this early stage in the movie, how reluctant he is to give it up. Just great intro to this thing that's going to be this object of such power throughout the entire trilogy. I love how it's built up because it's just a gold ring. It seems like the most innocuous thing in the world, and yet it's got the power to change the entire world. Love it.
I think it's great for contrast too, because we're in this dark, desolate horror with all these armies fighting over, and it's all because of what? A ring. And you're like, okay, take the ring out and put it in this really nice, friendly area that's super comfy, super just wholesome. All these townspeople, and you're like, these are the stakes. This is what's at stake. We could lose all of this because of what that ring represents. And so it's really good at getting that clear to the audience, as well as I think as the trilogy progresses, all of the landscapes get more and more like until we end up at Mordor, where it's like we're at our wits' end sort of thing. And Mordor and the Shire really feel like polar opposites.
Yeah,
they are.
And so it really helps illustrate the journey, and that the Shire could become no different than Mordor if we don't win.
What I love about this film as well, the pacing of it is so well done because it brings you from light to dark to light to dark again. You know, you're in the Shire. They go on the first stage of their journey. They encounter the ring wraiths. They're delivered to Rivendell, where they get their like reprieve for a while. It's this beautiful place. Then it's off on their journey again. They go into Moria. They lose Gandalf. Then they're rescued by the elves, you know, and they're taken to their beautiful city in the forest. And then the final parting of the Fellowship at the end. Like it constantly goes that way from light to dark, from fast paced and dangerous to giving you a chance to breathe and take in what's happened. And for a movie that they had no idea whether people would receive it, you know, they didn't know if people would get this, but they had the guts to just really pace it out like that. That is like brilliant.
Oh yeah, I can't imagine saying that this wasn't a risk. This had to have been considered a huge risk with the amount of money and effort that's gone into this thing. And it's like, what if people think it's lame? And it's like, well, let's do it.
The temptation would have been to make it faster paced and have more action in it to try and draw people in just with the spectacle of it. But they were smart enough to.
When they were trying to pitch it around, other places wanted to cut it down to two films. New Line was the only place that was like, when Peter Jackson was shopping it, he was shopping it as two films. Other places were trying to get it shorter than that, just one movie. He's like, I can't do that. But when he went to New Line, what's his name? Bob Shaye. Bob Shaye was like, this is 3 films.
That's one of the great when we were doing the special features. The story that I don't know why we didn't tell was, so Miramax was making these movies, and they were making them as 2 films. And for whatever reason, Miramax backed out. And if memory serves, they needed $50 million to buy them out. So someone had to come up with that cash as well, and then to make the movies. And so Peter Jackson had come over here with a 5-minute reel, and he was in New York, and he'd been going to all the studios and the corporate honchos trying to get someone to buy off on this project, and no one did. And Weta had been working on this material. The last place he went was New Line, and he knew Bob Shaye. And if New Line didn't bite, he was going to get on a plane, and they were going to shut down all the development work, and Lord of the Rings was not going to happen. So literally, Peter Jackson went in a room and did his presentation and showed this 5-minute reel to Bob Shaye. The lights come up, and the first thing apparently Bob Shaye said was, well, wait a minute, aren't there 3 Lord of the Rings novels? And Peter Jackson's like, yep. And Bob Shaye decided to roll the dice. And what's insane is that they made these movies concurrently. They shot them all at once. Now, yes, they had extensive pickups on each movie, but the fact that, I mean, Bob Shaye basically bet New Line had been doing really, really well with the Nightmare on Elm Street movies and a bunch of other movies that they'd made. I mean, they'd put out Blade. They had done well over the last 20 years, and he bet his entire company, his future, their legacy, everything on Peter Jackson and everyone in New Zealand. And it's got to be one of the most baller moves in Hollywood history that, by the way, has never been duplicated. So it's amazing.
I mean, it really paid off. It tremendously paid off. And you can see how wise that decision was, because if you tried to cram this down, I mean, even with them editing the films for the theaters, you're still cutting out elements that it works when you cut them out, but it's better when you put them back in. The extended editions of the films are better versions of the films.
Yes, they
So-
are.
Yes, they are.
It's just one of those elements of, the audience only wants to sit here for maybe 2.5 hours tops, and anything more than that, they're just going to tap out. I like the idea of just, hey, we're going to have a 3-hour long movie or a 4-hour long movie. You know what it is coming in. I know it's going to cut down on your ability to show the film more times, but nevertheless, if it's really good, people are going to come back for more. So I will do the longer cut and put it in theaters and see what happens. But just the willingness to actually make the 3 films, and then they're not perfectly aligned with the books. Boromir's death happens at the beginning of Two Towers, not at the end of Fellowship. But though that's a moment of, there were gasps in the audience when I was watching this movie. It was a surreal experience because I was in the theater on Southside Chicago, Ford City Theater. It's pretty much all black audience. They are hooked. They were hooked from the moment of the intro. They were gasped at the death of Sauron. Like they were, oh my God, they were in. And I did not expect that to happen. I know my people. This isn't really your thing. So they were in. They were in with the hobbits, of course. When the hobbits are smoking pipe weed, they're like, yeah, okay, I know. we can see that coming.
The
But
halflings
I mean,
leave.
every moment, every powerful moment in the film, they were in it. When Gandalf dies, people are like, oh no. And they were you could hear people cry. And I'm like, Jesus, this isn't the Lion King. Calm down. But they were invested, and that ability to understand the pacing of the film, like Critical Drinker was saying, it's beautifully paced. It works in exactly the way that you need to get you emotionally involved, to understand what it is that is going to be lost should the wrong person get the ring, and then to understand the power of the ring, to see how it's affecting the people around it. And I like that it's an edit from the book, but it works for film, that they shorten the amount of time that passes. Because in the book, Frodo has a thing for like 17 years.
Right.
And before anything happens, like, no, you can't do that on film. That is just not going to work. He pretty much dilly-dallies until he goes to Mordor. He knows that he's going to have to do it, but he just kind of waits. He really doesn't want to leave. So he waits through the whole summer. Like, no, they know where you are. You have to go. So in the film, it makes more sense that he's moving along. And I also like that they made him younger, because it gives more weight to the task that's been put in front of him. He is not prepared to do what he's being asked to do. Yep. And Elijah Wood being, what was it, like 17 when he was making the movie?
Yeah.
17, 18. I mean, that's amazing that he's able to give that kind of performance. You totally believe him.
With a good mom who wouldn't let him party with freaking producers, and she kept her eye on him. So
he was not sort of pulled into Hollywood.
Yeah.
So that his performance is so good. It's so unbelievable for someone that young to be, and he's carrying the film essentially.
Yeah.
For a large portion of it, it is all resting on him being believable. That scene during the council where you're now realizing that he's bonded with the ring. So whatever happens to the ring starts to affect him. And when Gimli hits the ring to try to destroy it, Frodo winces, and Gandalf is like, "Oh shit, it's already started."
Yep.
The Council of Elrond scene is an incredible scene that both has exposition and plot development. It's amazing.
Tells so much about everybody straight away as well.
Well, you get such a great insight into Boromir. Like, he wants to use it to protect his people for completely understandable reasons, but you can already see that the ring's starting to have its effect on him. I touched on this before. Like, what an incredible plot device it is. This thing that you have to destroy is ultimately your greatest enemy, and it finds your weakness, however strong and however resistant you think you are. It undermines you, and it slowly worms away at you until you want to possess it. I love that temptation that every character faces.
No, it's it's I don't know how I doubt Tolkien ever intended this, but it's drug addiction. It's addiction personified. That's exactly what it is. So he did it with power, but he understood it in a way that not many people did. And I don't know, again, if he meant to understand it that way, but there's a lot of us recovering addicts who love this movie because it really does. I mean, like poor Gollum is my favorite character because he's such a tragic character. I don't know if everybody's, not everybody.
I love that line that Gandalf says about him, though, when Frodo's like, it's a pity that Bilbo didn't kill him. And Gandalf says, it was pity that stayed his hand.
Yeah.
Like, yes, he is a miserable figure. Yes, he has done incredible, horrible things. And this is said in the book, not so in the movie, that Gollum has done absolutely horrendous things. He is a horrible, horrible creature. But even then,
it's children.
No matter all the horror he's done, you should show him pity because he might be able to change. It may take a very long time for him to do. He will never be what he was, but he might be better than what he is. And you should give him the opportunity to do that. And you don't know what he might bring to the table. Even if he is acting in an evil way, his evil may actually lead to good. And so there's a very sort of Christian Catholic theme there of redemption being played into it without beating you over the head with it like Lewis would have done. But it's very clever that he's taking this character that you should not like and then getting you to understand you could be him. It doesn't take much for you to be that thing. And making him a hobbit, essentially, is kind of what he is. Shows you are the hobbit. He is like you. You can be that.
And remember, Frodo at first was disgusted to find out in the books that that Gollum was like him. He's like, oh,
right.
But that eventually gets through, and Frodo is much kinder to him than anybody else has been. So,
like I guess he empathizes with him. But as well, like I think Gandalf implies that if Bilbo had taken the ring by force, like if he just straight up murdered Gollum and taken the ring, it would have gotten a hold of him much quicker. It would have done so much more damage to him. But the fact that it was an act of compassion and pity that got him the ring initially probably saved his life or kept him going much longer.
Yeah, that's an interesting element of and that's something that doesn't quite get into the movie, but it's in the book, that the way that the ring is acquired by people affects what it will do to you. Because if you're coming at it from a place of malice, it basically has an entry point that it can play on. But if you are just sort of happening upon it, it doesn't. And you see this played out when each person is offered by Frodo to take the ring.
Yeah.
That the people who are offered to do it, they have a completely different reaction than someone like Boromir who tries to take it. That it's a completely different thing. And I love Viggo Mortensen's performance when he does it. That is like absolute perfection. That you can see the conflict on his face, that he wants it. He can see what will happen if he gets the power, and then he realizes it and then gives it back and he pushes it away. I like that he does that. He pushes it away, showing that he's not just resisting. He's literally going, no, I won't take it. I love that.
Guy, there's something I wanted to address that you brought up about like the compression of time with Frodo's story. There's a lot of people that they're literalists. When you're adapting something like this, a work like this into cinematic form, it's a really hard thing to do, especially Tolkien's work is incredibly hard to do. So adaptation's important. And the choices that you have to make when you're adapting a literary work to film can sometimes be daunting, but you got to give a shout out to Peter, Fran, and Philippa for the adaptation work that they did. And I know, like Gary brought up the fact that this really was the hippies' Star Wars, because when I was a little kid coming out of the 60s, there was still, you go into a head shop and there were Lord of the Rings buttons all over the place.
Oh yeah.
Like you go buy your glass bongs, and you might, there were bongs that were painted with elvish, Sindarin and whatever. And it was a big deal. And so there were a lot of people like, well, where is Tom Bombadil? And how come the Scouring of the Shire isn't at the end of Return of the King? But the thing is, if you were to put something like the Scouring of the Shire in this movie series, people would have revolted in the theater. You couldn't do that, like after the story. People people would not have stood for it. So
They were losing it from the multiple endings.
yeah, and adaptation is important, but like you pointed out, this adaptation of Tolkien's work, despite the fact, like, look, I've read Lord of the Rings a number of times. I don't know how you would put Tom Bombadil into this story and make it work in a movie. I don't know how you
can't.
do that.
I could happily remove him from the book, and like I wouldn't feel that much was lost.
It's an odd thing though to have in the story, because at the place that it happens, you're trying to build up the reason why I think they cut it was partly because it's just hard to make it work. But the other is the issue of the ring. So there are two characters in the book where this becomes a problem: Tom Bombadil and Faramir, right? So Tom Bombadil gets the ring. He puts the ring on. It has zero effect on him. So this is right at the beginning of the story where you're trying to convince people that this is going to warp Frodo's mind.
Yeah.
He puts the ring on, and he's like, doesn't bother me. He takes it off. He doesn't even care about it. And in the book, at a later point, I think it's mentioned by Gandalf that if you gave the ring to Tom Bombadil, he'd probably throw it away.
He'd forget about it.
Yeah, I remember that, because it's like, can't he just take it to Mordor and destroy it or something?
Yeah.
They're like, nah, he'd probably forget about it and just wander off.
And then you get Faramir, and this is towards the end of the story, where he's so pure of heart, he's so intrinsically good that when you offer him this power, he's like, I don't want it. He has no interest in the ring whatsoever. He would never be corrupted by it. Well, you can't do that if you now have Frodo slowly being turned into Gollum. It doesn't make any sense. So
Right.
you cannot do that in the film. I get why it's in the book. I get what Tolkien's trying to say, that there are some people who are sort of like not necessarily intrinsically evil, because he didn't really believe that, but that have a greater capacity for being evil. So there should be someone who has a greater capacity for being good, where the ring would legitimately have no effect or no appeal to them. But you can't do it on film. It will just kill you.
I think what you get from the book as well, like it's explained there that like Tom Bombadil is so much older than the ring. Like, he's been around long before it and Sauron even existed, and there's so much lore that goes with that even Sauron himself is just like the protege of an even more evil guy who was around before him. Like, that would just undercut everything that's happening in the movie, and it would be too much for, like you say, it'd be too much for people to digest and still keep the sense of stakes that you want. And so it totally makes sense to cut all that stuff out.
Absolutely, because in a film, you're not in somebody's head, and you're not with Frodo for the amount of time you are with Frodo in the books. There's the Barrow Downs. There's all kinds of stuff they cut out that really gives you context to where Frodo can see other people have different reactions to the rings, but you still buy his descent into darkness. And this is a very different Frodo in the movies than it is in the books.
Yes.
The Frodo in the books is a very lordly lord Frodo. Sam is his underling, who is his friend, but Sam calls him master. And that's it. That's just the way things were. And if we go back, what makes this thing real and cool, or if we go back to the beginning, is you guys were talking about those contrasts. And what hooks you in and how this world felt lived in. The Shire was everything Tolkien loved. That was his heaven, right? That was creature comforts, beer, food, sitting at fucking taverns and bullshitting with his boys for hours. That's what the dude did. And Mordor was hell, was the combustion engine, was industrialization and everything coming in. And that's the parts where we kind of see that, but we don't necessarily. But the way they've dealt with time, I thought was fine. I know it was confusing to some, and I had to sit there and explain it to my wife, like, oh, he's older here, like he's much older here. So a bunch of time passed, but I'm so glad they didn't put like 17 years later and stuff. And I think what maybe you were getting at, Robert, is this is the art of visual storytelling. And what Peter Jackson relied on was just the intelligence of the audience. When Gimli hit the ring with the axe, and there was that little wince, and then there was that little look with Gandalf. You figured out that you didn't have to say anything. You didn't have to say anything. So there was a bunch of that in the beginning. And it obviously worked. What amazes me is it won all these Academy Awards based on the theatrical cuts, which I haven't seen probably since I saw them in the theaters. Soon
Yeah.
as the better versions were available, and how many instances have we seen where a better version of a film is available of an already classic film?
That's another thing you got to give a shout out to the studio for, because that was by design. That Peter Jackson knew that they were going to release extended versions on home video. As a matter of fact, the Return of the King version's almost an hour longer, and they spent $20 million more finishing just the extended version of Return of the King.
It's worth every penny.
Absolutely. And that was something that is pretty unprecedented. So I mean, I think that Peter Jackson will say now that, yeah, the theatrical versions are exist, but anyone knows that, especially the first two films, Fellowship and Two Towers, are greatly improved in their extended versions.
Oh God, yeah. And one thing I want to mention is, we talk a lot of this people here. We talk about franchises a lot, and we've seen the death, and we're not going to get too negative here, but we've seen the death of a lot of our favorite franchises. And I want to use today as an example of how unique something like Star Wars or Doctor Who was when they hit a seminal anniversary. And when Star Wars hit 20, it hit the theaters again. It was a huge event, and like lines out the freaking door. And it was like watching Star Wars all over again. Doctor Who, when it hit 50, worldwide event watched by millions of people, months and months of buildup. We're at the 20th anniversary of Fellowship of the Ring, and it might be showing in a couple theaters. It should be nationwide right now. All three of them, full extended versions in 4K on giant IMAX screens. This is the stupidity of studios.
Well, it's Warner Brothers, really. Warner Brothers has a very well, Amazon, owning part of it too, but they seem to have some sort of weird, allergy to money.
They do.
Like, do you not want instant cash? I have not gone to a theater in almost 2 years. I will take my black ass to AMC right now. If you're take it off the freaking 4K Blu-ray and put that on the theater. I will go and see it right now. That's how much I love these movies. It's just a stupid thing to do when it's the anniversary. And even the release that they did was kind of like cheap. It's like, come on, man. We were expecting more on that Blu-ray release than what you gave us.
We were promised more. We were promised extra footage. There's other footage out there that Peter Jackson said 10 years ago that he was going to put on the 20th anniversary thing.
There's deleted scenes.
I can't wait to see the ultimate mega cut edition that's like 5 hours long.
I want it.
I'll tell you a sad story. Michael Pellerin and Peter Jackson went to Warner Brothers, and Peter Jackson wanted to do a whole new documentary on the whole experience of Lord of the Rings, and they said no.
Warner Brothers.
They didn't want to give him the money. Yeah.
This is my shocked face.
Because the problem, what's really interesting about how things like in home video work, and a lot of people don't quite get this, is that studios have to figure out where is the money coming from. And when I worked in DVD special features for almost 20 years, the money came from marketing. So there wasn't like a DVD slush fund. It had to come out of marketing, usually theatrical marketing, and then there was home video marketing. And so there's no nowadays the kind of budgets that we had. The budgets to do the extended version or the special features for Two Towers and especially Return of the King was in the millions of dollars. The idea, if you went to a studio now and said, look, to do these special features, we need millions of dollars, they would laugh in your face. There is no more, the days of DVD special features like that are long gone. And so when Peter Jackson, they would look at him and go, we're not going to give you like $20 million to go do some great big special feature documentary about Lord of the Rings 20 years on, because that's old news. Why would we do that?
Well, maybe they will because of Get Back, because that was phenomenal.
And even that Get Back documentary, kudos to Disney, because they allowed him to keep expanding it. you know, because it was gonna not be. It's now 8 hours long, I think, and it wasn't
Yeah.
supposed to be, and they've delayed the release and delayed the release. I think that documentary is going to go down as one of the great pop culture artifacts of the modern age.
Oh God, yes.
I mean,
It's absolutely fascinating.
it's completely fascinating, and to see I can't believe that footage. Think about it; it was in a can for like 50 years.
Yeah.
And it took somebody like Peter Jackson, who's a fanatical Beatles fan, and was able to do that. I mean, I know it seems trivial to say, but that documentary is an extraordinary artifact about one of the most important music groups in all of human history.
Yeah, that's like finding like footage of Mozart. You know, it's like
Yeah,
you know,
man.
It's that was insane. But that again, it shows how like just dumb Hollywood can be. They can forget about shit like that, or keep it in the can, or not do a 20th anniversary fucking run up to the greatest trilogy of all time. Totally just misunderstand what you own. Amazon plays a part in this too. You got a effing series coming out next year, and you're not doing a build up for Lord of the Rings. You fucking idiots. You're just
They
dumb.
probably want to bury like the movies because like they know it's just going to shine a giant spotlight on how shit the TV show is going to be.
Oh God, yeah. Wheel of Time. Every Lord of the
I haven't even watched that because I haven't read the books. So I'm like, I do not want to ruin my perception of the books by watching this show. I'm hearing nothing but bad
Same
things
here.
about it. So
Mentioning like special editions and anniversaries, and especially in fantasy, Game of Thrones hit its 10 year and nobody noticed.
Nobody noticed.
And
well,
they
that's
would have-
because the pain is still too real.
That's what I mean, man. Like they would have noticed. It would have been really special, but they
If
killed
you
it. So.
stuck the landing. Yes, and it set out to subvert the tropes of Tolkien, and George R. R. Martin is Tolkien's bitch, and we all know that.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
That's all right, Gary. He's still hard at work on his next book, Winds of Winter, coming to a bookstore near you in 2032.
I was watching
Tolkien has released more books than George Martin has, and he's dead.
He's dead.
This is insane. There have been more new Tolkien books since Lord of the Rings has been over than George R. R. Martin has made, and he's still alive.
Uh-huh.
But I
It's
got to give
insane.
George R. R. Martin credit because he was, before Game of Thrones, he did write some wonderful stuff. He wrote a great vampire novel about vampires on the Mississippi called
Yep.
Fever Dream, and
Yep.
he created a superhero series called the Wild Card series. That
Oh, I hate it now. I hate that
Well-
series now because that series has kept him from writing. We get 19 wild card books every month, and that's all he's like, hey, there's a new book.
But it was great in the 80s when it first started.
Yeah. Well, now A Song of Ice and Fire fans hate it because like we'll go to his Not a Blog and he's all, oh, got a new book coming out. We go, he's all Wild Cards number 979. And they're like, fuck off. Whatever, George. You just take your time, buddy. It's all right.
Not real,
Nobody cares anymore.
That's the case. On the topic earlier, when you were bringing up the Tom Bombadil's Resistance and Faramir, I was like, yeah, I think you're completely right about it, diminishing the power of the ring, and how you're talking about the redemption element as well, where I actually think that's a through line for a lot of Lord of the Rings. I don't know if it's on purpose or not, but just man seems to be quite both brave and weak. Like it's a species that is very capable of being pushed one way or the other, and it's really down to the person's like willpower and courage and stuff. Having Boromir and Theoden, those two have like my favorite stories within the whole story as like individual characters. I absolutely adore their like start to finish. Find them incredibly interesting, incredibly flawed, and they do so much to come through for what they believe in, sort of thing.
Now, just a quick question for those who are film fans. When you saw that Sean Bean was in the movie, did you just assume he was going to die?
I think this is a little bit before those memes took full hold. Right?
I don't think I'd really gotten to that point yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, to answer your point about the different races, MauLer, yeah, I think like, you know, elves were generally portrayed as like pretty much uncorruptible, but they're like a dying species. They're like fading out. The dwarves were kind of in between. Like, I think the 7 rings that were given to them, they were destroyed or lost. Like, they're kind of scattered to the winds, really. So I don't know how corruptible they were, but they were just not really a tangible force anymore. but men are by far the most numerous in Middle Earth, and the bulk of the rings went to them because they are short-lived for starters, and they are impulsive, and they're seen as quite easily corruptible. But at the same time, they are capable of acts of great heroism and bravery.
Yeah, because we're talking about Aragorn, right? Like his choice to like get the ring away from him, sort of thing, and be like, no, keep it. But when he held the Palantir just for a few seconds, he was already like wiped out by it, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, in the books, the way that Tolkien's kind of portraying them, he was using the elves as a way of sort of delving into some of the more fantastic folklore of Europe and questioning those sort of moral themes. So the elves are sort of like what humanity could be if we were able to sort of get past our flaws. But then you see what humans are actually like and how corruptible we are and how easily swayed we are. So that's kind of the juxtaposition. The dwarves are kind of interesting because he uses them, but they're not created by Iluvatar. They're created by Aule. Sorry, haven't been practicing Elvish lately. It's going to be a little off. But he creates them because he's excited for the children of men, the men coming. He wants to make his own, essentially. So he makes them before the elves arrive, before the humans arrive, and that's a no-no. So they're basically put to sleep, and then after everyone else wakes up, they're allowed to awaken. So that's part of the reason why they don't have the same. They're capable of being corrupted, but their corruption is a little bit different. You see that with the Arkenstone, that they're completely capable of being greedy and selfish, but it's not from the same place because they're not created in the same way. But when you look at the way that it plays out with someone like Aragorn, he has elven blood, so he's a mix of all of them. He's technically related to Arwen, by the way. So it's a long, it's like thousands of years of separation, but technically they are related.
Yep.
But that element of him being part human, part elf is one of the reasons why he is considered so powerful. So that the same with Elrond. Elrond is half elven. He's half man, half elf. He just chose to be an elf. All those elves, all the men of Numenor descended from that, have within them a kind of. It's almost like Tolkien's put in a concept of gnosis without actually doing that, but it's similar to that element of male and female need to unite, spirit and soul need to unite in order to achieve gnosis, to become one with the monad, with God. And he's kind of done a similar thing where elves and men have to unite, and then you'll be able to achieve that perfection that you should have. They have to come together. And so you're seeing that with Aragorn, which is why he's able to do some of the things he's able to do. But that frailty in him picking up the Palantir, he's doing something that's extremely courageous because he doesn't necessarily have the power to stop Sauron. So for him to do that is putting himself at risk of being corrupted, of being tricked, of being manipulated, as we've seen Theoden, we've seen Saruman, we've seen Denethor be corrupted by using the Palantir. Saruman and Denethor in particular have been completely tricked because the Palantir doesn't just show you the truth. It can be bent to the will of the person who's controlling the controlling stone. So they can show you what they want you to see, which is still the truth, but it's not the complete truth. Mm-hmm. So Aragorn picking this up, he's able to essentially wrest control from Sauron temporarily and show him what he wants Sauron to see, which then gets him to do what he wants. So it's a really impressive feat that he does, and it's very courageous to put himself at risk because he can be corrupted through the Palantir.
You know, I just want to
say, it seems like drain him as well when he's holding it, even temporarily.
Yeah, it's a mental connection. So they're sort of mind melding at that point. So whomever is the more powerful could effectively control or kill you in that moment while you're using this thing. They can manipulate you in that way. So if you break the connection abruptly, for example, it could happen. Same thing that happened with Pippin, where his mind is sort of screwed up. Same thing.
I just want to give you a shout out for your complete surface lack of understanding of Lord of the Rings at all. No. It's so nice to listen to cogent, informed analysis of storytelling. So that's why I watch your channel, dude.
All of our jobs, man.
I mean, between MauLer and Star Wars and you and Lord of the Rings, I mean, come on, you need to do like a 9-hour video breaking this shit down. Come on.
This is the thing. You could easily, like, we could all be sat here until this time tomorrow talking about this movie and all the details to it, the lore, the meaning behind so many of the different characters and events. Like, there's so much to break down here.
Yeah.
That's what I love. It's like we've been furnished with this enormous banquet in front of us, but we can only really sample little bits of it, in the time that we have.
It's amazing they got that much of it into the film, though.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
the stunning part, is that they were able to get it into the film and still make it make sense without completely losing the audience. I watched this, like I said, with my Southside Black folks, and they were able to follow it. And usually this is not their thing, and they were totally invested.
Yeah, but don't you think though that your Southside Black folks, they know good storytelling?
They do. That's why it worked. They had the exact same reaction with the Matrix. I remember when I saw the Matrix Reloaded, saw the midnight show on 87th Street. They had this theater that had just opened, and it was the only theater in the city that still had midnight tickets available. Everywhere else was sold out. So we went there, and there were people dressed up, which was hilarious. There were more white people on the south side of Chicago than I've ever seen in my life, because it was the only place that they could get in to see this movie. So there was this girl, this skinny girl, who was dressed up like a Niobe. She had the little braids and everything. She was really skinny, very pale. Then there was Bathrobe Morpheus. He had he had all the gear. He had the glasses. He had the purple suit. But he couldn't shell out the money for that leather duster, so he just took his gray bathrobe and wore it. Okay,
God
bye.
bless.
All right.
No problem. So we go and see this movie, and like every time someone is explaining the plot, which everyone seems to hate, they were riveted. They were completely riveted by these moments. So it's like when you put good storytelling, you put good exposition, you get the audience invested, they will fall in love with it, whether this is a thing you would assume they would like or not.
Yep. I really believe that all audiences, it doesn't matter what race, color, creed, religious preference, LGBTQ, it doesn't matter who you are. If you are a human being and you have a reasonable level of intelligence, I think great storytelling is apparent to everyone. And all of our great franchises are great franchises because they cross all human boundaries, because that's what storytelling is. It synthesizes human truths across all barriers. And the truer a story is, the better off the franchise is, whatever. And everyone knows it. And I don't think that human beings draw any kind of lines around a great story. You give somebody a good story that's true to itself, everyone will respond. People don't have to see themselves reflected in every story that's told. People want,
that's the beauty of this. I mean, like,
none of us are
nobody looks
halflings,
like that.
but we empathize with Frodo and Sam perfectly well.
No,
But that is the purpose of that film, and that's the purpose of the book. Is Tolkien's telling you this, is that you're supposed to see things from that character's perspective, but he called it applicability.
Yes.
So the idea is that you don't expect it to be a metaphor for your experience. It can be applied to your experience. So
Absolutely.
you just say, here's the ring. The ring is addiction for you. The ring is abuse for this other person. The ring is politics for this person. Everyone can do that. That's the idea. And so if you tell a story like that, it will be accessible to everyone, because everyone can see an aspect of, like, that character is similar to me in this way, or this can be applied to my experience. And then it works.
Isn't that interesting, though, that that's how stories used to be done?
Yeah.
Now they've taken the completely opposite track nowadays, where it's like, no, it literally has to spell out these specific issues, and it has to include these characters who look this exact way, because otherwise we don't think people can understand it.
And then it doesn't work for anyone.
It doesn't work for anyone. And Hollywood's self-importance nauseates me. But the brief moments where they can actually do good in the world, like bring people together, quote unquote, save lives, is this: tell a good story, I mean, I don't want to talk about the movie because we're talking about Lord of the Rings, but just the experience with Spider-Man No Way Home was like something we haven't seen in a couple, 3-4 years. And that's the only time Hollywood can actually do good in the world. All your other stuff is a waste of time, and it's pompous and it's vapid and nobody wants to hear it. But you tell a good story and then everybody's just having collectively a good time together. That's where you actually do some good in the world. And the only time you do good in the world, and you can make money doing it too. With this, how many times in our live streams, guys, and we all do lots of live streams. Well, just some guy in your videos. You can see the comments that like Lord of the Rings or whatever other franchise is my happy place. It's where I go. It's where I escape when, like, you know what? I'm feeling down, just broke up with a girl, lost my job, or I just want to, I got a couple of spare hours on my time. You know what? I've got time. Yeah, I just want to watch Lord of the Rings again. I want to feel good. That's what these things are. This is my happy place. I would watch this movie when I was like in the worst spaces like I've been in my life. I'd fire up this movie just to forget for a couple hours, and it would take me somewhere else just for a couple hours.
Well,
That's what serves a good purpose.
Well,
That's
just some
escapism.
guy, the idea of applicability is something that I want to incorporate that now into my worldview that you've brought it up, because applicability is the key to all of it. You don't have to see representation of you, but you have to see a story that has the applicability to allow people to bring themselves to the story, as opposed to them expecting the story to bring them. Everyone wants to see themselves in every story now, and that's ridiculous. That's not what a story is.
You can't do anything with that at all. You can't, like, even with, you take Spider-Man, for example, and they've effectively ruined the comic book version of the character because they keep making all these alternate versions that are supposed to be your version. Like, I don't want my version. I want Peter Parker because he's Spider-Man. That's what I want. Tell me his story, and then I will be able to take his experiences and apply them. One of my friends, and I got his permission, so I'm not putting his business out there, went through really terrible stuff. And when he first got into the foster home, he would not talk to anybody. He would barely eat. He had a very weird tick about him where if he knew that you knew that he liked something, he would no longer do it. So that gives you an idea of the things that were being done to him.
Mm-hmm.
So he started watching Game of Thrones while we were watching on Sunday. And he got interested. Nobody said anything. So he went, and I think this was like the end of the 6th season. He binged watched the entire series up to that point. His foster father caught him doing this, and he told everyone not to go into the room. Just leave him alone, because if he finds out that he's doing it, he won't do it. So just let him do this. And he went and he watched it. So the last episode of that season, there he is, completely invested. That is the power of that. He found something in that. So for that Christmas, his foster brother wanted to give him something special. Nobody knew what he liked. So his foster brother hacked his phone. In fairness, he didn't actually lock it. He just sort of closed the screen, so he didn't put a code on it. But technically, you shouldn't go into his phone. But he did anyway. And he found out that he was looking up stuff about Game of Thrones, particularly the Targaryens. So he got him a bunch of stuff related to Game of Thrones. Got him a bunch of stuff related to, like, Targaryens, posters and shirts and clothes and stuff like that. This is the only time I had seen this boy smile. He had been there for like a year and a half. The only time he had ever smiled. That is the power of storytelling. He identified with Daenerys. So you can imagine how pissed he was when the last season happened. He was not a happy camper.
Wow.
He was really not a happy camper. But that is the power of that it's managed to get someone who has closed himself off to everyone to open up. So, that is a thing that you have the ability to do. And if you're going to tell a story, you have to have enough respect for your audience to understand that is the power that you have. You can make someone feel better. You can make their lives better by telling this story. Even if it's a dark story, you can still do that. So you shouldn't play around with it. You shouldn't throw it away. You shouldn't treat it as trivial. It's something really important. It's a part of who we are as people, as humans. This is how we connect to each other. You should take it seriously.
Yes. Let's go look back on history. We've been telling stories since we could paint on cave walls. That's how important it's always been. Our history It's our history, it's our lore, it's our myth. And that's, as you know, just some guy, that's the whole basis of this story, where it came from is, Tolkien. It came from a lot of places, but he also felt like, England had been robbed. Well, it was robbed of its mythology. And he wanted to give it some history. And it turned into this beautiful thing. And this, this picture is gorgeous. It's, I every time I see it, I get taken away to Rivendell. I love it. And every time this thing never gets old, and maybe it's part of my, maybe I'm mentally ill. I'll always consider that, but like I can watch something over and over again if I like it and never get tired of it. It's just something, it's always, my wife kind of rolls her eyes at it, but she's all, you're watching Lord of the Rings again? How many times have you seen it? I'm like, I don't know, 100?
Not enough.
But that's exactly as you
enough.
described. It becomes your happy place, and it becomes your escapism. You had a rough day or whatever, you can watch that and just feel a little bit better, and just forget things for a little while. That was the power of movies for so long.
It's just, I think for me, because you guys earlier were talking a little bit about like what was the point where you realized what was happening here. I think for me, and because I was a lot younger than you guys, so it makes a little bit of sense that this was it for me. But I think it was the Balrog when Gandalf was fighting that. I was like, I'm watching a wizard with his little stick and his little casty spells against a demon, and I believe this is happening right now. It's that good.
Yep.
And it's absolutely badass. Like, it made fantasy badass as hell. It's not
That one line alone has just like permeated everything. Like, you shall not pass. Everyone knows that.
Yep. That was fucking... Oh, go on. Sorry.
I was just going to say as well, the fight between Aragorn and the Uruk-hai, just loved it. Like, just a gritty, violent, bloody slogging match between the two of them.
And it was real.
And Aragorn's like fucking stabbing it in the leg with his dagger, and it pulls it out and throws it at him, and he just deflects it with its sword, and just cool stuff like that. It just it made it bad.
And Viggo had to actually do that, by the way. So that is that's the practical knife, but it's still metal. He had to actually do it.
Damn, that's cool.
It's just like incredible.
The extended version with the blade lick.
Oh yeah, that was perfect. I mean, that's like,
I think when my parents said it, they were like, "Fuck it hell."
It's weird too. Another thing about these movies that I don't think, it's kind of a weird point to make, but it doesn't get enough credit, is the fact that all the different environments that you go into, it's like life. It's like our own world. The Shire is in America. It would be the Midwest suburbia, where everything is kind of quiet, and and then you go to like Bree, or you go to the bar, and where the hobbits go in to find where they meet Aragorn, and it comes in pints, and suddenly you're in a place that's a little dangerous. You've gone into the city, you've gone from the suburbs into the city, and
I think you're talking about the Dark Tower, Robert, because that's basically what Stephen King did. He just took it and put it in America.
It's absolutely true. Yep. And I think that's what's so great. I mean, when you get to Weathertop, when Frodo gets stabbed, that is some scary shit going on there. And when you meet the ring wraiths, and it's terrifying. And America itself, or any country really, has its good places and its bad places, but they're all part of the same continuum. And it's all of Middle Earth, and I think that's another part of what makes these movies so appealing. The journey of it, even though you're walking most of these places, they're walking a long way, because you go through these different. There's so many different realms. You've got Saruman over in Isengard and doing what he's doing, and then you've got Rohan, and then you've got Gondor, and then you have the different realms of the elves and Rivendell and all that. It really, it's a background idea, but you're seeing representation of all of these different kinds of places, which is it's reflecting what our world is like. Gary brought up that Tolkien hated the idea of industrialization. After World War I, paving of roads for combustion engine cars was so abhorrent to him, and that's, it's really baked into the concept of the story. Is you're seeing the diversity of all of our different kinds of civilizations, and Tolkien was saying, well, we want the Shire. That's what we really want. Everything else is kind of, we don't need any of it, but we'll show you places. But really what it was all about getting back to this normalcy. I mean, I can't imagine what it was like to live through both World War I and World War II in Europe. I can't imagine what that experience was like, where you're watching, especially in the UK. Like, to me, I've always thought like Oxford University is the height of civilization. When I was growing up, I still think that. I can't get away from that. And to see the UK, to see England defiled by World War I or World War II and everything that it entails, and what our society now, we casually think, we can destroy whole realms and it won't matter. And I think that Lord of the Rings, especially the movies, has that baked into it because of the craft of the filmmaking. It really gives you a sense that this is a real world. And despite all of this diversity in terms of lands and people, it's going to get wiped away. And I think there's a lesson to be learned. You watch Lord of the Rings, you think, oh, it's a fantasy epic. But I think it applies to our world today more than ever.
Yeah.
Yes,
To pick up on the point you made about the industrialization aspect of it, it was obviously represented well in the books, and it comes across in the movie where you see the armies of orcs, their equipment, their weapons, it's all identical. It's all like it just rolled off an assembly line in a factory. Yep. And when they march, it's always in lockstep. So like you hear the as they're going along, like it's always in unison, like a machine just endlessly churning away. Like I love how that aspect's brought across. Whereas when you see the various forces that have to try and combat them, they're all in different kinds of art. They're from different places across Middle Earth. Their armor's very ornate. There's a lot of care and attention being put into it, and it's just that complete contrast of different worlds.
I would say the best representation possibly is Isengard is gorgeous, and then it's just turned into this like molten factory for these demons, basically, through all this mechanization. And then they do have literally production lines of all the weapons, the shields, and they go from they spring out from the earth. They get cleaned up a little bit. The armor goes on, the handprint, this weaponry, and then they're off. And that's just
I love how orcs are just spawned and they're ready to fight. They just like put a sword into their hand and they're like, okay, cool. What do I kill?
Yep. They're big. They just somehow, melded goblin men and orcs and maybe some old elves there with the Urukai. But dude, the fucking Saruman versus Gandalf scene where they're just fighting.
Two old men fighting should not look cool, but it does.
Yeah.
Dude, with the music and everything, I was just like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
And that's a great bit of adaptation that, if memory serves, was not in the book in that way. So they had to visualize that battle somehow.
I don't know if we're going to get around to basically everybody, but Christopher Lee as Saruman, holy shit, man.
Oh.
Yeah, he was great. I know Tolkien wanted him to play Gandalf. He hadn't given him his blessing for that, but he nails it as Saruman.
He wanted to play Gandalf, but he knew he was too old.
Well, I'd be curious to see what it would have looked like, because I know that he even submitted his audition, right? Because he really wanted that role, and it would be cool to see. But I don't know, man. I don't know anybody who could have done a better job than him for Saruman, and I don't know that I want to lose that in favor of his Gandalf.
On Fellowship, when we were doing the special features, someone, I think my boss said, okay, you guys, one of you is going to have to go interview Christopher Lee. And no one was. I'm like, I'll do it.
No one wanted to.
No one. I know. People were intimidated. So I went. I'd never been to England before, and it was the first time. And I flew to England, and I was staying in St. Martin's Lane in London's, the West End, close to Trafalgar Square. And what you do when you interview an esteemed celebrity is you get rather than go to their house, you usually rent some kind of a hotel suite or something. Mm-hmm. So we rented a suite at the Dorchester Hotel, and there's a lot of great companies in the UK that provide makeup and camera crews, and so we had those. And I went there, and to interview Christopher Lee. And I was really excited because I was a huge Christopher Lee fan. I mean, my whole life being a Hammer Films fan. I mean, hell, he was in an episode of Space 1999. I'm a huge Christopher Lee fan. But Billy Wilder had died that week. And he'd played Mycroft Holmes in The Private Life of Sherlock Holmes, which was one of Billy Wilder's last films. And whenever I dealt with celebrities that I didn't know, I tried to create a rapport with them by bringing up something that had nothing to do with what we were going to talk about. So he comes and he was beautifully dressed, very imposing with his great Christopher Lee voice, and he comes in and you never know how it's going to go. And I said, Mr. Lee, before we start, I just want to say that I'm very sorry to hear of the passing of the great Billy Wilder. Did you speak with him? And he stops and he just looked at me and he said, young man, I spoke to Billy every week and I already miss him. And then he says, now what do you want to know? We talked for 5 hours.
Oh, wow.
I interviewed him for 5 hours. And it was an incredible experience. And unfortunately, on the Fellowship disc, there's maybe 10 minutes of that interview.
Oh.
And one of the things that it always bummed me out about Lord of the Rings special features is that there are hundreds of hours of interviews with these people. And I thought, put them up online.
Yeah.
Just put the raw interviews up online. If you can't hear the question, maybe just put interstitials up. And in terms of the stories that everybody tells, those actors tell, I've told this before, but in the middle of the interview, I don't know what prompted this, but Christopher Lee said, I'm in the new Star Wars movie because Attack of the Clones hadn't come out before. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And he says, my great friend Peter Cushing, he was in the first Star Wars movie. And I'm like, yes. And he goes, I called Peter after I saw that film. And I said, Peter, you were just horrible to that princess. Why were you so terrible to her? And by the way, what is a grand moff? Anyway, and I laughed at that. And I said, well, because I can't believe he's telling me these stories. And I said, well, if Peter Cushing were alive today and he were able to go see, and I was trying to get, because Attack of the Clones hadn't come out yet, and I was trying to get something from him. I said, if Peter Cushing were alive today and he went and saw Attack of the Clones and he could call you, what do you think Peter Cushing would say to you? And Christopher Lee gets all contemplative and he's like, well, I suppose he'd want to know what a Dooku was now, wouldn't he? And I knew that was the name of his character and I laughed. But he was. We actually sent that clip to Lucasfilm, but they never did anything with it. But that was my favorite thing about working on Fellowship, even though it was meeting John Rhys Davies was great, but going to speak with him and going to London for the first time. And I was there for a day and a half. I just wandered around London, which is like one of the greatest cities in the entire world, especially when you don't know anyone. Like I didn't know anyone. There was no one I could call or be like, hey man, let's meet. I ended up meeting with Brian Sibley, who was a great Tolkien scholar who worked with us, and we had a good time. But it was amazing. That was London is. If I could live, I'd live in Barcelona. I'd live in London. I'd live in like Tokyo if I could. Before I die, I'd love to live in London for.
London is dope.
I could never afford it.
You're alone. You could go there.
Gary, I think you could probably you could take us out of the stream. I could just listen to Robert tell these stories for the rest of the night. It's awesome. Don't stop.
I mean, it was a great time because when you didn't at the time when we were doing these documentaries, we didn't know because when we started, Lord of the Rings hadn't even come out yet, and we hadn't seen it. So we were working on these documentaries and didn't know. Like I was doing a piece on digital grading. It's on the first piece, it's on the Fellowship disc. And no one wanted to do those kind of pieces because they weren't sexy, because they didn't. But I was interested in the technology of films, and they had created a new digital grading program to do these movies. and you could isolate people's eyes and bring the eyes out. And it was, I was so astonished by what they were able to do. And a lot of the reason Fellowship looks like Fellowship, and the way it looked, the reason it looks like paintings is the manipulation that they were able to use with this software. Now people are like, whatever. I mean, you on your iPhone, you have more technology to alter your Instagram photos than they did 20 years ago. But it was incredible, like watching the color timing of Rivendell and looking at what they were doing. It was amazing. And
Robert, real quick to let you know the effect that has. I have 3 friends who are currently working on films, major films. They got into it because of that, because of the digital grading section from that film. They watched the behind the scenes and they were like, I want to know how to do this. And they got into it. One of my friends, he wound up getting a chance to work on the Dark Crystal remake that they did.
Yep.
He was a huge Dark
which
Crystal
was
fan.
great, by the way.
Yeah, that's the power of it, is that even the special effects, even the behind the scenes stuff is inspiring. I would tell my friends who are struggling to be creative, I'm like, just go watch the behind the scenes for Lord of the Rings. Within the first 10 minutes, you will be inspired to do something. It's impossible not to be.
All the behind the scenes and production stuff was like gold dust. I don't know if people in chat will know what I'm talking about. I don't know if how many guys play video games, but there was on the Two Towers and Return of the King games on like PS2 and GameCube and stuff. If you completed the missions, you could unlock interviews with all the cast. You'd literally have Christopher Lee talking about how he's like, video games are interesting. I don't really know. He's holding a controller really awkwardly, but he's just talking about him playing voice acting in a game and how interesting it is, how much fun it is, and what it brings to the role. And just as a kid, after having loved Lord of the Rings, it's just like, I gotta complete these missions to unlock those fucking interviews. I need them. I gotta see what else they say.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredible, and it was a real credit to New Line that they put up the money, that they spent the money to do this, because no one had ever really done it before, and all this footage, and then we were allowed. The real great thing is this is a testament that everybody would sit down, like that Christopher Lee would talk to me for 5 hours. I mean, nobody would do that now. When you interview celebrities, who's gonna do that? Nobody. And it was a testament to Peter Jackson and everybody that made the Lord of the Rings movies that these actors would talk about it. And they couldn't talk enough. It's like when the interviews were over, they're like, really? You don't want to know more? I'm like, bro, we've been here for 5 hours. I mean, you're like in your 80s. If your wife, if you don't come home to your wife or something, I'm going to get yelled at. It was so much fun to do that stuff and go. And we were given full access, and it was a great, and that was all because of Peter Jackson. It was all because of Peter Jackson, because he allowed it to happen.
Behind the scenes for like The Hobbits or something, but they had like someone hired specifically to break up conversations between Christopher Lee and someone else, because otherwise it would just go on forever, because he would just keep telling stories. Everyone would start grabbing chairs and sitting down.
It was just like that, man. I mean, that guy, he was such a raconteur that when he started telling stories, you lean forward. It was the crew, everybody. I'll tell you, I'll admit this. So I was told that Christopher Lee never wanted to sign any autographs of Hammer Films material, playing Dracula or Frankenstein or whatever. And I had bought a French movie poster when I was at the Cannes Film Festival. There was a great street dealer selling movie posters, and I was flipping through, and I bought a Dracula Prince of Darkness poster from him, not knowing this was back in 99. So I didn't know what I was ever going to do with this. I was going to get it framed. It was original. So I took it with me. And after the interview was over, Mr. Lee got up and went to the bathroom. And I turned to this really hot, very proper British makeup artist who had done his makeup for the interview. I turned to her and I said, listen, I'm about to do something that is a horrible breach of professional etiquette. And she looks at me horrified. She's like, you are not going to ask him for an autograph, are you? I said, fuck yeah, I am. I'm totally going to ask. We had a great interview. And I pull out the poster, and he sits back down. I said, Mr. Lee. And I was like, I'm in too deep now. I said, sir, might I trouble you for an autograph?" And he says, "Well, why, of course, you know." And I took out the poster and I said, "Before I show you this, I just want you to know I bought this from a street vendor in Cannes at the Cannes Film Festival. I went through all of his posters and I found this one. I really loved it, and I got it a couple years ago, and I hope it's okay if you sign it." And I unfurl it. It's in French. It's the French version of the poster. And he looks at me and he says, "You know, this poster would be worth a lot more if it was in English." I said, "Okay, but I'll be happy to. I suppose you just want me to write my name on it," like thinking that I would sell it on eBay or something. And I said, "No, Mr. Lee, I would very much appreciate it if you could personalize it to me." And he took it and he looked up and he smiled and he wrote, you know, "To Robert, Christopher Lee." I have that poster mounted, framed, and hanging in my bedroom.
Hell yeah.
So there you go. And that's my story.
Beat that, guys. Beat that anecdote.
Fortune favors the bold. Okay, you gotta ask for stuff if you want it once in a while.
I mean, I know it's embarrassing, and I usually the only autographs I ever really collected were authors of books. I never, you know, with all the people I've met and all the interviews I've done, that was the only time I've ever asked anyone for an autograph. The only one. Because how could I not?
Dude, it's Christopher Lee.
I know. I was like, dude. I mean, he was in so many movies that I loved.
Well,
I have an action figure of his Space 1999 character right over there.
When you were talking as well about how, you know, he would just start telling anecdotes and people would gather around to listen to him, like, you can't blame him. The guy has been in everything and done everything. Like, he's got a movie career, or he had a movie career spanning like half a century. He was a paratrooper in the Second World War. Like, the guy has just lived a life,
dude.
He's
And
a
he
bomb
was
villain.
so nice.
Yeah.
So nice. And I could, his elocution, the way he spoke. I mean, he should have done ASMR videos to put people to sleep. I mean, the guy's voice, you couldn't help but be seduced.
Oh, his reading of just check out the books he's read on Audible. It's great.
Well, yeah, and there's a couple bands I'm very into for symphonic metal, and like, unironically, I just was listening to the discography, and then he shows up in it, and I was like, the fuck, like, Chris Kelly is doing narration and then actually like joining them and singing the songs. I was just like, oh my god. And you know, like, he's perfectly cast, but like Lord of the Rings, what a perfectly cast set of movies. Like, how did you get everyone right? Like, holy moly.
They were so lucky. I know they had a guy originally to play Aragorn, and they ended up firing him because he was too young. What's his name? Something. He was in that Queen and the Damned film.
Stuart Townsend.
Stuart Townsend. Yeah. Yeah. They ended up getting Viggo Mortensen, who was just perfect.
Yep.
I mean, he doesn't match the book exactly, but in terms of for that film, he is absolutely perfect.
He's perfect.
He took it really seriously as well, didn't he? In terms of like
Really
the training
serious.
and preparation, the sword fighting.
Yeah, his
all that
kid was
stuff.
really into it, and so that was part of the reason he took the job. And he committed. I know there was an anecdote about him. When they put him in the suit the first time, he wanted to like get it worn so it looked like he was the actual ranger. So he's walking around and wearing the suit and everything. He goes to lunch. He's got the sword with him while he's at lunch. So he's just sitting down in a restaurant, and people call the cops because it's like, there's a guy in his costume with this giant sword. Would you come and get him? He was committed to it. He was hanging out with the horse, Brago. He would go in there and he would practice with this horse so that the horse would actually bond with him. So when they had to do the scenes in Two Tower, the horse was actually comfortable with him enough to be able to do it and not accidentally crush him when he's trying to sit down.
Didn't he take that horse home? Didn't he buy it?
I believe so. Yeah.
It's I mean, it's impressive as well that because he wasn't like a huge actor before this. Like, I'd seen him in bits and pieces, but like, you know, he'd never really been a leading man or anything. And to suddenly see him put into this, like, he just absolutely came into his own for these movies.
Oh yeah, he murdered it. It's one of the best performances I've ever seen of somebody who's committed to the role to the point that you just completely buy that is who he is. Like, at no point are you questioning whether or not this person is acting. You're just like, no, that's that's actually how he is. He must be like that off screen.
And it's such a different version from the book.
Yeah.
Right. And a different version from the, my whole context of Lord of the Rings prior to the movies was the BBC radio drama, which is great. And the Vashki films, which and I looked at Lord of the Rings like prior to the film kind of as this trippy thing. So my introduction of it was very hippie-ish. I was, I saw the cartoons, right? All the cartoons, and did a lot of drugs. And then that's what got me to read the books. So I saw them in a very so seeing the movie ground it, a little more. I thought that was a brilliant. I loved it. That's why I was drawn into it, and that's why it works so well, because it is a very different version from the books. They do they make a lot of changes to a lot of characters, including Theoden and Frodo.
But most of them work. There's not a lot of them that don't. I don't really think any of them don't work. They work for the film, and I know there were people who were sniping about certain characters being changed. I know like Glorfindel is not in the film at all.
Nope.
They cut out a large number of the cast from Return of the King. They're just completely gone. But it works for the film. You kind of have to consolidate some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Just so that you can get it on camera. If you crowd in too many characters, then everyone gets lost. See The Hobbit, if you want an example of what happens. Although, honestly, they have about the same number of people, and yet somehow made it not work.
Yeah, I mean, the 9 fellowships. So I think with this, the difference is like they're usually kind of spaced out into groups, and it's slower paced, and they're not involved in so many crazy action scenes. And there's more time to build each of them up as well. With the dwarves in The Hobbit, I could not tell you a thing about probably 2/3 of them.
That's all I remember.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. That's it. That's all you get. Most of them are just there for comic relief. Like there's one that's just fat.
He's like fatter than the rest.
Yeah, this is like okay.
But they were well cast. The casting of those dwarves was great. You just didn't know much about them.
I'm assuming you guys may have seen a lot of the controversy surrounding The Hobbit that originally intended to have a lot more distinctive characters for the Hobbits, but it just didn't work out that way. It's a bit of a tragic production for The Hobbit. A lot of things went horribly wrong.
I'm kind of surprised they wouldn't give Peter Jackson the 1 year that he was asking for, because he wanted the 1 year to like prepare properly, and they wouldn't give it to him. It's like
you should have been given everything, free reign.
Yeah,
he
it's
gave
like
you
made Lord of the Rings. You can have whatever.
Right? Like, isn't that how Hollywood works? It's like, oh, you made us $1 billion. You get to make your next project. It's like he's going to make you at least $3 billion.
They
Let him have the year.
And we got Wonder Woman 84. Like, thanks.
Yeah,
it's just gonna bring that up. You let Patty Jenkins write a sequel, you don't give fucking Peter Jackson a year? Come on. They're dumb.
Well, it's interesting because Hollywood has a very short memory, and when the executives change, Peter Jackson's not their Peter Jackson. He was somebody else's success story, and it's incredibly frustrating. And nowadays, I mean, I hate to say it, I've been banging on about this on my channel for so long, and just even before that, the studios are basically run by Ivy League educated MBAs, business people, and then they're put in charge of a business that is inherently about storytelling. Yeah, it's about making money too, but it used to be about the great collision of art and commerce, that push and pull, and unfortunately, now it's only about commerce, and people are making decisions about storytelling that have no understanding of what storytelling is. Corporations, by definition, are the antithesis of what a story is. And yet now storytelling is defined by corporate interests, and it will never work. And the one thing that, one of the things about, to bring up Spider-Man, I'm surprised the movie even exists, because the contracts and the negotiations and the money that was involved. I think the only reason that it got made is someone like, I mean, I don't want to short shrift Amy Pascal here, who's been a producer. She used to run Sony, and she was a producer on the Spider-Man franchise. But really, Kevin Feige is a guy for all. He still has a lot of power where he can wield it in such a way where he can make things happen. But there's nobody in Hollywood. Like if he wanted to make something else, I don't know if he would have that kind of power. He might, but
That's ridiculous, though. I mean, when you think about it, it's just the whole point is, if you're coming at it from a business perspective, you have something that has an immediate draw. This is why you put their names on films, and you're like, this is the director of such and such franchise. When you're marketing another film, which is honestly like the dumbest thing to do, you're trying to sell that film, so you're going to talk about another film. That doesn't make any sense, but it gets people to want to see it. So if you know that you're going to get that traction, why wouldn't you let the person do that? Look at what happened with Inception. That happened because of The Dark Knight. That would not have happened if it wasn't for The Dark Knight. That movie made way more money than it was supposed to make.
The studio, the studio had no clue. If you, at the time Inception came out, it was the Warner Brothers marketing department that took credit for the reason it made $900 million. Not like, oh wait, Christopher Nolan came up with a really unique, interesting story, and he bet his own reputation and put it on the line and created something that was mind-blowing that people loved. No. It was the marketing department of Warner Brothers that made Inception what it was. It's like, give me a break. That movie was made by word of mouth because people loved it. And that's how all franchises, you look at what's happening with the Lord of the Rings TV series. Who's the visionary behind it? I'm sure that the amount of money they spent because the rights alone were $250 million, it's a shit show to begin with. Because who was in charge of this? Where's the vision?
It's two guys who wrote half of a script for half of a movie that wasn't good, that you've never heard of, that didn't have, when everybody went to their IMDb, there was one thing on it. You're like, no, these could not be the guys in charge of Lord of the Rings. And they aren't. It's J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay.
Yep. And you look at that and you think, well, okay, I mean, with Lord of the Rings, everyone will tell you that Peter Jackson was there, but Peter Jackson also had collaborators like Fran and Philippa writing with him, and Richard Taylor over at the Weta Workshop, and people like Christian Rivers and all those guys. They were, and Jeff Murphy, who was directing Second Unit, who's passed away. All of these people knew what they were doing, and they had a visionary head of state in Peter. You look at this Lord of the Rings series, and J.A. Bayona, didn't he direct the pilot? I think.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of his, but I'm like, he left, and now I just can't imagine that there's
left after rumor has it they asked him to stay on. He didn't want to stay on.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even imagine. And it's such a weird, like, you have the template. Like Peter Jackson proved how you do, but then again, of course, The Hobbit is what The Hobbit is too. So
it's what the studio does to I mean, like, well, Spider-Man 3. Yeah, the guy who made Spider-Man 2 made Spider-Man 3. What was the difference? Studio interference.
Yeah, they were spending so much money that he had to do. They didn't even let him do what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
Well, the other example that you could use is just everything that's come out of Warner Brothers for the DC Comics stuff, which is just, I still don't understand how, if you don't trust Zack Snyder after Man of Steel, why do you okay him to do another movie? If that's the attitude that they had, which appears to be the attitude they had, they're like, oh, he fucked it up. Okay, then don't give him another film. You not only give him another film, you push him to make a Justice League movie, and it's like, dude, it's the second film. What are you doing?
Well, Warner Brothers should be equal. Warner Brothers should be beating Disney because they can do things Disney can't, right?
Yeah, they have characters everyone knows. Like I said before, you could literally have, for this Flashpoint movie, you could have Superman show up, the one everyone's thinking of, not Henry Cavill, right? All you show is a red cape. Just have Ezra Miller look up like, oh my God, red cape. And then you see the blue of his uniform. You see it's that baby blue, not the current blue. And everyone will lose their minds because you know exactly who that is. All you need to do is to get his family to okay that, and you will be good to go. No one will care that it's a digital replacement. As long as it looks good, everyone will accept it. And if you did that and you had him standing next to Michael Keaton and Linda Carter and Christian Bale and Henry Cavill, and you get the dude from Superman and Lois, I mean, you would lose your fucking mind.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't even have to do it. You could just show that shot and that no one would be talking about Spider-Man. That's it. You just put that on screen. Done. Literally just red cape, baby blue. That's it. You don't have to do anything else. That's your poster. Don't even tell us what the movie is. Just do that.
All they had to do was make a Spider-Man 4 with Raimi, and forget all the mess. Just bring Toby back to do a fourth movie. I mean, there's so many simple things out there that would make them so much money that they refuse to do because of egos. I mean, again, I'm going to go back to this: the Lord of the Rings 20th anniversary going by with a live stream, with the 5 of us on a live stream, and that's about it. And we got a couple of other people talking about it, but it's not in theaters. It wasn't this huge push to help promote your TV series, and they still have two.
Well, you just pointed to something that's criminal.
Yeah.
Like they should have had a trailer ready to go for the show. Whatever the show is, they've had it. They've made it. It's already shot. There's no acknowledgement of that. That should have been a giant unveiling. They should have counted down to the days, but no.
Oh, it's a mess then, because if they're not showing you anything from it,
are they afraid of this? It's kind of like how they held off with Eternals for long, with not showing any trailers for that because they knew the movie was garbage.
It went from a mistake to now it's a giant red flag. It is a giant red flag that there is nothing out there. So, but we got this. They can't F with this. As much as they try, they cannot mess with the greatest trilogy ever made.
Well, make sure you have physical copies.
And I have to say, their Ultimate Edition doesn't have our documentaries in them.
That's ridiculous.
They didn't put the appendices in them.
Nope. They didn't put in the new. And I understand a lot of people. I want to be clear about this. People are like, well, why aren't the appendices in high def? Because there weren't high def cameras at the time. It was 20 years ago. And when we did those first, by the way, the Hobbit documentaries, which whether you love the Hobbit movies or not, those documentaries are really good. And even if you just want to see some documentaries about how movies are made, in a way, they're almost more emotional than the movies themselves. It's if you don't like the Hobbit movies, I still recommend. I didn't work on those special features, but they're really good. And there's a lot of emotional beats to those documentaries, and they're beautifully shot because they're shot in high def, so they look great.
Well, I watched them not as much as I've watched the Lord of the Rings, but I have watched them several times. And my favorite moment from that is when they all lose their shit because it snows, and it's literally like 2 millimeters of snow is on the ground, but it hasn't snowed in that area of New Zealand for like decades. So they're all like, okay, we have to go and get emergency vehicles. You all have to get like your tires done. We're going to tell you how like get in and out of the studio. And everyone who's from a place where it snows is like, are you fucking kidding?
Oh, the one scene where they had to melt. They had to keep melting the snow and the river that they were in, or something, like some creek they were in. That was crazy.
Yeah, the behind the scenes are interesting because you get to see kind of what the film could have been if it had been dialed back a little bit. It's like it's not so far that you can't actually dial it back. You could do some editing and kind of get it in shape, but you could see what it could be, and everyone was just as passionate. They were just as involved, and you have all these people who worked on the previous film, so they know what they're doing. So the production is a little bit, is quicker, is faster. The one thing that kind of disappointed me was how much of it was CG. I understand that that's pretty much because of the 3D environment. It doesn't work because you can see the illusion. It just doesn't work. But, it's an interesting way of seeing how the production works. I know Ian McKellen wanted to quit after a week because he was on a green screen acting against no one.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't have him in camera anymore because of the 3D element. So he was losing his mind. And there are a bunch of scenes like that where because of the way that the actors are scaled, they can't be in the shot with other people. So they're on the green screen and they're trying to give some impassioned speech and there's no one there to react. So it's like, how do you do that if you don't have an audience? You need something there. So they have to bring in people to come in and like applaud and stuff to do it. That gives you an idea of some of the weirdness of production.
Yes.
Very weird. I'm going to read some super chats, gentlemen. This has been great, by the way. Thank you. It's been so nice to talk about this.
Lord of the Rings.
Raven 3363 on the Streamlabs side for 3312. Thank you. Says good evening all, or morning for some of us. I hope you're doing well. I didn't recognize the drinker without his sunglasses on his thumbnail. Something about it just doesn't look right. LOL. What face? He's got a very handsome face. Hail to the fellowship and Merry Christmas to all. Thanks for that. It's, you know what? Listen, drinker. When people look at my face without my beard, I get the nicest comments. Like, why I understand why you have a beard. It's like, I didn't have a beard for most of my life. WG for $20 says, Gary, there better be some gender fluid left-handed redheaded Rohirrim oppressed hobbits of color that identify as ring bearers in this movie, or Twitter is gonna be disappointed. Hashtag do better, Tolkien.
That right there is why we can't have nice things anymore. It's Twitter. Twitter didn't exist in 2001 when this movie came out.
No.
And it was great. We
Can
were
you
all
imagine
happy.
if it did?
Oh man, I feel sorry for Liv Tyler because she would have gotten just destroyed. She was already in tears over the stuff that was happening on the message boards. This would be even worse.
Just some guy. Can we talk about the hypocrisy of the OneRing.net just for a moment? Hope you're all out there watching. OneRing.net that loves to virtue signal all their. They were behind most of the Arwen bashing that was going on back then. They were all about getting her out of the movie. And listen, there were scenes they had her fighting in Helm's Deep, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, they did. They
it was
did.
part of the backlash that the OneRing.net that was part of. That actually got through to the filmmakers. Maybe that's the story they like to tell, and that's why they took it out. But yeah, the OneRing.net that's so virtuous out there, they were all freaking Arwen bashing away. I liked Arwen's edition in the movie. I'm fine with it.
I mean, it's technically correct. It's in the appendices of the book. It's not like it's completely incorrect. Having her fight in Helm's Deep, I agree. She doesn't need to be there.
Yeah.
But her role, I mean. First of all, Liv Tyler, smoking hot. Her chemistry with Viggo Mortensen is like the best thing out of that movie.
So good.
I wanted them to get married and have babies. I'm not even invested with them. I just want you to y'all are great together. But her role in that film is she's literally the only person who thinks that there's hope. Everyone else is like, we're fucked. It's over. We're fucked. She's like, there's still some hope there. She even says this to Aragorn before he leaves. Well, he's going like, we're going to lose here. We're going to lose here. We're going to lose here. She's like, you still got a little bit there. You just scrape that up and put that on there. It'll work. It'll work. She's trying to convince everyone to just believe that they can actually do this. And it's a powerful thing. You don't remove that from the film. You add it to the film. You need it.
What's interesting as well is that her, like, as a character, she's got a lot of inner strength and moral conviction about what they're doing, and the fact that she's willing to give up her immortality for Aragorn. But she's also a very feminine character.
Yep.
Yes.
And I remember reading hearing an interview with Liv Tyler when she was promoting the movie, and she was talking very much about this, like when they were discussing like the kind of wardrobe that she would have, the kind of costumes, they were all designed to be kind of flowing and very feminine looking, and that's exactly what they wanted with that character. But I feel like now they would never do that. She would be big and buff, and she would have like a side shaved hairstyle, and just it would be just trash.
She would be
because
Tario.
I don't think that would be allowed anymore to just have like a feminine character like that.
No.
You know what my
He doesn't
favorite-
have to be strong physically to be a strong character.
Exactly. She says this, by the way, in the behind the scenes, that they learned that they didn't have to put a sword in Arwen's hand to make her strong. And that is the element of her character. Same with Galadriel. Cate Blanchett's performance is magnificent. Her chemistry with Ian McKellen that's like the best thing of the Hobbit films, is that scene where they meet and then it turns out she's just projecting herself there. She's just in his mind, like fucking gorgeous. I love that moment. She's so good. She's so powerful. You never have to show her being powerful. In fact, when they do that in The Hobbit, it doesn't work. It's like you don't need her to do that. Her regalness is coming across. The fact that she's this controlled and this calm in the middle of chaos tells you how powerful she is. And she is literally one of the most powerful beings in Middle Earth.
Mhm.
So she is one of the few who might be able to stand up to Sauron. Like, that's how powerful she is. And it comes across without you ever having to have her fight. You don't have to have her do that. Same with Frodo. Frodo does not have to do anything. He doesn't have to physically attack anybody to show the strength that he has within to be able to resist the ring as long as he does. You can do that without having someone have a physical conflict. And I love that that's in the film and it's in the book, and they kept that, even though they were kind of trying to change it a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and the reason she doesn't come in and fight Sauron all the time is her ring's ability doesn't do that. All right.
Right.
For one,
Right.
still
Yeah.
under the one ring at the time, but it's a ring of kind of creation. So it's
I
not.
lost my mind when they showed that in the theater when she flashes the ring. I'm like, motherfucker, he's not supposed to know that she has it. You all know this. All of you writing this script knows that the three rings that the elves have are hidden from Sauron. He doesn't know where they are. So she flashes the motherfucker to cast them away. Like, God damn it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why the dwarves lost all of their rings. I mean, Sauron took them all, and in the books that he offers to give them back, and Moria, which they left out of the movies, which is fine. But no, she's brilliant, and this is going to be bad. Lord of the Rings television series, Galadriel, it's her. She's the main character, and if it was like, Peter Jackson's Galadriel, I'd be fine with it. But this is probably going to be Amazon's Galadriel, which Drinker just brought up. She'll probably be wearing men's armor most of the time, and there'll be a legion of Numenorian female, warriors out there fighting Sauron. I cringe at what we're gonna freaking get from this Lord of the Rings TV show.
I dare you, Amazon, give her the side shaved hairstyle. I fucking dare you.
They're not just gonna give her the hairstyle. They're gonna put braids, and the braids are gonna be like in Elvish, and it's gonna be like, fuck the patriarchy in Elvish.
It'll be like, yeah.
It'll be purple.
Could you imagine, like, golden haired Galadriel has like rainbow colored hair with half the head shaved. She's walking around in like Elendil's armor. Like, none of this is right. What is going on here?
What's really depressing about that too is that ultimately Lord of the Rings comes from the mind of J.R.R. Tolkien. And you have to put yourself in the mindset of when did he write it? Why did he write it? And this idea that what he created was somehow wrong, or that his point of view was not as enlightened as it would be today, is really a bastardization of what you're trying to do. So if we're going to really get a Woke of the Rings show, it is a complete affront to the memory and to the work of J.R.R. Tolkien. And, and I would hope, I mean, I'm sure we are going to get that, but it misses the point. And I think that's one of the things that I can't stand about our modern storytelling. And at least, I don't go on as much about this kind of thing on my own channel, but the idea that we should take that every story, again, has to reflect the audience directly is absurd. And part of the reason that Lord of the Rings is Lord of the Rings is because it's one man's vision at a specific time in history. And even though it's fantasy, to sit there and say that, well, if he wrote it today, I'm like, yo, let me stop you right there. He didn't write it today. And I don't give a fuck what today is like. If you're not going back and adapting the material the way Tolkien wrote it, and take into consideration the time that he actually wrote it, then you have no business adapting it because you've already lost.
Well, they're not even adapting it either. That's the problem. I mean, they're creating completely new stories because they're not allowed to use any of this stuff really from the Silmarillion.
They're not? I thought they were.
No. So they're blocked from using anything from the first stage, which is pretty much all the stuff from the Silmarillion that you want to see. So they're allowed to use stuff from the Akalabeth, which is basically the second age when the Numenorians come to power. But Tolkien never really gives details about that. He just kind of...
No one has a voice. He didn't write dialogue, and so...
Right. In that section of the book, that doesn't really happen that much. It just leads up to this battle that you have with Sauron at the end. So they have enough room to be able to make whatever they want within the context of that. But it's not really the story that people want to see. That's one. And two, they're blocked from, I think, even showing any aspect of the First Age. So I don't think they can reference it even in passing like a flashback.
That's changed. That well, okay. It's been murky and they haven't said much, but there were members of the cast seen carrying the Silmarillion. That's a rumor, by the way. Don't know if it's true.
Okay.
They are still trying to buy MGM, which will give them more rights, and I guess they've done that, but it still needs approval. But there's going to be, I mean, we did videos about it. There's going to be freaking hobbits in the Second Age.
Yeah, that's it's not even accurate to the book, so I don't know how that works.
I don't know how it works.
Calling it now, by the way, Sauron's going to be an incel. That's why it turns bad.
Yeah, and
well, I mean, in the book, technically, he's basically Lucifer. So he presents himself to the Numenorians as this very handsome person.
Right.
So
yeah, he was Sauron the Bear back then, wasn't he?
Yeah. So I'm willing to bet they're just going to find a pretty blonde guy in Hollywood. That shouldn't be hard. And then just go, see, he's white and he's blonde. He's a villain.
It's thank God
you can write it yourself. Like you don't even have to do anything. You can just take whatever kooky nonsense you can think of and they're gonna do it.
That's a live stream for the future. Guess the wokeisms from Amazon's Lord of the Rings, and maybe we can give a prize or something like that for people who get the most accurate, because it's pretty easy to figure out. Like which guy will be duplicitous, and yeah, it's the way it goes.
I don't understand why they want to just make their own concept, right? So they've got Wheel of Time that apparently has not gone over very well. They got Lord of the Rings, and that's probably not going to go over well. There are people in Hollywood who are creative, who want to make film-based versions of this type of stuff. I know that there's screenwriters out there. Why won't they hire screenwriters to construct this fantasy world where they can do whatever they want to do?
It's too much of a risk. Ultimately, they're completely risk averse, especially with the amount of money there. I mean, I agree with you. The rights deal alone, $250 million for the rights. That's before you've spent $1 on actual production. I mean, that's...
Well, if they took that money and put that towards the production,
you could make 3 seasons of a great show with that money.
Right. I mean,
that's original.
It just doesn't make any sense to me that they're willing to spend this much money on something that is probably not going to have the return they want, when they could just go ahead and buy the script from somebody. They're going to pay them, shit anyway. So they buy this script for cheap. They develop it. They probably hired David Peterson, because he's the go-to guy at the moment, to create the languages. He come up with the languages. They sound good because he's really good at his job. And then they make their story. You could have someone sit there for a year and be like, hey, come up with the lore, brainstorm this together, come up with the lore, build out the world, and then make your show. And you could do this and you wouldn't spend anywhere near the amount of money they spent to buy the rights.
But spending that much on the rights was something to brag about. I'm forgetting her name right now, but that was the woman who was in charge at the time. I think she still is. And yeah, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting her name. I'm getting old. But that was part of her bragging rights, that she wanted to spend that much. They were like, we spent so much money. We outspent everybody. And that's the whole big techness that's has been invaded and infected Hollywood, which was already infected with a bunch of activists, which made it worse. And we're seeing now that Netflix and Amazon are really good at spending a lot of money and getting properties, but they're not really good at keeping them around. Their season 2s usually suck. I'm watching part of The Witcher right now, which is just not good. It's just not very good. And The Boys season 2, not very good in my opinion. Frickin' Stranger Things season 2, just a repeat of the first. So we're seeing this pattern. They have a lot of learning to still do, and to take on something this big and this ambition sounds awesome. They've had the rights since 2017. We have seen one picture. One.
Yeah. I know. And they've shot the whole season.
Yeah. And how have we not? We have a release date. It's coming out in a year.
I thought it was coming out this year.
It was supposed to. We were supposed to get a pilot episode this year. That was their initial plan. Is they were gonna there was gonna be like this movie-ish pilot that they were gonna drop first and then do the season. But no, they've committed to 5 years. And remember, this is Hollywood turned down. George Lucas wanted to produce an underground Star Wars TV series, and he wanted studios to commit to 5 seasons, and nobody would do it. And dude, he had like a murderer's row of writers. Like Frank Darabont wrote an episode.
And they wrote those episodes were finished.
They're finished.
They had
wow.
scripts.
Nobody would touch them.
I think that's what the Book of Boba Fett is doing. They're delving into that.
Yeah, I think they're ripping off. That's all Disney does. But now they're committed to 5 seasons of this. Like they have to do it, or they lose the rights. And Amazon they have all kinds of plans. They have toy rights. They have
they're gonna merchandise the shit out of it.
Although I do think the fact that we haven't seen anything except one picture is incredibly worrisome. Because with all the amount, like you said, Gary, today would be the day to drop something. Hey, maybe they will later this afternoon. Who knows? But the idea that they've spent all this money, it's been shot, and we're not going to see it for a year, and they've dropped nothing. We don't even have cast photos.
No
of cast and costume.
Dude, when this trailer drops, it is going to be blood in the water for people like us.
Again, the thing that kind of like just sort of surprises me about the whole situation is that they already have the formula. They know how it works and how it doesn't work, because they've had 2 successful versions of it that were financially successful, but one went over well with people and the other one didn't. It's like you already know what not to do. Just don't do it. Like, it's not that hard. It's so easy to make this work.
You're absolutely right. Just some guy. Everybody from the Lord of the Rings production should have watched all of the special features. Just learn as much. Like, this was lightning in a bottle, and just try to learn as much as possible how they did that and try to repeat it, or at least use that as your foundation. And we all know that nobody does that. Very few people do that in Hollywood nowadays.
What's his face just did it with Dune. He nailed it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the greatest movie ever, but I was sitting there watching it. When it got towards the end, I'm like, oh, this is going to be some Fellowship shit, ain't it? You about to end this film. Are you about to end this? And sure enough, he fucking ends it. I'm like, God damn it. And then I found out that the other movie hadn't even been made yet. I thought they had filmed them at the same time, but they didn't.
By the way, they should have. The idea that you're basically in the same locations, and it boggles my mind that they didn't shoot all of Dune at once. Because amortizing those costs, it's not like they're going to have to double that. They're going to have to spend the same amount of money. But if they had done it all in one shoot, they wouldn't have had to spend as much money, because you've already got everyone there. You're already there. You're already on location. It was weird. But of course, no one, the risk that Bob Shea took by greenlighting all 3 Lord of the Rings movies, no one at the studio in their right mind would ever do that now. Because one, the corporate minders wouldn't let them, because back then New Line hadn't even been absorbed by Warner Brothers yet. So New Line was its own company. So Bob Shea could do what he wanted. He bet the farm and he won, but he also believed in talent. And there's no one, I guarantee you, no one. I mean, here's the thing. Warner Brothers thought, I love Denis Villeneuve as a director, but Blade Runner, as much as I revere it, was not a hit. And the idea that someone in Hollywood goes, yeah, man, let's spend $175 million and we're going to do a sequel to Blade Runner and we're going to get Harrison Ford back. Blade Runner was never successful. And it shows that it's revered in Hollywood. And people think, yeah, we'll get this filmmaker to do it. But no one cares about Blade Runner. And I mean, we do, but the general audiences don't. And the film's performance reflects that. And the idea that they thought that was a good idea, and yet they won't allow Dune to be made as a full movie, it boggles the mind. And I'm a huge fan of Blade Runner 2049. I don't think it's perfect, but the fact that it got greenlit at all, to me, was folly, Because where is the, other than the fact that it's an IP, where in Blade Runner's history is there anywhere in that franchise that would give you an idea that it was smart to spend $175 million on a sequel to it? There's not one analytic that would say so, and yet
No.
they did.
I
And
missed
it didn't work.
I miss the cocaine fueled days of Hollywood, where the chances they took were kind of wacky, but they were cocaine fueled, so they kind of worked in a lot of ways. Now they're just so like business and analytics and marketing focus groups of people, and then the people making the decisions don't watch any of this shit.
No, and I'll tell you something. Hollywood, no one ever gets successful following a trend in Hollywood. You only get successful setting trends. And corporate thinking is such that, oh, we can't do that. We have to have all the analytics. You can't set a trend. The big moguls in Hollywood went with their gut. Alan Ladd Jr. Universal, after the success, everyone thought American Graffiti was going to be a failure. It wasn't. And no one was more surprised in its success than Universal, the studio that made it.
And that's usually
and they're like, well, we're not going to make Star Wars. And then Alan Ladd Jr. over at 20th Century Fox back in 1975, I have a copy of this somewhere. He's like, well, I guess it comes down to whether we believe in this kid, Lucas. And he believed in him. And Star Wars was not a movie. That movie was cobbled together. It was not something that was Lucas's vision that made it happen. No, it was Marshall Lucas. It was Gary Kurtz. It was everybody coming together, all hands on deck, crafting something because they were all smart adults.
And the same thing with Lord of the Rings. And sorry to cut in, but one of our co-hosts has to go. So
it's been a blast. I love talking about Lord of the Rings. It's good shit. It's always good shit. And I love hanging out with you guys. This is a great cast, by the way. It's nonstop insight and stories. But I mean, what do you expect when you talk about one of the most influential like pieces of media for all of us get into where we are at this point anyway? Like it's
and an uplifting stream too. It's great to be streaming with you, sir.
Yeah, no, I love hanging out with all you guys. So thanks for having me. Sorry I couldn't stay for longer, but I just, you know, how it is with life, stuff going on, and well, can't wait to see you again.
We can't wait to see you again either, MauLer. Take it easy. Keep killing it, buddy.
Have a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Have fun. See you, chat.
Catch you soon, man.
Bye, Mom.
Yeah, man.
See ya.
Bye, MauLer. And we're gonna read some super chats, and I'm gonna show like one of the most epic images from this film. It's my screensaver on my phone. It's my screensaver on everything.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Well enough. Yes.
Oh God.
How great was seeing that in the movie for the first time?
Oh,
Yeah.
man, it was stunning. It was breathtaking.
They didn't have to put it in there either. Like it's not really that necessary to anything, but they just did it because it's awesome and it's part of the books, and they just wanted it.
And those are
You know how
models,
cool
by the
that
way.
was?
That's not a CG matte painting.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
like
really?
those are huge, aren't they? They're like 20 feet tall.
Yeah.
If I remember right. They're massive. They were using these little I don't know what they were from. I think they were like some sort of mail, like part of the mailing instrument or something. It's like a little piece of metal, and they would rock it back and forth on a styrofoam to create the bricks, so that it would look like they're bricks before they would go in and carve up. And it's like the amount of detailing that's on there, where it holds up, where the camera is right on top of this thing, and it still looks like this massive statue. It's absolutely insane.
Oh, dude, and I love the shot is like you're on a boat behind it, right? Because it's kind of rocking a little bit. And I wish I could show it to you guys, but oh yeah, and the music.
I want them to build this. We'll find a place. I mean, you can take the Strait of Gibraltar. I mean, this is basically what it's supposed to be representing. Take the Strait of Gibraltar and then build this there.
Well, they had the Colossus of Rhodes like 2,000 years ago. You're telling me we can't build these things now?
Damn,
we can definitely get them.
Dude, that's a great idea. Somebody should like get some money together, crowdfund that. Let's make
crowdfund Pillars of Argonaut. That's hell yeah, I'm behind that. I'm behind that.
That would be a great tourist attraction for Gibraltar.
By the way, soundtrack. The soundtrack is so epic. So they recently released like a full version, like it's just the most complete version of the soundtracks, and the disc, the CDs they look like books. So this thick, but they did a vinyl version of them too, right? Which I have. You can get them on Amazon. The first Fellowship is very difficult to get. I think it goes for $600 or $700 now on vinyl, and a couple $100 now on CD. But they're the special edition soundtracks. If you could track them down, I can't. If you're a Lord of the Rings fan, it's like a must. That Middle Earth series that came out a few years ago, that really didn't have anything extra, but it had some of the best packaging I've ever seen. It was like binding in like faux leather books on a bookshelf where you can see it right. Can you see it? A little bit right there. Spider-Man's in front of it. So I took one of these and I took all the appendices from the one Blu-ray. I made a Middle Earth, a proper Middle Earth thing with all the appendices, all the right discs in it, with the 4K discs. I had to buy a couple and I just made my own. And I don't know why Warner Brothers can't do something like this on the anniversary. They do a Middle Earth edition of the 4K and it's just like kind of weak and it's still expensive. And, I don't know why they are not focusing on special features, because you have streaming services, you want content. Well, that's content. That's a lot of good content that people would watch. Made for not, it's pretty easy to put together interviews and have somebody with a camera behind the scenes. You're not putting a ton of production. It's editing you're paying for. That's about it.
I hope the Get Back documentary makes Hollywood think maybe we can do this, because I just gotten the box set for all the Beatles albums like a week before that, and then Rick Beato dropped a video about the Get Back thing, and I'm like, well, maybe I should check this out. And I watched that and I'm like, first of all, I know all these songs and I've never heard any of these, so just by virtue of osmosis, I know the entire Let It Be album, which is just weird. And then seeing how they put this stuff together, how they were working, the interactions, all that, you would think it wouldn't be fascinating, just watch people hang out, but it is. And that's, that's not anyone asking them questions. That's just them being them. So if you tailor it like in an interview, that would be perfect. I would love to see all of the interviews that Robert did. I would watch all of them multiple times to the point that I would be able to tell his stories for him. That's how obsessive I would get over it, and I don't care.
Well, I love listening to Peter Jackson's voice and Michael's interviews with Peter. Think about each one of the Lord of the Rings movies. I can't speak to The Hobbit, but the Lord of the Rings movies have 15 hours of just Peter Jackson talking.
Insane.
And a lot of that. All the movies, like even I've got all copies of the tapes of stuff I've worked on. Like I've often thought, I don't know what the legality of this is. But like on X-Men 2, for instance, I went up to the set and interviewed all the, for the DVD of X-Men 2. And like I've got this great interview with Hugh Jackman. Now, theoretically, I was contracted to deliver these documentaries, but I have copies of the tapes and so do they. Those standard definition tapes, they're going to rot. No one's ever going to do anything with them ever again because they're in standard def. And I've often thought that I should just go through all of my tapes. Like I worked on Superman Returns. I did a 3-hour documentary. I have 1,500 hours of footage on the making of that movie. And no one's ever seen it. And now I don't know if people want to see it, but we couldn't do everything we wanted to do on Superman Returns. I have all those tapes here. I produced a horror film called The Hills Run Red. I had shot 30 hours of behind the scenes footage. I just took my own camera to Bulgaria, and it wasn't until last year during the pandemic when COVID first hit, Shout Factory, Scream Factory said, hey, we're going to do a Blu-ray of The Hills Run Red, and Dave Parker, the director, and I are like, well, I've got some footage. So I was able to go back into these 12-year-old tapes that I had shot in Bulgaria with interviews with all the cast, and we basically took everything we had and put it on the Blu-ray. And it was great to get it out there. For the people that love Hills Run Red, but there's so much material on the making of these movies that is languishing away. When we were working on Chronicles of Narnia, I had pitched sort of a primer disc, and we did interviews with authors, including Octavia Butler, who is a Black female science fiction writer. We did the last interview with her before she passed away. And it was going to be I had pitched this idea to do all these authors that were influenced by C.S. Lewis. I interviewed Clive Barker. we interviewed Terry Brooks, who does the Shannara books, and we interviewed Octavia Butler. None of those tapes ever saw the light of day because Disney canceled that video. Canceled
That's
that
a
disc.
crime. That is an absolute crime.
Absolute crime. The last interview ever done with Octavia Butler, no one's ever seen it. It's in the Disney vaults. My interview with Clive Barker, no one's ever seen it. And they canceled that whole disc for a ridiculous in-house reason. And it was, again, we had shot hundreds of hours on Narnia. Now, they did release a full-blown version of Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, which is pretty good, but we still had, there's hundreds more hours no one's ever seen. All those tapes locked away somewhere.
So do you actually, so when you say they're locked away, like obviously the studios are going to have some of them, but do you have the ones that you have copies of? Are you able to convert them at least to digital format so that they won't get?
Oh yeah, no,
lost?
I could, and I've often thought about throwing them up on my YouTube channel, and I don't think, like, I did the interviews, so
Oh, that's not going to stop them. Okay,
well,
they
no, but
they will flag it anyway.
But I wonder, because there's no music, you know, it's just me, like, here's an interview with Hugh Jackman. Here's an interview. Now, all the stuff I did on Star Trek: The Next Generation, if I ever post any of it, even or repost something, it's always flagged. Paramount always flags it, no matter what. And it's frustrating because there's a piece that we did that was a Best Buy exclusive. Here's a great studio bit. So we were promoting the high def restoration of Star Trek: The Next Generation, and I did a 15-minute documentary piece on the early effects tests. Like, they were going to try and do all of Star Trek: The Next Generation as CG, all the effects in CG. It didn't work, and we had uncovered these tapes that no one had ever seen. So we did this documentary, and so they give it to Best Buy as an exclusive, and they only ever released it in standard def. So here we did this whole thing to promote the Blu-ray high definition release of Next Generation, and Best Buy wants an exclusive, and they only release it in standard def. That documentary, sometimes it shows up on YouTube if it doesn't get flagged, but that documentary that we finished in HD was never released in HD. And it's like, it has footage that no one had ever seen before. We'd found these tapes, and like, what are these tapes? Like, no one had looked at them in 25 years.
That explains some of the stuff that was happening at the beginning of that series. I remember there's like a point where Picard's looking at like a hologram or something, and it was very Star Wars-esque, not Star Trek-esque. And was that the kind of tech that they were trying to use?
Well, that was different, because I think you're talking about, it's actually a holographic image of a planet. I don't know if it's in The Last Outpost. I'm not sure. I forget which episode that's in, but yeah, they were trying to do that. But this was CG of all the ships. Like, they wanted to CG like Babylon. It would have looked like Babylon 5, but worse.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
boy.
So it wouldn't have been. And you look at, like, I love Babylon 5, love it, but the effects, and what's interesting to me, when I first saw it, they were, now when you go back and look at it now, it's kind of interesting because nothing looks like Babylon 5. So it's almost like watching the original Tron. I kind of like the look of the effects now, even though they're horribly dated, but there's something unique to, nothing else looks like Babylon 5.
No.
So when you watch it, it's kind of interesting. And again, I would love to see, I know people would do it too, to go back and remaster Babylon 5 in HD and redo all the effects.
That would be the one time that would be acceptable.
Yeah,
Unlike with Lucas did it. Yeah.
You know, when they went back and did it with Star Trek, what people will call the original series, I'll just call it Star Trek. People actually complained. They did. So,
well, it was very inconsistent. It's some of the, like, the early effect shots of the Enterprise. It's so weird because if you look at Star Trek, the classic series, and you look at the space shots of just the Enterprise traveling through space, they have a dimensionality to them. I mean, people forget Star Trek was not cheap. Like, well, cardboard sets and paper mache monsters. They were using sophisticated blue screen, optically printed effects work. The ship shots in Star Trek are awesome, with a lot of dimension and depth. And when you look at the remastered version, it looks like space is just this one-dimensional black background that the Enterprise is.
Yeah.
And then some of it is like even the Doomsday Machine, which has a lot of great stuff in it. The Enterprise moves, it doesn't have weight. And the funny thing about effects, and the way you make it credible is, even though it's not real, like the ship conflict in Star Trek, the ships would never be within any kind of, they're thousands of kilometers apart. They're like it'd be like a ship is fighting in LA with a ship in New York, and their weapons travel at the speed of light or whatever, so it's instantaneous, and yet when you watch Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, you're watching naval vessels, their capital ships, pounding each other with their cannons. And even though that's not how it would work from a dramatic standpoint, it's great. When you're watching the Reliant fight the Enterprise, that's how Star Trek space combat in our minds should work. And even in the remastered 2008 version of the original series, the Enterprise moves too much like a fighter. It doesn't have the weight. It's going like this when it should be, this, even though it wouldn't be that way, it's still, you need to create the illusion of that. And like in Lord of the Rings, we were talking before we started this stream about various CG shots. A shot that doesn't work for me, and it didn't even work for me back then, is when Saruman says, "To war!" and the camera pulls back across all of the orcs. It's a big, deep shot.
Yep.
It's a virtual shot. It's moving too fast.
Yeah.
If the camera was moving slower, then you would buy it. But because they could do that, the virtual camera at the time is moving too fast, so it betrays. Because even though it's a weird thing, even though the camera's virtual, like when Gareth Edwards was directing Godzilla, he's like, you know what? I'm only ever going to show the 2014 Godzilla. I'm always going to shoot Godzilla from the human perspective. Like, if these cameras were actually real and we had cameras on the ground, where would we put them? And Spielberg in Jurassic Park, even though you've got CG shots, the guy's a virtuoso in terms of knowing where the camera is. If you watch Jurassic Park, the dinosaurs are always seen from the human perspective. So you never have like cameras swooping in from above, like a God's eye point of view. Here's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. He always, because he's a genius, he knows at least where to put the camera. He knows where the camera should go to create peak believability. And
it's really interesting that you mentioned that, because I think that's one of the things that gives away a lot of the digital shots.
Yep.
In so many modern films, is that they have this camera that can go anywhere, and so they put it anywhere, and it just doesn't work as well. I sometimes think, I know you have the digital environment, but treat it as if you were actually on location. Where could you actually put your camera?
Absolutely. And
if
they
you
don't
do
do
that,
that.
it works better.
Well,
it makes it grounded. It makes it feel real, because they can't do it any other way.
What's really interesting is, look, I love video games, but video game cutscenes have permeated the thinking in movies.
Yes.
And I think what, like I call J.J. Abrams is a video game cutscene filmmaker.
Or a hack. That's
all
all
of it. Yeah, but I mean,
in defense of video games, they don't have nearly as many lens flares.
Well, the thing about video games, though, is they're not trying. You're playing a game, so wherever the camera is not betraying a reality because you're watching a video game. But when you translate that to actual drama, and you do shots where we know, because we in our minds psychologically we understand that we're watching something that was filmed by people and cameras and all that. Even drones, when you see a drone shot following a car up a road, we know that that's possible now, that there are drones that can get that shot. And in our minds, when we see a computer generated shot that does something a camera couldn't do, it betrays our sense of, I'm going to give Michael Bay credit. There's a shot in the first Transformers movie of the Transformers outside of the Griffith Park Observatory. They're like on the edge of it, and there's a long camera push in. I love this shot because you see, it's absurd with the Transformers on the observatory, but it's combined with a plate that was shot from a helicopter. So you know that the camera push in is real. They could have done it virtually. The whole environment could have been virtual, but it's a combination of the two. And when you can do that correctly, in a lot of Lord of the Rings, that's why they use bigatures, because they had like the Argonath or Gondor, or they had these models. Now they would enhance them, but they still were shooting with real cameras. So when you
Yeah.
go past the Argonaut, there's that great shot when you're up top, you know, and the camera comes around one of the outstretched arms. It's because it's a real model shot. And so there's that weight and reality, and they actually put a camera up, you know, and tracked around a model. And you can't fake that. You can't fake it.
I think that's an element that is kind of getting lost, possibly in film schools as well.
I totally agree with you, man.
I have friends who've gone into film school, and I'm like, well, good luck. I don't know that you're gonna get exactly what you need anymore. I think there's too great a focus on the visual effect and not trying to do it for a storytelling reason, but just doing it because they can. And we're getting to that point, and they were already kind of doing this in the early 2000s, but now the technology is there where it's you can pretty much just do whatever you want. And so there gets to a point where it's like, well, what's the reason for doing it this way? I was watching clips from the Spider-Man movie because they were just popping up all over YouTube. So I'm like, might as well, because I'm not going to go and see the movie. And there's a point where when Doc Ock attacks the first time, and this is in a trailer, so I'm not giving anything away. Tom Holland just activates the spider suit, so it's crystal clear he's not in the costume. He's actually in a business suit the entire time. So it's all CG. And the moment that happens, you're watching this fight happen, and it's like, okay, how much of this is in camera? How much of this is faked?
Yeah.
And because people are prepared for it to not be real, you almost assume that all of this is fake when it's not. When you look at it, you can tell where someone's actually doing something, but it's got all the CG and VFX wrapped around it that it looks fake even when it's real.
Yeah, you're talking about the act of streamlining stuff for cost effectiveness instead of working within the bounds of a budget, which forces you to get versus, forcing you to get creative. Right.
Yeah,
That's right.
First Matrix movie doesn't have that much money. This film only had so much money, and they had to build an entire world over 3 films. Star Wars only had so much, so it forced them to get creative, and we got much better work for it instead of where we're at now with the MCU, which is like cookie cutter streamline. No, you don't have to wear costumes anymore. You just put these little dots on your face, and we can tell, and it makes a huge difference. I'm looking at this shot. I'd like my favorite part in this movie is this. I like all the metal fucking battle scenes. That's me. So
They're awesome.
because they're fucking awesome. And seeing a Balrog fucking for real. And this was at a time where fantasy was not even thought of. Like, they weren't even considering it for screen. And it was so fucking cool. And it was when I sat through this movie, I was like, oh, I just saw this is Star Wars. There's another Star Wars here. And I think the only reason it didn't capture the generation like Star Wars did was they came out with a movie every year instead of every 3. And I think, and the company that did it, they had Peter Jackson, but he wasn't quite a George Lucas, right? So that's the specialness of Star Wars. Otherwise, I think this film would have captured the generation, kind of like Harry Potter ended up capturing the generation, because there was the movies and the books, and it was over a generation, over a long period of time, about 7, 8, 9 years.
We'd already got though, because this is post The Matrix. That was what got us was The Matrix, because I was in high school when it came out, and I remembered every line from that film when I went to school on Monday. It was literally, there was a time before The Matrix, and then there was a time after The Matrix. I had never seen anything like that, and this was right when anime was starting to get popular. So it was like, oh, it's a live action Japanimation thing. It was unreal. I had never experienced anything like that. Everyone had seen this movie.
It's funny that you say this on the eve. I'm really curious about Matrix Resurrections because of the meta nature of the storytelling and all that. And the fact that the 2 sequels I like the sequels more than I think most people do, even though they're a mess. There's
Yeah,
stuff in them that I
Reloaded's
like.
my favorite one. As you know,
Reloaded. First of all, the car chase scene, the conversation with the architect. I mean, all that stuff's so bonkers. And what was interesting about The Matrix when it first came out is nobody cared about it. Like, it was pre-internet where you could watch trailers. You still had to spend 13 hours or something downloading a trailer. Like, and it was pre-Phantom Menace where everyone's downloading that trailer. And I went and saw that movie on the Warner lot, I think 2 weeks before it opened. And I went there because the Steve Ross Theater that was recently built is an incredible theater. And I had liked the Wachowskis' Bound. You know, I liked that film. I thought it was great. So I went, and everyone, all anybody was talking about was Johnny Mnemonic. You know, the Robert Longo directed Johnny Mnemonic, which was based on a William Gibson story, and how it was so not good. And everybody was making fun. We're all like in line. Even I was like, I don't know. We're all reluctant to be there.
Was a joke. Remember, he was a joke until this movie.
He was, dude.
Nobody was taking him seriously.
I gotta tell you, and I think this was the last time I felt this way. Watching The Matrix, something you didn't know about that wasn't based on an existing IP, that shit was mind-blowing.
Yeah.
I mean, you're watching something, not just because of bullet time, but to me, it was the story of it all. And the idea, it's based on simulacrum.
Simulacra simulation.
Yeah,
Simulacra and simulation.
Yes, that's the book. I mean, I went and got that book afterwards, and all of those heady concepts. Even now, we're talking about, well, are we living in a simulation? When you saw that movie, when the choice to take the blue pill or the red pill happens, and he wakes up in that battery, I'm a pretty astute moviegoer, and I'm usually 5 moves ahead of the plot. I'm sure just some guy you are as well.
You didn't see it coming, did you?
Dude, so didn't. And I was sitting in the theater. I'm like, I love the movie up to that point, but my mind is still here, so it wasn't blown, but figuratively it was. I was like, holy shit, what the hell? What the hell? I mean, it was that moment when you're like going, I've read hundreds and thousands of books. I've seen every science fiction movie that came out. That moment got me.
I want that moment back. I would like to lose my memory of The Matrix just so I can have that moment back.
Dude.
Because nothing on film has ever had that effect.
And right, you're going to see people in the chat, like 10 people are going to be like, well, it's based on this anime and this anime and this.
I don't care. I don't care. I had seen them. I don't care. I did not see that coming. I had a feeling that it was going to be a virtual world. I knew that was probably going to be the case. I had no idea that this dude is in a fucking vat of red piss with shit up in his booty hole. I had no idea that shit was coming. And to see this world, I'm like, oh my God, everything is fake. Holy shit. I was like, my mind could not comprehend how Hollywood could let them do this. Cause I knew once they did this, they're getting into something really deep. And I don't know. And then it starts going into like the philosophy, and then they start messing around with the Christianity. And I recognize the type because my favorite video game is Xenogears, and Xenogears messes with it takes Gnostic Christianity and the Kabbalah and kind of plays with it. So I knew exactly what I was seeing, and I'm like, oh my God! Once people figure out what's going on here, this is going to be unreal. And just the visual to do that, the way that it was done, that you have no idea what's going to happen, to the point. You remember when he's in the office being interviewed by Smith, dude, and you see the fucking monitors, you're like, what are we watching? Like, who's watching this shit? Are these aliens?
Right.
Like, what the hell is going on?
Right.
And then when they did that and Reloaded and they showed it again, I'm like, oh fuck, it is aliens. It is aliens, because there's an anime that's like that where that actually turns out to be the case. So I'm like, oh my God, I know what it is. And then it turned out not to be what I thought it was. But it was, and I'll tell you something. If you think about a time that we look at the movies that came out in 99, in 2000, we got Bryan Singer's first X-Men, a movie that opens in Auschwitz, and then after that, Sam Raimi's first Spider-Man movie comes out in 2002. But we had this verve of within the filmmakers who are making these movies that was an explosion of creativity. It was leading up to that. We had
Tim Burton's Batman, but Batman is not a great movie. It's a great vision, but if you look at it now, it's a little the pacing of it, but I like the vision of it all. And then you see something like The Crow, another comic adaptation from 94, and then Blade in 98. You're seeing this ramping up of fantasy comic book material that's being treated correctly. And then The Matrix was, I mean, Jeff Darrow was the who's doing Hard Boiled with Frank Miller, an incredible comic artist.
Have you seen the Art of the Matrix book? It's a beautiful book.
Yeah, I have that book, and you saw that guy. The fact that they tapped manga artists and somebody like Darrow to come in, or Darrow to do it. I mean, they knew what was up, and the Wachowskis were referencing manga, and they had storyboarded all that. Even Lorenzo de Bonaventura, who's a big movie producer in his own right, he was at Warner Brothers, I believe, at the time, and he even said, we didn't even know what the Wachowskis were showing us.
It was an era where our source material was being respected for the first time.
100%, dude. That is exactly right.
Out, and we were just freaking happy to get Batman. Like Tim Burton, like in retrospect, we're lucky we got as good of a Batman as we did from a guy who didn't know shit about Batman, who cast Michael Keaton as fucking Bruce Wayne, and it worked, and it was great. But it was like, that was a starting point of multiple starting points. But it's Lord of the Rings, it's Matrix. Sam Raimi's Spider-Man is a special case because it was like the first blockbuster, like especially here in America, the timing after 9/11 changed. It was a paradigm shift in the country. Of course, we're going through another one right now, which is,
and remember, the first Spider-Man teaser had to be pulled because of 9/11.
Yeah.
And I was in the two towers. Yeah.
Shelf. I got a 35 millimeter roll of it right there on my shelf. I've got the poster with all the.
Yeah, I've got that. That poster, that first Spider-Man teaser with the Twin Towers and reflected in his eyes, is one of the great movie posters of the modern age.
Yep.
And I have it right over there. It is dope. I love that poster so much. And what's interesting is that now the power was with the filmmakers. Even Warner Brothers didn't quite know what the Wachowskis were doing. And Sam Raimi, Mr. Evil Dead, comes in to do Spider-Man. Bryan Singer, they hired him because he'd done Usual Suspects, and he worked well with ensembles. And Bryan comes in and goes, he wasn't an X-Men comic fan. Tom DeSanto made him watch all of the X-Men animated series from the 90s, He watched all that, and he's like, I see a way to bring a seriousness to this. And if you look at the first X-Men, it's pretty goofy, like Magneto and the Brotherhood of Evil or whatever. But you watch it, that opening scene after Auschwitz, when you see Xavier and Magneto square off, are you in my mind, Charles, at that conference? That scene of the two of those actors set the tone for everything in terms of superheroes that came afterwards, because there was a gravitas and an importance in the scene watching Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen act as Xavier and Magneto that proved that you could take, as goofy as mutants could be, you could set it in a world that people believed in and were invested in. And once that happened, then it led the way to Spider-Man and then the rest of the MCU.
I would argue that stuff that Singer might have thought he came up with was there. God Loves Man Kills was written.
No, and they took it all from that.
Yeah.
But to realize that on film, it's still so many people would have made it goofy. And the way it was done. And by the way, God Loves Man Kills, still one of the great X-Men stories of all time that has been ripped off by Brian, by everybody.
Destroyed. Okay, I got to get some super chats. This has been great conversation. And the critical drinker does have to dip out. So I want to thank him for his time. Thank you for your time, sir. Thank you for being here.
Mouthing off, sir.
No, absolutely. Like, honestly, man, I was just saying that earlier. I could listen to your stories all night. Like, you have been there and done it, and you've just done some awesome stuff. So it's great to listen to. And it's been a pleasure to talk about Lord of the Rings tonight. Been waiting a long time for this.
Thanks,
Dude, and I
brother.
gotta say, I love your stream so much. Like there are people that if a critical drinker stream goes up on YouTube, I will drop everything to watch it.
Oh, thanks, man.
Same with Just Some Guy, by the way.
Thank you.
I mean,
Well, I bow to the drinker because this man's insights are ridiculous, and he's also spared me having to watch season 2 of Westworld. So,
Well, I can consider my job done then.
I wish I could have seen that before I saw Westworld season 2.
That was tough.
Witcher
That was tough
season
going.
2 is going down that road, buddy. Witcher season 2 is going down that road. Same road. They never, ever learn, brother.
Yeah.
But thank you. You want to plug anything?
My Spider-Man review will hopefully be up tomorrow, so and it'll be good. It'll be a positive review. So I'm looking forward to doing that.
So will mine. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Can't wait to see it, man. So,
All right.
And congratulations on 1 million subscribers. Well
Dude.
earned. Couldn't happen to a better person.
How
in my
cool is that?
opinion. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's much appreciated.
see you later, dude.
Take
All
care,
right.
Bye,
man.
drinker.
Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna read some soups. Oh my god, this has been great. This has been great. Hey, we're demonetized. This is the tamest stream I have had on this channel in 4 years, and we're demonetized.
why?
I think
can
you
protest
showed
that? Can
like
you ask
several
for-
frames of Lord of the Rings. That's why.
Oh
It's
no!
Water Brothers.
I know.
But
I've been.
that's fair use, dude.
It is. I
This
win
is critical.
every.
You gotta protest it. You gotta ask for
I
a
will.
review, manual review.
I've won every one so far. They're getting a little testy about it though, because they can take their time. But I've won every one because we're allowed to do that stuff. I didn't even play any audio. By the way, I'm praising the movie. We're all praising the movie. Go out and buy. If you don't have Lord of the Rings on 4K, go out and buy it if you can afford it. It's a great gift to somebody, and it's just the greatest trilogy ever made. It's the GOAT. It will never be touched. Satisfying beginning, middle, and end. I love every second of it. I love all the endings at the end. I love the credits. I love the music. I love the special features. I could watch this thing over and over again. It is a absolute 100% satisfying experience, and there is no franchise that can do what this trilogy has done. None.
I have to ask real quick. When Return of the King ended, when it actually played the song, right, and then it ended, my question is, did anyone leave the theater? Because in my theater, everyone stayed until the screen went black.
People
No
I
one
think,
left.
got up and then sat down, if my memory serves. I didn't. I stayed. Because I was going to be there until the credits were done, especially at the end. Because I think along with you guys, I obsessed over these films. And one time I had a bootleg copy of The Two Towers. And this was in the early 2000s, right? So you just didn't get movies all the time. And I'm flying to London. And I'm watching my bootleg copy of The Two Towers on my laptop, and a bunch of people, all of a sudden, I got heads over the fucking seats, and they don't understand what's going on. And I've got my headphones, so I got a kid next to me, so I pop my headphones. So a mom asked, like, "Hey, can my son watch them?" Well, fucking of course, yeah. So I had 5 people around me watching The Two Towers on a plane ride. And most of them couldn't understand it, and they stayed there the whole fucking time. That's how good this movie is. Germified for $20 says there are few movies, let alone trilogies, that move me as much as Lord of the Rings. The story, the characters, cinematography, and musical score are master class. Absolutely correct in every way, shape, or form. And it's an honor to have somebody who, like, I'm not going to say peripherally. You worked on the film. You worked on special featers. That's an important part. Like, this thing is.
I was, part of a great team. I always want
Yes.
to reiterate that there was a group of us crazy people that worked for this company for years, and it was such a privilege to be a part of it that I think anybody who worked on it would say the same. So,
Absolutely,
thank you for that.
absolutely. Hey, of course. I mean, you were just talking about we were gushing about the first Matrix, and by the way, there's only one Matrix movie. I don't know what's coming out in a few days. Is it John Wick in another world?
I think it's going to be wacky and weird. I do think it's going to be really. I just want to know.
All I heard was Subversion, and I was out. I'm like, nope, I will not see it in the theater. I might like review it on HBO Max, but the minute I heard the word subversion or subvert or subversive, fucking, I'm gone.
Well, that's kind of what the Matrix is, though. So, I mean, in fairness, it's always been that.
And the meta idea of it, like I've heard things people said that it actually rips on how corporations are dealing with franchises, and I want to see it from that perspective. I'm curious.
That's interesting, considering this is a corporate franchise. Is it
know.
Kind of Rage Against the Machine, kind of ripping against things? Which is
they take a shot at the corporate stuff in the Unreal 5 engine reveal. They like in the thing. It's like, oh, this marketing said this would be a good idea. It's like, marketing. I thought we had total creative control.
Yeah,
it's the Matrix. So
yeah, exactly. No, I mean, I think the one of the last few things that's word of mouth now, because I don't know if movies are or maybe some obscure TV series like Arcane. I think I wouldn't have heard of it without word of mouth. I don't love it. I thought it was all right. I don't love it, but I didn't understand what was going on, and maybe I'm just old, so I'll take that. But it's YouTube channels. I think YouTube channels, word of mouth, baby. This is an epic group. I just rewatched the trilogy and it was glorious. Only downside is realizing how Hollywood has regressed and not evolved since this perfect trilogy. But as Lord of the Rings teaches us, there is always hope, says Will Meldman for $20. I love that optimistic point of view. And hopefully we get back. I think the creativity will come somewhere else, be it television, or it's going to come from somewhere else. I don't think it's going to come from the major cinematic release anymore. I've kind of abandoned the thought of it's just become too corporate to succeed in a way to where we'll have a franchise. There's no George Lucas's out there. You need that one visionary to kind of be a bit of a creative dictator.
And even if there were, the studios wouldn't greenlight it.
No.
Yeah, that's really the problem, is that a lot of the stuff is just very expensive to do. There's the one guy who does the Warhammer shorts.
Oh my god,
they
those
come
are
out
incredible.
like once every year or something. I mean, they're fantastically done. It's one guy. They're not that long. It takes him forever to do by himself.
Yeah.
So imagine if he had at least a couple of people working with him, and he had a little bit of money behind him.
And he might be able screenwriter.
He might be able to really come up with an interesting thing. Now, he is using someone else's property, so there's always the issue with that. But if you have someone come up with their own concept, you could do this, on YouTube, on some other streaming platform. You don't really have to go through a studio anymore. We're getting to the point where film it's simplifying almost back to what it was when it initially started. So we're getting to that point again where if you just have a camera and you have a crew, you're good to go. Now, obviously, you got, the permits and whatnot to shoot in certain places. But for the most part, if you want to make something, you have the ability to do it on your phone and make it look really, really good.
Yeah, you still need the talent, but you're right. I mean, Steven Soderbergh's made films like High Flying Bird and Unsane. He made Unsane on iPhone 7s.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible at this point. We just have to see where you can get that mechanism to allow you to have the creative control without fear of it being pulled, because that's kind of the problem with putting it on YouTube, is that if they don't like what you do, then they can just pull it.
It's good. Yeah, I am confident it will happen someday, and maybe even soon. It'll be some guy or girl that makes something on their own that just catches fire. It tends to happen, every 10-15 years. We'll see.
But we're due for one.
We are way overdue. MechGag 94 on the Streamlabs side, circumventing YouTube. Thank you very much. Arise, Riders of Theoden. fell deeds awake. Fire and slaughter, spears shall be shaken. Shields shall be splintered. A sword day, a red day, ere the sun rises. Ride now, ride now, ride now to Gondor. Quote from the book, my favorite part in the movie. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. And what was really interesting about that in the film is that he had to switch hands because he's left-handed.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So he had to switch hands so they can get the shot. So that's part of the reason why he looks so wonky doing this, because he can't control it. It's just little things like that are always interesting. That entire shot, that was another one where the audience lost their mind in theater. They just completely lost it at that particular moment.
How did it come to this?
Yeah, I love that.
I know. By the way, Barnard Hill, how great. Like the casting. He was I can't even imagine anyone but him playing that role.
He brought
It was
his depth
absolutely
to it.
fantastic.
Yeah, that wasn't in the book. Sorry, but holy shit, he was good.
So good.
The Grizzly for $20. There's a reason why they don't use practical effects anymore in Hollywood. It's because Wokefornia is one big union of the state. I'm from Michigan. I know a thing or two about unions, and none of it is good, guys. Yeah, I think the unions, in a way, have. That's all been a part of the process of Hollywood. Used just to be this Wild West place where people would go freaking on location. Remember back in the early days, there was no permits. They were just gonna fucking shoot somewhere.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
remember, in terms of effects now are done all around the world. If you look at there's people that aren't unionized, which is part of the problem. I mean, they're getting abused but effects are being done all over the world now because they're looking for cheap labor and they're exploiting. And I have to say, having produced things on a small level, I'm one of those exploiters, and I try to make sure people get paid. But if there's thousands of people that are working on these movies now, and
there's too many people. That's the thing, is there are a lot more editors in Hollywood than there is demand for editors, and that's just going to make them cheap. And now we have these art fucking institutions like in San Francisco just cranking out people, teaching them Final Cut Pro or whatever they teach them now. And yeah, they're sending hundreds of editors to a town that already has all the editors they need. And it's a bummer. So you're much better off nowadays making your own shit. Make your own shit, and maybe it'll get noticed.
But they don't even teach practical effects that much anymore.
No,
I mean, that's an art that's going to get lost. We kind of lost that with black and white film. That there are all these film techniques that work in black and white, and because a lot of those people who did that died and they didn't pass on their secrets, we lose them. You look at the black and white movies we make today when someone decides to do it, and they don't look anywhere near as good as they did 100 years ago. And you're like, how is that possible?
Yeah.
With all the technology, they're doing all these little tricks of the trade that are getting lost. And I think that's happening. We've seen it happen with animation, which is just a sin. We're seeing it happen with the VFX, where, they may not have any idea how to do this practically, but a lot of times the stuff that's in camera looks better.
Lyle Hammock for $20. What is everyone's favorite scene from each film? Mine is Boromir's death. Unfellowship, one of the few times I cried in the theater. Also, the charge of the Rohirrim at Pelennor Fields, and the cheers when the ring was destroyed. In the first film, the Balrog, just the introduction to the Shire, especially the extended version of it.
Oh yeah.
Oh God, that is so good with Ian Holm. Ian Holm is so damn good as Bilbo, and then he really showed his addiction to the ring at the end. I thought that was great. Boromir's death is one of my favorite scenes. I thought he was a very tragic character, and that's why he's one of my favorite characters. But Golem, the whole journey of Golem gets me, man. It does, because it's sad. It's really sad.
Oh, the conversation where Smeagol is talking to Gollum is one of the great Gollum. That's one of the great moments I think in cinema history.
And
You
I
know?
annoyed my entire college class doing that because I would not stop doing that voice all day. Just, must have the precious. I would do that.
That's really good,
day.
dude. That's a really good Gollum. That's a really good
You
one.
know what upset me is that they put out that damn Gollum game for no reason whatsoever. Nobody wants this game, but you got like the worst guy to do it. I'm here, baby. You ain't even got to pay me. I would have done it. Like, come on.
You know, in Fellowship, I got to say one of my favorite scenes is from the extended version when Boromir is talking to Aragorn outside the Mines of Moria about about what he and it was a shame that wasn't in the theatrical version, but I understand why. But where Boromir is that scene shows that he might be misguided, but he's not evil.
Yeah.
You know, he's not a bad guy. And even though he's under the influence of the ring or whatever, he is trying to do the right thing. And his point that he's trying to make to Aragorn is a good one.
Well, he was there. Aragorn wasn't there. He's been on the front watching people fucking die.
Yeah.
And he's broken from it. And that's what Sean Bean is really good at, playing the tortured man. And
because he's been fighting, you know, at Osgiliath or whatever, fending off fending off the
whatever the
hordes
fuck
from Mordor or whatever the hell he's been doing, you know.
Yeah, he's got PTSD like a motherfucker. And you know, and it's really sad how it turns out. And that again was something we just hadn't seen. You know, I thought it was such a ballsy move when I'm watching this. And when I first watched it, I heard they made them back to back to back, but I was still thought like to end it the way they did. I just, you know, I remember everybody groaned, but it was a satisfying groan when it ended. They're like, no, we want more. That's how you want your audience feeling when it's done. And I shit you not, I just stayed in my seat and I waited for the next thing to show up. I just stayed there, put my jacket down, walked back, got another ticket, sat right back down to go watch it again.
I don't know if this is a tremendous breach of etiquette on your show.
I don't care.
But I'm curious, does X-Ray Girl love Lord of the Rings as much as us? And I'm wondering, is it a dude? I mean, I know a lot of women who love Lord of the Rings, but I'm just curious because we've been waxing rhapsodic for 2.5 hours. And I'm just curious because you are a woman on the stream here. And I've got to ask you, I don't know if you chime in, but do you love Lord of the Rings too?
I never classically loved it the way you guys love it.
Okay, cut her off.
No, but I was about to say. So I
even the dog left or the cat is like, no, I'm out.
How dare you? No, I was so young when the movies came out, and I remember I watched it and I liked it, and I hadn't watched it for the Fellowship for over like basically the 20 years. I watched it once and that was it. But it's so good because you know today our movies and shows are just not at that level, and the characters, they're portrayed so well in such intricate stories, and the thing that is missing is the nuances that this movie has. It's like these looks or this motion that in a movie or a show nowadays, it's like I am a woman and blah 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 or whatever it is, like that it needs to be explained, whereas these characters in these movies, a slight look and you have this understanding of what they mean.
Well, it's funny because Galadriel is a fucking badass. I mean, she opens this movie, and when you see her, she's very feminine in her manner and her ethereal nature. But she will also kill you with a glance or her power, and it's very apparent when you watch these movies. This kind of now it's been reduced to like representation or whatever. You watch Lord of the Rings, you are not going to mess with Galadriel ever. And
that scene where she's like in their minds as she's talking to them, and you're seeing each one, and their acting is so it's so exquisite because you can tell what they're thinking. You know what they're thinking and how particularly Sean Bean, that he won't meet her eyes.
Yep.
Like he keeps turning away. He won't look at her. And they do this weird thing with the lighting for her. So they put like Christmas lights in the distance so that they would give this extra sparkle to her eyes. So she has this, she's the only one who has it, where she looks somewhat weird with her highlights. It just nails how powerful she is and how much she knows and how able she is to get through your thoughts. She's almost doing what the One Ring does, where it just perceives these hidden elements of who you are, but instead of turning them against you, she's trying to give them hope. That's what Sean Bean says. That's what Boromir says, that she's telling him there is hope. You don't have to give up. She's doing the opposite of what the ring would do, to tear you down. I just love that you're seeing those two different representations of the same kind of power.
You're good point. And she's a superpowered therapist. Okay. She gets through all the layers of stuff, that all the walls we build up, and she gets right down to the core of like why he is sad. Why she understands it immediately. She's like, she completely wholly empathizes with
Well, she
Boromir.
knows because she's been through it.
Yeah.
She's lived it. She's lived it multiple times.
Yes, but she could also see it in him and understand it on his personal level with a look, with the single.
Exactly.
That's how powerful she is. And yeah, so he, it's not that he's scared. It's like she just ripped all these layers out and got right there, and just like, that's kind of that's a very feminine thing. That's a very feminine thing. That's a feminine power. That was cool. That was a cool way to display it.
Well, I think you nailed what I find so frustrating about living today, especially when it comes to storytelling. I mean, now people scream, smash the patriarchy, but Lord of the Rings shows, well, if there was no patriarchy, Mordor would have destroyed the earth and there would be no one left. But the fact that we all play to our strengths. And Galadriel, I don't think anyone would say that Arwen or Galadriel in The Lord of the Rings was nothing but embodying the feminine ideal. But no one can do in Middle-earth what Galadriel can do. And as you just said, Gary, she has the feminine power that she possesses is what allows her to cut through the bullshit and get right to the core of someone's being and understand your hopes, your fears, and her power allows her to inspire them. Here's something. I am what you need when you're in dark places. Not just this light that I'm going to give to you, but my inspiration that I'm giving to you freely, of my own free will, of the power that is invested or that I have. I'm going to imbue you with hope because that's what I do. And no one else can do that. And she can do it because of her feminine power. And that's something that I think Tolkien was keenly aware of, that, he wasn't thinking in terms of necessarily male and female there, but there is definitely that. But he didn't diminish the power of Galadriel because she was a woman. She has powers that only she has because she's a woman.
That was one of my favorite moments from Return of the King, is when Frodo is at his worst. And he's basically about to give up because now he's gone off by himself. Gollum has betrayed him. And then he collapses, and he collapses into Lothlorien. And who is it who picks him up? It's Galadriel. And she offers him.
I'm getting chills just saying this right now. I'm getting chills. And
nothing is said. Nothing has to be said. She just picks him up and lifts him up, and he's like, all right, I got this. And then gets stabbed in the chest. But my other favorite moment with him, though, is right before they go to Lothlorien, after Gandalf dies, and he turns and he looks at the camera when Aragorn calls him, and he cries. That moment is so powerful because that's the moment where he realizes what this journey is actually going to cost him. Mm-hmm. He hasn't gotten there yet, and now he realizes he's going to lose people, and he's going to be responsible for their death. He feels like he's responsible, so he's going to go alone. He can't bear to bring anyone else down with him, so he will go by himself. And everyone around him, even Boromir, tells him, you don't have to do this alone. So it's interesting that he's someone who's suffering in a different way. And he's thinking, well, no one can help me. If I bring them with me, I'm going to bring them down with me. I have to go by myself. But you're shown that he needs Sam with him. It's Sam that keeps him grounded. It's Sam that keeps him above the water, even though eventually he does fail. he would have fallen far faster had it not been for Sam.
Yep.
So I love that moment because it just personifies everything about that character and his journey.
Absolutely. Oh. Yeah, back, mentorship, male friendship, the band, a band of brothers, brotherhood, the kind of stuff.
We happy few. We band of brothers.
Yeah, it's something only somebody, but Tolkien had a very unique perspective on that, and that's why he was able to tell that story so well.
He lost all his friends during the war. Literally all of them were dead at that point, or like maybe 2 or 3 were still alive. He was very young.
He was very young.
They were vaporized by like Gatling guns or whatever the fuck they were fucking shooting at people in World War I. It was horrible, gassing people. That was a terrible war. That was a terrible fucking war.
And that's something that should be remembered. A lot of what informed his writing in Lord of the Rings was because of his experiences in World War I and what he saw happening to England.
Yeah, the marshes, for example, that he saw dead bodies floating in the water, and they look like they're just asleep. And you can find images of this if you're prepared to be disturbed. It is one of the creepiest things you will ever see, because it does not look like they're dead. It looks like they're just asleep and just holding their breath underwater. It is eerie as hell. And imagine the smell of this, having to walk through this.
Oh, dude.
And, possibly knowing who these people are. And these being people you were talking to maybe the day before, maybe a few hours before. The effect that has on you, and then to encode this in the story to show this is the scale this has happened, that 20 miles of land is just covered in this. That's how massive this battle was. He's making a very particular point. I like that in the film they really didn't try to shy away from how disturbing it was.
No, that's why it made that scene great, and it was disturbing in the book. It was disturbing in the audio series. They really did that well. And like this is an answer we're never going to get, by the way, because Tolkien never specifically answered. I don't know if he even knows why he was so pre-built, I guess, to write brilliant escapism, because he was writing this stuff before he went to war, right? And then after he went it was already there at birth, his propensity to be able to create this beautiful world, but something has to be there for even George R. R. Martin. Lonely kid got picked on a lot, isolated, built his own world, and it just became a Song of Ice and Fire. And I think that's probably the commonality with fantasy, right? That it's the hardest thing to write. It's the hardest thing to execute. It's hard to find good fantasy. Okay. There's a lot of it out there, but not by very many authors. And a lot of it's, either the character, we lose the characterization in all the world building, or the world building's kind of half-assed. Even with the Witcher books, like they set up a great mythology that he never really does anything with, and that's why it's so special when we have something this unique, this good, and it just happened to be the GOAT. Bear Business 1 for $20 says, we need the YouTube creator Cinematic Venom to be here. He had some thoughts about Lord of the Rings. Okay, what kind of thoughts? I'll go look later. I couldn't invite everybody. And I don't know. I'm not subscribed to Cinematic Venom. I don't know if I've heard of Cinematic Venom. I might have come across it. Nightwish fan 1991, but thanks, Bear Business, for $20 says, the Lord of the Rings films made me want to become a film director. They got me into fantasy and inspired me to become a writer, writing a fantasy novel saga. And I have these films to thank for inspiring me to do so. And that's what great art does. It inspires. I'm sure these films got a lot of people to read the books.
I've been warned off of reading the books because I was in fiction writing in college, and Columbia College Chicago I don't know if they still do it, but they used to have this thing for the fiction writing department called a lunchathon, where you would take what you would do in the classes, where you would you would share parts of your story, and then people would respond to it. They would call it recall, where they would tell you the parts of it essentially that worked, and then the parts that didn't work, they probably wouldn't respond to. So you know what worked and what didn't. So the lunchathon was a way of doing this with people who you weren't in class with, and we were going there before or during a class, and there was just a bunch of us talking, and the movie hadn't come out yet. It was due out that winter, and one of the guys was like, "Well, have you read it?" I'm like, "I haven't read it." It's like, "Well, if you read it, it's going to change the way that you write." So I'm like, "Well, I'm working on a fantasy story. I kind of don't want to read it then because I don't want it to affect the story." And I went and read The Hobbit just to read it before the film came out, and then I started reading Fellowship. When I read The Hobbit, I was like, "This isn't going to do anything." I read Fellowship, and I got to the scene where Gandalf explains the history of the ring to Frodo. And I'm like, "That'll do it."
Shadow
That
of the
right
past.
there,
The
that's
shadow of the past. Yes.
that is going to change everything. I'm so glad I listened to this dude, because if I hadn't, everything I write would have been Lord of the Rings. It would have had that effect.
Yep. Shadow of the Past was written long before the book came out. I think 20 years before the book came out. So that was one of the first. That was like one of his foundation chapters. Yeah. I was lucky to have an English teacher when I was young. Back when I went to school, this is before I got kicked out. I had a very hard time reading. It wasn't dyslexia, and it was just my ADHD and poor eyesight. But I had a very hard time reading. That's why I only really read comic books. So I had a very kind English teacher who would let me just pick my books to do reports on. So Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And it's, it's the one class I got an A in. But that's where I read those books, and I came from a totally different perspective just because they were trippy, man. So, I'd smoke a couple of joints and I'd read Lord of the Rings.
Did you ever read the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant?
I did later when I was locked up. But those are awesome, dude. It's awesome.
When in the 70s, when I was those came out, Lord Fowl's Bane, the first book came out in 77, the same year as Star Wars. Those 6 books, and I guess I've not read, he wrote more in the aughts, but I didn't read them. I read the first, it was 77 to 83. It was Lord Fowl's Bane, the Ill Earth War, The Power That Preserves, The Wounded Land, The One Tree, and a White Gold Wielder. And those 6 books were as big as Lord of the Rings at the time. Like, anybody who read Lord of the Rings read the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant. And I'm surprised no one talks about those books anymore.
Nobody. They get brought up in live streams, but like Hollywood probably doesn't even know they exist.
I can't believe that, because those books were huge at the time.
Yeah.
And they've sort of, okay, they went and did C.S. Lewis. I am so surprised that A Wheel of Time came after, but I can't believe, I love those books, but I've never read the last books.
The 9 Princes of Amber and all that. They haven't touched that either. So.
No. And it's so weird that some of these books have fallen from like off the face of the earth, and yet at the time they were monstrously huge.
Oh, Robert E. Howard, all of his stuff. I mean, he was world building before Tolkien. Like it wasn't as intricate, but it was there. And he was doing all the short stories, and like he's somebody. I was into the Conan stuff, but not anything else. And I've recently got into all the other stuff, which is fucking awesome, by the way.
It's because of Razor Fist, wasn't it?
Because of fucking Razor Fist.
I knew it, because I got hit too. So you're not the only one.
Yep. And God, is it good? It's so good. And I don't want Hollywood to touch it. Stay away from it.
Well, it's strange to me because I used to work in development a little bit, and now I'm sitting here in a room. There's thousands of books in the room that I'm sitting in right now that I've read. And I'm surprised. And now there's a TV series on Netflix right now called Brand New Cherry Flavor. That's based on a pretty obscure horror novel from the 90s, which I own. I have a first edition hardcover. I bought it when it first came out. What's that?
Is that the same title?
Yeah, same title. And I'm like, I want to know. No, the series is actually pretty good, but I'm like, how the hell did this relatively obscure horror novel from the 90s? I know someone probably bought it, and I don't know. There's talent behind it. How did it get made? Like, of all of the things that have been made over the last couple of years, how of all the novels, like there's an incredible. If you guys like werewolves, there's a series called, it's by Glenn Duncan. I think Glenn Duncan. The first book is called The Last Werewolf. That book kicks ass. And apparently Ridley Scott's company bought the rights to it. And I'm like, am I the only one? Like, clearly somebody at Ridley Scott's company bought it. So I'm like, where's that series? Like,
sitting somewhere in development hell.
I mean,
Someone's
like,
just sitting on the rights to keep someone else from getting it, maybe.
well, yeah, why isn't there a filmmaker? This is what I don't get. There's all these filmmakers like a David Fincher or some. Why? Like, if I had any kind of career and wasn't living in indie world, there's 30 book series that I'd be like, we're going to make this. I would stake my reputation on it. Here's what we're going to do. And there's a lot of projects like that I've read like 10 different iterations of scripts. And I'm like, we're going to, like, I would step up and go, we're making this. Yes, we are. People say, well, Rob, I don't know. No, I know. Like, I know we're going to make this. And it is so odd to me that I see something, and not that Brand New Cherry Flavor didn't deserve to get made, but it was made, 10 episodes, Netflix. And I'm like, how did it get made? Like, somebody clearly read the book 25 years ago and said, this is what I want to do. And some development executive at Netflix is like, oh yeah, of course we have to make Brand New Cherry Flavor. As opposed to,
I'm willing to bet as someone in a position of power at Netflix.
Yeah,
Probably read the book.
Well, it had to have been. And I'm just like, of all the books, like, there's so many great books. And now we're seeing Dune got made. Foundation got made. I
want to see that, but that's on Apple, isn't it?
Yeah. Station 11 that just dropped on HBO is based on a pretty wonderful book. The Underground Railroad, that author is a great writer. And there's great stuff out there. So there's great literary material being adapted, but there's so much other great stuff that I feel like the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant. Like, has anyone read it? I'm sure
I couldn't find the first book, so I haven't caught up to it, but I was trying to. I wasn't able to find a copy of the first book, and I like to read things in order.
Oh,
but
you have to read it in order.
You have to read that in order.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a cellmate just describe it to me because I had finished it in a day. I read for 20 hours straight, and I finished the book. Then I did The Stand, and then he's all, you ever heard of the Thomas Covenant? And I'm all, no. And so he just loaned me the book because I was just, I wasn't going to go out in the yard. I wasn't going to go out like and get killed. So I just read books. I read books, smoked cigarettes, watched Captain Kangaroo. Fizz and Thorpe for $20. A great movie is one where you get excited during the opening credits, even when you've seen it 10 times already. You already get the kind of bummed when it gets to the end and the adventure is almost over. It's a lost art. You're not wrong. And yeah, I'm a little sad. I was very sad at the end of when the credits finished. I was sad. I felt like I lost a friend. That's when you're watching something really fucking good. When Buffy ended, I felt that way. When even when Battlestar ended, I felt that way. You feel like you lost a friend. When Star Wars was over, it was like, oh no, it's over. That's crazy. Back in 1983, when Return of the Jedi came out. Captain, when the 10th Doctor left, Captain Happy Black Jack for $20 says they asked Mr. Lee to imagine what it's like to stab a man in the back, and he snapped around and said, I don't have to imagine what it's like. Later, I found out he hunted Nazis in the war. He did, and he knows what it's like to stab a man.
Oh, yes. He killed people. He killed Nazis.
Yes, he killed Nazis. He did. Daniel for $50. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. There's been no better There have been no better friends to Lord of the Rings than Nerdrotic and Just Some Guy. Every true fan of Tolkien's work is blessed to have you guys telling the truth and fighting back on the damage attempting to be done to this eternal masterpiece. Why, thank you, Daniel. I appreciate that. Just Some Guy's done a great job. Robert Meyer Burnett brought this up earlier. The word update should not be applied to any story. When a story is written, it's written in its time, either of its time or the author is of its time. There is no need to update. Make a new story. You want to update something, then update stories. Make a new story. But, you know, you can tinker around with some stuff. I'm fine with that. But with Tolkien's work, that is work. It's sacred text. It does not need an update. It's supposed to be historical. It is not meant to have any modernisms in it at all.
Yeah, that's the entire point. He's
Yeah.
trying to replace the lore that was lost when the French took over England. That's what he's trying to do. So when you come in and you start messing with it, you're defeating the purpose of the story. It's written that way because he wanted it to be that way. He was a linguist. He knew what he was doing. He did not like people editing his work because of this. There's no reason to change it. You want to do something different? Write another story. Write your own languages. It's not hard to do. It takes some time. It's not hard to do. You can come up with a new idea on your own, but why do you have to take his thing and change it to suit you? Why don't you just be inspired by what he did and come up with your own? We're going to know that you copied him because most people aren't clever enough to be able to hide it. So we're going to know where you got it from. It's fine. Nobody cares. No one cares. We will be happy to let you do that. But you don't get to take the man's work and just twist it to be what you want, to the point that you're completely undermining the purpose of the story. Even at the most basic level, you shouldn't do that.
Yes, and applying things to the man that just shouldn't. For one, he's just an author. We don't need to apply anything personable or personal baggage to him at all. It has no relevance in what he wrote. We have too many people at university going, well, he was white and hung out with white people, and one of them might have been a racist, so we can't read his work. I mean, that's fucking crazy.
You won't be able to read anything historical if you
I'm like, have you looked
that.
at human history?
Like you will be. I was watching a documentary. I think it was on Amazon. I had to watch it like 8 times because for whatever reason, I decided to watch it at like 2:00 in the morning every time. But it was about what's his name, who did the Cthulhu.
H.P. Lovecraft.
Yes, Lovecraft. Yes. And I mean, okay, the man was racist.
Straight up racist.
He was completely racist. He still came up with one of the most interesting concepts creatively that I've ever heard. And pretty much everyone who was singing his praises had to admit, yeah, dude was racist. You can't get around that. But he was still creative. So you can say, okay, here's a guy who had a really bad attitude towards other people, but the thing that he created from an artistic perspective still has merit. Do you hold that creativity to this person? I would argue that depending on how interesting and creative it is, you shouldn't. If it transcends the author to the point where the work itself stands on its own, fuck him. Like, okay, he was a bigot. Don't care. This is really cool. We can take this and use this and read this and enjoy it. And then understand that, okay, a bad guy wrote it, but it's still good. We do this all the time.
Yeah.
So we can't get precious about it just with certain people. We do it all the time. It's fine. If you don't want to do that, that's your prerogative. You don't have to. I do that with Josh Whedon. I don't like his politics. I'm like, I don't want to watch what you're doing. I can do that. That's fine. But you can also say, well, I'll just pretend the two aren't together. And that's fine too. You're not going to have a lot of material to work with. You're not going to have a lot of stuff you can enjoy if you're sitting there looking at every bad thing that someone has done and going, well, your work is bad because of that. No, that's probably not the case.
I agree with that. And it's look, we live in I grapple with this a lot because I'm a huge Roman Polanski fan. And he did something that was admittedly heinous. And he did it. He admitted he did it. It was bad. But I love his films. And the funny thing is knowing people in the world you know, I've seen people get angry and snap in a moment's notice, and they do things they're not proud of that I couldn't believe they've done. And I don't necessarily think that's them all the time. And you look back at human history is made up of very complex, complicated people who did some bad things, who have also done things that change the world. Do we get rid of them all? Do we get rid of everybody?
Polanski, maybe. I think there's lines. Like historically, for one, I don't know, like H.P. Lovecraft. I don't know how racist he was. He just like, did he talk about it?
He was
like super. He's like the Nazis would be like, dude, tone it down.
But see, Gary, the thing is,
I'm not his biggest fan either. So like, I'm not like the big H.P. Lovecraft.
I'm not either, but I think that there's an argument to be made that the work itself, like take for example, Bill Cosby. I like the Cosby Show.
This is the toughest one of the modern age, I think.
Yes, I love the Cosby Show. The Cosby Show completely transcended race. It showed black people in a way that they had never been shown before on TV. Everybody liked that show, and anyone who did is either a liar or you should never interact with them ever because they're a terrible person. That's how awesome that show is. It holds up. If you watch it today, obviously certain elements of it are dated, but thematically it holds up. It talked about very important issues that normally weren't discussed on shows. It's still funny. The characters are interesting. Everything about the show is awesome. The guy who made it, not so much. So do you say, well, we should never watch the Cosby Show? It should never be aired again. We should cut it off because of what Bill Cosby was off screen? Or can we say, okay, well, a bad person made this show, but look at all the great things that came as a result of the show. It changed the culture and the cultural perception of an entire race of people.
Oh, it did.
I don't think you can just throw it out.
No,
you have to accept it.
But I would say, like with Polanski, for instance, like he made Rosemary's Baby and came out in '68. You know, Chinatown, mid '70s. He did all Macbeth, his version of Macbeth. He did all of this work. And then the thing that he did, it was actually a one-time. What he did was horrible, like it was beyond awful, really truly awful.
But I think what people have issue with, beyond awful, by the way,
beyond awful,
is he never took responsibility for it,
and he fled,
and he still fled. He can come back right now and go do his time, and his time wouldn't have been that long.
No, and there's a lot, but you know, whereas like in the case of Bill Cosby had a certain pathology that he was in the grips of for many, many years, and he used his position to fuel that pathology.
And like do we know what is true and what isn't? I'm not saying he didn't do it. I haven't looked into it enough to know how much he actually did and how much.
Let's just assume that he did all of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Even if you do, you still have the work that not only he did, but the other actors on the show.
Right.
Like,
Well,
do we discard that stuff as well?
And the crew too. I mean, the funny thing is, you got people, the writers, the actors, the people busted their ass, and
they're all losing money. Well, they made a bunch of money off it, but they're all losing it now. And I think it's a personal decision. I think for one, I would never want a government to dictate something shouldn't exist. I think even with and we're going to go back to Lord of the Rings, but even with effing cuties, I fucking hate that thing. I hate everything about it. But I don't want
they tried to bury it on Netflix. It still didn't work.
And they didn't. I don't want a government coming in and saying it shouldn't exist. No. We have laws to protect children, that absolutely need to exist and be enforced. But Hollywood has a stigma, Robert, I mean, we talk about this a lot in my chats, that it doesn't do a lot to try to shake.
No, I agree with you.
It tries to push it into conspiracy theory land when we know this shit exists. So like people get fired up about children. Like that's my personal line. I get fired up. Polanski hasn't done good enough work for me to watch his shit. Like I saw Chinatown before I knew that Polanski was the guy who, diddled a kid. And I haven't watched it since. Now, I mean, Polanski isn't George Lucas to me, so I can live without watching his stuff for the rest of my life without caring. And and to some people, him coming back and doing a little bit of time will never be enough. Even if the woman herself, I think she did she come out and forgive him or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Because it was trauma or whatever from what happened, whatever, no excuse for it whatsoever.
Totally agree.
Yep.
I totally agree with you. But what I find interesting is I wanted to bring it back to Lord of the Rings, is that Tolkien never hurt anyone.
No.
And what I find disturbing about where we're at in our culture is that we want to judge J.R.R. Tolkien and the work he did based on what we think today. And culture is constantly fluid. The beliefs of a culture are constantly fluid. And if you look back, I've always said human history is a charnel house of horrors that mankind has perpetrated against itself. No one is immune to this. We've done terrible, horrible things throughout history. And yet somehow our species has tried, and there is one race on this planet, the human race, and we have tried to strive to do better. And the stories that we tell one another, the reason that we tell those stories is to try and convey our experiences in a way that everyone can understand them. And for me, one of the things that I was enamored about of movies is that people of all walks of life, every shape, size, color, creed, sexuality, religious beliefs, all of us will walk into a theater and sit next to whomever. You know, maybe there's some racist fucks who won't sit next to certain people, but for the most part, when you go to movies, I've never seen someone look at someone and like, oh, I'm not going to sit there.
On the vast scheme of things, that doesn't exist. It does in very small numbers, but it
doesn't exist.
I've never seen it.
And we all come together and we sit in a darkened room. The lights come down, curtains open, and all of us crazy human beings will sit down in a theater full of strangers, and we will forget everything, and we'll all collectively together, despite our political differences, despite whatever, we'll forget all of that, and we'll watch Tobey fucking Maguire and Andrew Garfield and Tom Holland fight together and talk about the only way we can make this work is work together as a team, and people will cheer together. You know, they're focused on that story. And that's the amazing power. I mean, I prefer movies because it was the great art form of the 20th century. But the fact that we have that, and the fact that we have something like Lord of the Rings, where all of us, you know, together, collectively, differences. I mean, the south side of Chicago, the north side of Boston, Long Beach or Orange County, you know, across the nation, China, Russia, Italy, Sub-Saharan Africa, all of us can watch Lord of the Rings. All of us. And dig it.
Yeah.
And that's why great storytelling is important.
That's the
and the truth of those stories. That's why Star Trek Discovery has no truth in it at all.
No, but that's the single most important thing about Hollywood. Hollywood loves to come out with this is an important film because it'll be informative or it'll tell some skewed historical story. Bullshit.
That's relatively new, though. You know, I mean, we all Hollywood artists in general think they're liberal. You know, but we think, but I do think that when you have Hollywood creators like people like Alex Kurtzman who come out and say, Star Trek's not important. We're using it as a platform to sell a message. First of all, who are you? Who are you to tell me what a message is? What authority do you have? You know, Tolkien, the way all great artists do, his message was inherent in the story he's telling.
Yeah.
It was baked into what he wanted to do. He didn't come out and go, he wasn't didactic. My God, you shouldn't pave over the rural areas of England. It'll ruin everything. No, because he knew no one would listen to that. He told this great fantasy epic that ultimately, at the end of the day, is through camaraderie and fellowship and an understanding of how we must live with nature, that it's a part of us. he told this great fantasy story that you could really love when you heard it and experience it. You didn't know that you were learning the things that you were learning because the story was so amazing. And when it was over, you're amazed at how much you actually learned and were taught, and the illumination that you might have been given because the story was so great. And that is the best way to get people to listen to maybe an alternative point of view. But if you tell people that here I am with my story, which is so important, it has messaging in it you must listen to. Well, then your story is going to suck. If that's what you think you're doing, you are not being true to the very story that you're trying to tell.
Well, you know, we had a Wendig come out. I'm blocked by him, thankfully. Come out and you know, spew his ignorance. And by the way, I read a half of one of his stories, Star Wars Aftermath, and it was like Helen Keller wrote it, but
I read that book.
it was
Not good.
terrible.
Didn't dig it.
It was bad. But you know, the people who look back on Tolkien and say that this story is simple, like, no, stories that last for decades and will last for another 100, 200 years are not simple stories. They are unique, pal. Subverting things doesn't make you cool, doesn't make you interesting. Just
It makes you boring.
Makes you boring.
You
Yeah,
have you have nothing to offer. If all you can do is undermine someone else's idea, you have nothing to offer. So after a certain point, we already know what you're going to say. What point is there to listen to you? This is one of my problems with a lot of the woke nonsense is that fundamentally, I don't have a problem with the idea of creating characters who defy what you normally see. I like that
I do
because
too.
I get tired of the same thing. This is one of the problems I have with fantasy novels, where they're all essentially ripoffs of Lord of the Rings to a certain degree.
Yep.
The other is that every fucking person has it's like, it's book one of the series of blah, 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 blah. Like, this is your first novel. How about you just write a fucking novel? One novel and end the book and never come back to this world again. God damn it. It's
Thank
so
you.
frustrating. And I have been gotten so many times because I didn't carefully read the book. So I'm like, oh, this looks interesting. And I flip over and I read the back. Oh, yeah, I like that. And I'm like, okay, all right. And then I'm reading it and then get to the end. I'm like, it doesn't seem like this story is about to end. And I look at the cover. I'm like, oh, son of a bitch. And so I hate that. But I like the idea that somebody does something that's different. So if you want to tell a fantasy story that's set in Mesoamerica, I'm all for it. Feudal Japan, all for it.
Yeah.
I like people doing things like that, but you can't all just go, well, it's not about Europe, and that's all you have. And I look at some of the winners of the Nebulas in recent years, and the what's the other one? It's the Nebulas and the Hugos.
Yeah.
And the books are like, what? And who wrote this?
It is.
They're not inventive. They're not pushing, like, they're not Ender's Game. I read Ender's Game. I avoided it because I don't like Orson Scott Card because of his anti-gay politics. So I was like, I'm not going to read this. And then eventually I'm just like, you might as well read it. It's one of the highly praised novels. Just give it a go. And I read this thing and I'm in the middle of this book and I realize I am reading someone's thoughts and I've been doing this for like 20 pages and I'm fucking riveted. I'm like, oh my God, this book is better than it has any right to be. And
Dude, I have to tell you, Orson Scott Card wrote a scene in a book called Lost Boys that I've never heard anyone ever talk about, which was one of the most staggering, moving scenes I've ever read in any genre novel. And it basically was about a parent uncovering the hypocrisy of a teacher. And I was like, this is one of the greatest things I've ever read. And I hate his politics as well.
it's astounding though. Like you have people who are able to do this, and by him writing this way though, it's creative. It's different. You know, he's got the ability to pull you in so that you care about the characters you're reading about. So even if he has an agenda, even if he has a point, he at least understands I'm telling a story. I have to get you invested in those people. It can't just be, I don't like this thing, so I'm going to attack this thing. And that's all my story is about.
Yeah.
The Matrix is nothing but woke nonsense. If you really get down to it, that's basically what it is. But it's done in such a creative way that it completely blows your mind.
Razor Fist did a book here that you should get. The Long Moonlight. It's 100 something pages, 116 pages.
There you go.
Yeah, it's not 7,000 pages long. It's 100 something pages.
I really want to ask these people who are signing these deals, like, why do you assume this first time author has the ability to write a 2,000 page book? What makes you think that they can do this? Is literally the first novel they've ever published, and you're like, well, you've got to make it a series. How about you make sure they can actually write a novel? just once, like a novella, just a couple of novellas. Nobody writes novellas anymore. Write a novella. Why does it have to be like 6 books? It's insane.
A series that started out good, The Expanse, ended horribly. Yeah.
The novel.
Yeah, dude.
Bummer.
Martino. Are you gonna say something, Robert? Because I got to read some soups.
No. Somebody just said Last Man says that he hates my politics, but I would say to you, Last Man, I'm willing to talk about it. Not get mad.
Yeah, I don't know all of Orson Scott Card's politics, so I read his books though. Yep. I know he filled in for Rush a couple of times on the radio. I do know that, and that triggered some people. Doesn't trigger me, but it might. And it might upset some people. Martino Solmoni for 10 Chilean pesos. What's a lineup? What a lineup.
I think he's in Sweden.
Sweden?
Yeah. Martino's one of the greats on YouTube supporters of all time.
Oh, awesome. So a CHF is Sweden. Swedish krona, maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, there you go. If I can't recognize the denomination, I usually say Martian peso. Warasi for $5 says Gary is never late. Chat do Baggins. He arrives precisely when he means to. That was totally my fault today, man. I'm going to take full responsibility. I take responsibility. RRTNS and as couldn't make it. Something came up at last minute. I forgot to bring that up, but he apologizes that he couldn't make it, but he got some stuff to deal with. Hail from New Zealand, Gary, Drinker, RMB, MauLer, and team. A wonderful film, perfect balance of darkness, light, despair, and hope never will be equaled. Yeah. Well said, and thank you for the 5 Middle Earth dollars. El Berzadente on the Streamlab side.
It's Switzerland. I'm wrong, by the way.
Switzerland.
Sorry,
okay,
Sweden,
it's all good. Sweden,
terrible.
Switzerland. We're American. We don't know. We don't think there's a difference. It has S in the first, your name there. Nerdalf, Samwise Drunkler, Frodo Blackens, who is also just some golem. Plot twist. Radagast the Burnett, Long Man of Gondor, and X-Ray Brandybuck. Excellent. Now all we need is Aztuk. Oh yeah, we missed Az today, but
we lost Robert.
We lost Robert. Where'd he go?
I don't know. Maybe his connection dropped.
I'll just when he comes back. X-Ray girl.
I'll add him.
Yeah. Thanks. She's great. Oh, by the way, when I bring her in, she can say things when she wants for real, but she's actually pretty busy on the back end doing a lot of
like
work.
6 screens open.
Yeah. She earns her money. This one. Jester of Roanoke for $1 says, "Hail to the fellowship of the panel. What are your favorite moments from the trilogy? Both the ones most people might think of and the ones that are subtle." I think let's answer the subtle ones because we've gone over like the big ones. Then that most might have forgotten. Do you have a subtle moment from Fellowship that you like?
Subtle moment. Oh, I'll have to think about that. It's very tricky.
It really is. I don't know if this is subtle. It probably isn't. But Bilbo's regret for what he's done to Frodo is you could just see it, the look in his eyes, even the first scene, not the second scene where he goes, but the first scene, he's immediately he goes there. And you could see that's Ian Holm, man. Ian Holm, one of the greatest character actors to ever live.
Oh my God.
Just passed. Is so sad.
Sorry about that, by the way. I just got,
Oh, good.
I just was dropped out of the stream. Apologize.
No, it's StreamYards, man. It does that once in a
I
while.
was like, what did I do?
You didn't do anything.
Ian Holm, by the way, the GOAT. I mean, Ash in Alien.
Yeah.
He's fantastic. He was absolutely fantastic in this movie. When I was watching it, I'm like, he should have gotten an Academy Award
So
for his performance in this movie. It is so unbelievably good. And from what I remember, he would do different versions of the performance each time he would do it, so it wouldn't be exactly the same. And I think Martin Freeman would do the same thing, incidentally. Like they just incidentally would do the same thing when they
So
were
good.
performing. So you're getting various takes of these instances of how he's saying hello to Gandalf or how he's reacting to Frodo. You get all these little subtleties that happens so that Peter Jackson can come in and go, I like this version, put them together and create his own version that is based off of the performance. It's just a really brilliant way of performing. And he sells it. I mean, you really believe that this dude has been corrupted by this ring very subtly and that he's starting to notice it, but he doesn't know what it is. And he's not sure what it is. And when he's struggling to get rid of the ring, when he's trying to drop it, that is like dead on. You can see the fight in him of wanting to let it go, and that is who he is, wants to let it go. But the ring is like, no, keep me in your palm. That moment was just perfect. If I would have to pick one that was subtle, I would say that was subtle because his acting, if you watch it the first time, you might not catch it. But if you pay attention, you can see that he already suspects in all these different scenes, it's the ring. He already knows what it is, but he doesn't want to admit it.
He doesn't. You're right. Oh, that's good. That's good. One thing I could recommend highly, I've talked about it a lot. It's been a while, but the BBC audio version of Lord of the Rings, where Ian Holm plays Frodo.
Yep.
And Bilbo is played by John LeMessurier from it's Dad's Army. John LeMessurier. I always mispronounce his last name. And I forgot the guy who plays Gandalf. He's God in Time Bandits, where Ian Holm plays Napoleon.
Who plays? I love that. Give me the map.
And oh my God, yeah. Love Actually, last name is Nye, plays Samwise.
Oh, Bill Nye.
Yeah, he's and you wouldn't recognize him.
Listen to your Uncle Bill.
Yeah,
Christmas is all around us.
Fucking the BBC audio version is, and it's done like stereophonic, so they do it in a sense to where a lot of the audio stuff is overproduced today, but you can tell like when somebody's outside, when somebody's inside, they do a lot of very subtle things, and it's just distance from the mic. It's really fucking cool how they do it. Yeah, and I highly recommend it, and it's on Audible. You can get it on Audible.
I have to
do
dip
that.
out, by the way. I have to go.
Okay.
I apologize, but this is like the greatest stream ever. I'm leaving this stream with a big smile in my heart, Gary.
Hey, thanks for being on. It went way longer than it was supposed to, but I'm glad. Just some guy. If you need to bow out, dude, it's all good. I'm gonna be.
I have nothing to do. So
it was such an honor to be here. I want to thank you for inviting me. And just some guy. I mean, I can't tell you how much I love your videos.
Well, I can't tell you how much grateful I am in all seriousness for the work that you and your team did, because I am not joking when I say that it absolutely changed my life watching those behind the scenes. It just completely redirected everything that I was doing, and I would be missing something very dear to me if I didn't have that. So thank you very much for all that. And if you have some of that footage, if I should make my way over to your way, I would.
I didn't control the Lord of the Rings.
Damn.
New line, but I have to say, I mean, I appreciate that. And I want to say from everybody, from Jeff Curdy and Michael Pellerin, and to all the people I worked with, it was an incredible bunch of people. It was so much fun to work with them. And I mean, like, we got paid and flown all over the world. I mean, they flew me to London to talk to Christopher Lee.
That's awesome.
Like I mean, we got paid to do this. It was insane, and it's hard to explain to people how amazing it was to document the work of so many great talented people. I mean, I almost felt like, you know, it was a gift. It was amazing, and that they're paying us to do it. I was pinching myself going to work, you know, every day, and the team. I thanks to New Line for spending the money, you know, and thanks to Peter Jackson for, you know, one story I didn't tell. I'll leave you with this. So when we were working on Two Towers, Peter Jackson at the time lived in like this. You went through this gate, and his house was here, and Philippa Boyan's house was here, and he had bought Philippa like a new flat screen TV. And I said, we're at Philippa's house, and we're setting up the TV. By the way, Philippa Boyens is like the coolest woman ever. And I said to her, I go, do you have, I asked her if she had the X-Men 2 DVD I'd produced, because it had a THX optimizer on it, which allowed you to balance your TV out with color bars and everything. She's like, well, no, I don't, but Peter does. And she goes, well, let's go get it. So she takes me to Peter Jackson's house. And we go in the back door, and I'm sitting in the kitchen. Now, I have not actually met Peter Jackson yet. I'm sitting in his kitchen, then Philippa goes off to find the X-Men 2 DVD. And I'm sitting in his kitchen, and then 5 minutes later, Peter and Fran walk in. And they're like, oh, hello. Looking at me like, who the fuck is this?
Yeah.
And like, am I some crazy fanboy? And I'm like, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm meeting Peter Jackson. I'm like, oh my God, no, this is on Two Towers. So Fellowship, we'd already worked on Fellowship. And I put my hands up. I said, listen, Peter, Fran, my name is Robert Burnett. I'm working for Michael Pellerin's DVD team. I came in here with Philippa, and she's just looking for a DVD so we can fix the color on her TV that you bought her. And then Fran walks up and she goes, oh, you're here with Philippa, are you? Like I'm like, no, it's not like that. It's not like that. It's not, even though, I mean, she was very sexy in her own way, and I loved Philippa, but so they both sit down at the kitchen table, and I'm just like, what am I gonna do? You know, I was totally starstruck with both of them, but they're so nice. They were so sweet. And then thank God Philippa comes down. She says, I found the DVD. And I'm like, great, let's go balance your TV set. And I was like, out the door. And it was just across the way. But it was, for a moment there, I could have been the psycho fanboy crazy person, which I was. I just happened to be working for them at the time. So
I've been following you around and watching you sleep, and I just thought we could have breakfast together now.
it was just one of those moments where, you know, you're sitting there and they walk in, and it was one of those things where you can see, like, I'm a pretty astute dude, judge a character. I could see in their eyes, like, they're like, are we in trouble? It was just that one moment. And then I that's why I quickly said, no, I just want you to know I'm here with Philippa. I'm part of your DVD team. And then they were like, oh, you could see the stress just flow out of them. And that was my big meeting Peter Jackson.
That's
story.
awesome.
So
on
that note, thank you, X-Ray Girl, for all the work you do. Gary, thank you so much for the invite. It was a real honor and a pleasure, sir.
It was fun. I wanted to do something fun for the holidays. Hopefully, you know, something people can enjoy, at least in future days too, if you missed the live stream. Thanks for being here. It was freaking awesome. Had a great lineup today, and
so much fun.
It was
an MauLer and Critical Drinker. Always a pleasure. You guys are amazing too, and thank you so much for including me.
See you later, man.
And just some guy, you and I, man. One day,
yes.
Gotta go. I don't know if you drink. I don't know what you do. We'll go skateboarding, whatever. We should do that one day.
I'll just make sure I don't bring my wallet, so you don't have me buy overpriced toys.
Oh yeah, let's go toy shopping in Chicago.
They don't have toy stores here. There's no problem. There are no toy stores here, so we'll be fine.
All right. I've got my Janeway figure. I got.
Oh, cool.
Hey, well, hey, when I go up, I'm gonna do an LA thing before I leave California. So I'll let you know, Robert.
I will come. I want to shake your hand, sir.
Cool. We can go to Blast from the Past in Burbank.
Yes, we can
Drop some money.
You know what? They had a Sean Bean Game of Thrones figure there for the longest time. I never bought. Maybe they still have it.
They probably do.
Yeah. All right. Well, as would say, be seeing you.
Be seeing
See
you.
ya.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. I'm gonna read some soups, and I'm gonna. My back's been killing me all day, so it's part of getting old. And also sitting in this chair for live streams and recording videos and watching a movie twice. I gotta say, my Nerdrotic Jr. blew his mind. Spider-Man blew his mind. Me seeing it second time, got some problems with the first part, and I've got some questions, but I liked it still.
Sounds like it was like Spider-Man 3 then, where the first part of Spider-Man 3 was okay, and then it just goes completely off the rails after that. It's like a reverse of that.
Yeah, if you ever read Peter David's novelization, to sound like a nerd, it does a much better job of what they did in Spider-Man 3 because you can get in the characters' heads, which you couldn't get in the movie, right?
Yeah.
You could tell Sam Raimi wanted to tell a Sandman story and not a fucking Venom story, period.
Yeah.
And it's too bad. It's too bad because the one thing Spider-Man No Way Home does, and it's great, is it brings closure to those two characters in a wacky way. But man, I just saw something I never thought I'd see again, and it was. Yeah, I don't want to ruin anything yet. You'll hear it in my review, but there's like moments in it, like it's unheard of. For one, 3 white male characters. That I'm sure Feige or whoever or Pascal had to fight for that. Now,
Which is ridiculous.
which is fucking ridiculous because look at how much money it's making, and it's not because they're fucking white. It's because they're Peter Parker. Okay, it's because they're Peter Parker.
Yeah, that's
And-
why they have to take the masks off to prove that they're actually on set.
Yes, and they take the masks off constantly, but
Yep.
that's part of it, I guess. Just so you know, in the comic books, he doesn't take his mask off that much when he's fighting bad guys. Not at all.
No, they're just doing that to prove that the actors are there and probably that they're doing some of the work. I would imagine there's more CG there than you think, but
Lots.
hopefully it's not. I think Andrew Garfield is actually in the suit. I'm not sure about Tobey Maguire because I haven't seen enough clear images of it to be able to tell.
Yes, he is in a couple. He's in shape. He's definitely in shape. I think he got in shape for this movie. But Garfield, that guy's a good actor, man. He's like he's like a real Hollywood, real life actor. He's very good at what he does. Be a good doctor. Be a good fucking doctor.
I want him to. I'm like Nerdrotic Jr. I liked Andrew Garfield. I didn't like Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
I was like, I kind of want to leave, but I don't normally leave movies. But I kind of, after I saw what they were doing with Electro, I'm like, oh, it's the Riddler again. No.
And
No.
you know, once they showed the death of Gwen Stacy, and like once you've done that once, it does take away from the impact of like seeing that for the first time on screen, which was, I mean, the second most important thing to happen to Spider-Man since Uncle Ben's death is the death of Gwen Stacy. And if you've read the comics from that point to that point, it really does reset why he's a hero, because he's getting angrier. He still gets angry afterwards. He's angry. There's a comic where he's going to beat the shit out of J. Jonah Jameson. He's like, enough. I'm tired of being the bad guy. I'm going to go fuck Jonah up. And he's like, and he's getting ready to go fuck Jonah up. And then he just happens to see J. Jonah Jameson's son turn into a werewolf, and it saves J. Jonah Jameson. But that's back in the 70s. Like there was an arc here, you know, and her death was so to have it wasted, just like we saw the Phoenix Saga wasted now twice.
Yeah.
Now it's gonna have the impact.
By the same guy, by the way.
Same guy.
Just
who just got it. Oh yeah.
he got it wrong twice the same way.
The same way, isn't it?
Yes. Exactly the same. It's like you already saw it fail. I'll just tell the same stories again. What bad will happen? It's the same thing. It's different
He goes
actors.
to
It'll be
parties,
fine.
and he goes, I fucked something up twice and got paid for it. And I got paid better the second time around. Fucking Hollywood.
Unreal.
Yep.
Unreal.
Ryan, for 10 British pounds, that's proper money. If Amazon does to Lord of the Rings what they did to Wheel of Time, which there's a very good chance of that happening, by the way, folks. I mean, just there's a very good chance. Where hopefully the estate has a legal stranglehold on the situation. Poor Robert Jordan had no such firewall. Well,
they gave him $250 million. I don't know if they care after that much money. Jesus.
Do you know who the Tolkien heirs are? Have you seen interviews with them?
They're like his grandkids, aren't they?
They're like his grandkids and grandkids. And one guy, one of the heirs, has never worked. Lifetime artist, has dabbled in makeup and special effects and hair.
No.
Yeah.
He's one of those, is he? Silver spoon kind of.
Yep.
Okay.
Doesn't seem like a dick or anything. He just seems like the kind of guy who would take $250 million and say, do whatever you want to my fucking grandfather's work. I don't give a shit. Frodo Blackens. Yes. Black Santa approves. Hail you guys. Hail to you, Craigley Lawrence Experience. The Nerdporial Life Form. What's up, man? For $5 on the Streamlabs side. Hey, Gary, this is a great stream. One of my favorite theater experiences was seeing Return of the King as a freshman in college, and we all screamed when Eowyn delivers the coup de grace on the Witch King of Angmar. The whole theater reacted in such a wonderful way. Yeah, and wow, that story was written in the 1950s.
Yep. That was a great moment. When I went to see the movie, I was meaning to try to get there early, so I wasn't able to, and I got really kind of crappy seats because I had to get in at the last minute. So I was between a couple at the edge of the row, not completely at the edge, but you kind of have to turn your head to see the screen, so it's not a good seat. And I'm sure they wanted me to move, but I was not moving because this was as good as this seat was ever going to get. So here's one guy on one side and the other guy on the other side. And I'm just like, well, if y'all want to talk to each other, this is going to be a problem because I'm only going to switch with the dude on my left. So, because I want to get closer to the middle, not to the outside where I have to keep turning my head. But everybody was calm. People were applauding and crying, and they were really into it. I hadn't seen an audience be that into a film since I saw X-Men, because they were losing their minds in X-Men, especially when Wolverine first popped the claws and it worked. God. It was like, oh my God, this movie's going to be awesome. They were losing it. They were totally into it. That was one of my best movie experiences. And when it ended, people applauded and they were thanking Peter Jackson. And I'm like, he's not here. So who are you thanking? There's no one to actually thank. But that was how invested everyone was. Yeah. It's great.
Yeah. And honestly, like Spider-Man No Way Home on that opening day, it had been a long time since I've seen that kind of enthusiasm. But Lord of the Rings, especially when it got to Return of the King, that was nuts. That was Return of the Jedi building enthusiasm.
Yeah.
I was lucky enough to be there, like on the opening of Star Wars, to see people gasp when the Star Destroyer comes over for the first time and just go like a collective, like nobody had ever seen anything close to that. It looked so fucking real at the time. And it look at how far ahead it was. I mean, Gordon, I love Flash Gordon, came out 3 years after Star Wars, and it looks like it was made 5 years before it. Enoch Maman for $5 says X-Ray Girl has just used up all of her words for the next 6 streams, maybe. Fortunate to for $5. Have a beer on me, fellas, and X-Ray Girl. X-Ray Girl, you can have a beer. You know nothing, John Snowden, for $9.99. I'd love to hear if Gary, Just Some Guy, and RMB have read the Dragonlance core trilogy. I have not. I could see having a pint at the fire of the inn of the last home. Is it good?
I saw the length of those books. It's like, it's this massive series of books, and I'm like, nah, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's too many books.
You have a day job, right? So you have a day job and you create content. which is
Yeah.
I can't imagine how you do that now. Especially with content that's as good as yours. Right.
I take my time, and honestly I can do it while I'm working because
There you go.
I have downtime. But they've been having me do video editing, so I'm at the point where, like, I don't want to open up After Effects again. I'm a little tired of it. So that's why I haven't been making as many videos, is because I'm doing that all day. But I also bought an amp, and it's a new orange solid state amp that came out. So I've been playing with that. Oh, it's fucking awesome.
Orange are the best. They're the best.
The guy who designs the orange amps, he designed this one to sound as close to a tube amp as possible. So he's using the oldest version of the solid state technology that was available. So it has this kind of classicer sound. It's just, I spent all day playing with this thing.
There you
I
go.
haven't even plugged pedals into it yet. I don't even know what it sounds like with pedals. It's just, I'm going to try all 12 of my guitars to see what it sounds like. So I'm like, oh, I should make a video. No, I'm going to keep playing. So I've been doing that. I have another guitar on the way because of Get Back, the Beatles.
I've barely started it, and I put it away because I have too much to review, and that is just purely something I want to watch to enjoy. So I'm gonna do it on the holidays, but it looks fucking brilliant.
It is amazing. It's so good.
I can't wait to see it. I got an orange amp 8 years ago because it was the only thing that played properly with my Rickenbacker, my 70s Rickenbacker.
Oh wow, you got one of those.
My God, it sounds, well, it's a bass, but it's like it's so fucking good. It sounds so well. I bought it because I'm a Pink Floyd fan. So
yeah.
Rickenbacker.
Oh, look, you don't have to explain it to me. I got Johnny Marr's guitar, and I'm like, what does he do to his guitar? And I did the exact same thing.
Smiths. There you go. I love that.
Yeah.
Judas Goat Barbecue for $20 says, another great scene from the movies Galadriel is offered the ring by Frodo. Also, when Gandalf confronts the Witch King at the gates of Minas Tirith, fall to the nothingness that awaits you and your master.
Yeah, that shift between Gandalf the Grey and Gandalf the White, it's subtle, but it's really interesting that you get just a little bit of a different performance. I know that Ian McKellen seems to like Gandalf the Grey more than Gandalf the White because he's much sterner, but it is a nice subtle difference. I really enjoyed it.
Gandalf the Grey Gandalf the White's he's more of a badass. Gandalf the Grey is capable still of fear, and he has doubt. Remember, like when he initially was asked to go to Earth in the first place, he's like, I don't know if I can do this. He was scared. Scared. And so he's still that Gandalf, but you're right. It's a subtle it's a subtle twist. I like I hate to choose. I like them both. I hate George R. Martin's whole fucking thing. Like Gandalf should have stayed dead. You don't even know. Shut up, George. Just shut up. You're wrong.
Yeah, that's. I mean, part of what's being done there is showing the power that's behind everything. So if you remove him, you remove the fantasy. Right. I mean, that's kind of the element there. There's a higher power at play. So if you remove that, you remove the higher power. It doesn't really work. The other thing is that his return doesn't actually improve the situation. So if that's the objection, is that, well, he comes back and he's too powerful. He's still fucked. He gets manhandled by the Witch King. So
he's fucking powerful, and you're right. They barely fucking win. Okay. They barely win, but that's, of course, why did the Eagles come in? Why can't the higher power just change things? There's a gravitas to this fucking story. There's a weight to it. There's also a complexity to it that really explains that. And it's done a lot visually in the films, and it's explained in the books. If you read all the books, including the Silmarillion, it's very important to read the Silmarillion. So,
well, I don't understand if I don't understand his point though. Is it just that he doesn't want the fantasy there? Because that kind of defeats the point. It's a fantasy story. It's not supposed to be completely real.
Yeah, you think George, maybe George is just popping off because he understands Tolkien as good as well as anyone. He's a fan. So
Yeah.
I would say he was probably just saying it in his he was just being cheeky, probably, or glib.
Okay.
But he understands, like, no, because Gandalf isn't a human. He's not he's in a human body, but and in the books it's taken care of. It's completely different. Like he gets like saved,
Yeah.
and brought back to health. In the books they make it sound like he died and they brought him back to life. That's the, I was gone for a little while, and it's left to the imagination. You can still have the same thing that happened in the books happen to Gandalf in the movie, and he just remembers it a certain way. It's up to your imagination.
Well, they could have said it, and I have a feeling they may have filmed that, or at least written some, because he could do it in backstory, just saying, because he's kind of doing it, but he's being mystical about it.
Yeah,
he's fading out of times and all the days, like a life age and stuff. He's playing with it, but they could say that he's rescued and he's taken back to the LotR and he's dressed in their garb. That is another thing. If you look at his suit, look at the elven designs in Lothlorien, they match.
They do.
As very, very subtle, and you can't tell because it's all white. But if you get up close, you can see all the different types of intaglios and whatnot matches.
God, the costume designing in that movie is fucking second to none. It just,
all those women should have gotten pay raises if they did, because they were sewing their asses off.
Fucking geniuses. They were everybody was a genius at what they did, and like it's a bad habit, dude. But the 1/6 scale action figures, like, get it. They get the costuming right. They get the face, everything fucking about these things. Like, oh my god, Gimli looks so fucking good, and Galadriel looks good. It looks just like Kate Blanchett. It looks like there's a little Kate Blanchett in my room, which is think about it, but don't worry about it. Drunk 3PO says Merry Christmas for $4.99. Merry Christmas to you, Drunk 3PO, and shout out to Drunk 3PO, by the way.
I thought I was hanging out with Gina Carano.
Yeah, hey, he's always like he should be her representation right now. He really should be. No, but Sindek for $5. Hey, Sindek is brilliant. Sindek does designs and stuff. He did the Christmas version of me, and then the other version. Very good at what he does. I've been a longtime fan of Just Some Guy. Just wanted you to know this, sir. You don't know me, but I love your work. Thank you for never giving up. Hail. Oh,
thank you.
It's a very nice thing. Sindek's a good person, man. So
never give up, never surrender.
Never give up. No, this is what we do. We come at it from different angles, different sides. We all have different perspectives, but overall, we want good storytelling. That's what we want. We'd want, like, Hollywood as an institution, organization, industry, whatever the fuck they are now, to stop dividing the country or playing the part in it and just entertain people. I don't know. In a time where we're the most divided I've ever seen in my lifetime, my 50 years, going back to the 70s. It's not good. And
it's nuts.
No. And so the fact that we do what we do, and I think it's really important that we come at it from different angles too. That way we can find a consensus somewhere in the middle of common sense. And I think it's really important.
I would like Hollywood to take risks again. Because I think that's part of the problem, is that they're just not willing to just let it. I'm not saying let it fail, but don't throw a $200 million budget at a film, that is not going to bring in a massive audience. Yeah. Don't be afraid to. Deadpool made $800 million on a $50 million budget. It is completely possible to do very well with a small budget, and with the technology getting where it is today. Take what they did on the Mandalorian, the set that they have, where it's this digital background they've created. That technology is going to start to be simplified. It's going to start to become less expensive. You won't have to build these massive sets, so you can have that and be able to tell these great expansive stories. Do that. Like they're smaller films, but we need them to be willing to take the risk, and just don't give them a massive budget, and maybe it'll be okay.
Totally agree. And when like Ryan Reynolds says, "Hey, I want to play Deadpool and I'll do it for a cut rate," then fucking fast track that shit. And look, you made all that money, and now Disney, it's in their hands, and they can't make it. They just can't. You can't do a PG-13 Deadpool.
I don't understand. Like, wasn't that the whole point of Miramax? Was
Right?
that Disney could be able to make their R-rated film? So make another version of Miramax.
Touchstone Pictures. Disney made rated R movies in the 80s, and they were fucking good. Down and Out in Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
Ruthless People. Those were Disney movies. Do it. It's fine. Nobody's gonna, whatever. I just, it's dumb leadership. And
they
right
do
now,
that on the Get Back. They have a viewer discretion advised because of the language and smoking. Because they smoke, and they're constantly smoking in the film, but not for the drinking. Even though they're drinking all the time, no warning for that. but the smoking and the language, that's the one.
There was a language and smoking warning before The Witcher, and people got disemboweled, and I didn't get a warning for that.
I don't understand. It's like it was the 60s. What did you expect them to sound like?
Everybody was smoking. My grandma, bless her soul, my little Nana, she was the size of a hobbit, by the way. She was about 4'11", tiny little thing. Smoked Lucky Strikes till the day she died. No filters.
Jesus.
Yeah, she lived to like 92. So, John Ghost, thank you for the $20 super sticker. I appreciate it. Hail, thank you. Enoch Maman for $50 says, one of the dumbest things I've ever read was a thread about plot twists ruined by trailers. It's brought up the Two Towers. It says showing Gandalf ruined the surprise of him coming back. You know what?
Yeah, actually, I would agree with that.
I don't know, but I thought the book was based on that. Hang on, I got to scroll it down a little bit. A lot of people didn't read the book, Anak Maman, but I don't know. I thought that the book it was based on did that first. Yes, it did. And the book was written, what was it, in the 50s? So it came out to 50 years before the movie. A lot of people don't read Anak Maman. A lot of people. That's why I was just asked at the meetup on Thursday. Somebody was kind enough to ask. It's like, hey, I'm writing a fantasy series, and should I do it in book format first or graphic novel? I said graphic novel. Graphic novel. Like pushing a book, getting people to read is tough. It's very tough. If you have to collaborate, but if you can or draw yourself, make the graphic novel at first, at least to get people towards your book, you want to do that. But thank you, Anak Maman, for the $50. Lots of spoilers. I knew he was coming back. But there were a lot of people who were I mean, there was applause. It was cheers like you could not believe when Gandalf came back.
I got the same thing. It was powerful though, because you're not sure who it is. So the way that it's done in the film makes you think it actually is Saruman. So that when you see who it is, it's coming, but at the same time you don't know that this is the spot. And it's done so well that you're like, oh, that's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. But I would have liked to not know that was going to happen. I think it would have been a little more special.
Hey, I think studios might learn from Sony in practicing restraint because.
But everyone knew.
Everyone knew, but you know what? There's still that little thing in the back of your mind because I went in pretty cold. I stayed away from spoilers. I managed to skip the emails that mentioned them. I was just staying away from live stream chat. So I'd watch the live stream, wouldn't watch the chat. And yeah, when a certain character shows up early on, I was surprised. I was like, oh, I didn't think that character, even with what happened in Hawkeye, I was still surprised. and it was nice to see that character come back. I doubt Disney will know what to do with them. I would recommend, I know everybody wants to stay for the last credit scene. I would recommend skipping the final credit scene in Spider-Man, because it might take away from your enjoyment of the film.
I've seen both. So yeah, I would agree. Despite having not seen the movie, I would say skip that one if you just want to have a good time, because it is definitely a killjoy.
It is. Oh my God, it is. And I know Raimi's directing that film, and bless his heart, I know the guy's going to do what he can.
Sam Raimi?
Yeah, Sam Raimi's directing Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness.
Huh. I don't know if I've still forgiven him yet for Spider-Man 3. It's not entirely his fault, but still. Because I watched it.
He took responsibility for it. He did.
Yeah.
He did come out and say it's a bad movie. So that was fine with me. If you come out and say that, we're good. Because he came out and did Ash versus Evil Dead, and those first 2 seasons are fucking great. That is a great show. I was so pissed when it got canceled. 3rd season wasn't good because they lost one of their co-showrunners because of rights issues and fucking egos, and it did kind of hurt the show, which is too bad. Bubba Doom 1 for $10 says, every year my old man and I watch Shogun. I'd love to see that on Blu-ray. I have loved John Rhys Davies since. I like Shogun when it came out.
That's a show, right?
Yeah, it was a mini series in the early 80s with, I'm blanking on his name now. He came out of the closet and it surprised no one. Was his name Richard? Oh my God, who was in Shogun? He was in all the miniseries and popular amongst the ladies. It was 1980. Richard Chamberlain.
Huh. Okay.
He never made it to movies. He was just a TV star. I don't know many African myths. I don't know a ton, but I know there's thousands, tens of thousands. But I know that myths are just as randy and blood-soaked as the Greek classics. Also, lots of non-humans mentioned in the histories. So no reason not to delve deep. Says this is a brick O for 10 New Zealand dollars. No, you can interpret some of the mythology, if you want to call it that. Some people might get offended at this statement, and I apologize, but some of the stories, we'll say, from the Bible. And a lot of people have. I did in the comic book. I took the Nephilim and played with that big time. And
well, you've got our friend Doug Ernst.
Yes,
he's delving, and I owe him a review. But I mean, the world that he's built is very interesting, very, very, unique. And he is a believer, but he's still playing with the lore.
Yep.
Lots of stuff to work with. The Japanese do it too, but they're not as familiar with the stuff. So when they do it, it is really crazy.
It is nuts. I kind of like it though. I'm okay with it. I think you should be able to play with any lore. There's a certain religion that you can't play with the lore, or, the French have tried.
Yeah.
But
I would say just go to the source, and then you could sidestep the problem by going back to Judaism. But that's just me.
There you go.
Pick fights where you should. Like, haha.
I know, right? Choose your battles. Choose them wisely. Or just have fun. Buck Jackson on the Streamlab side for $10. Hail Gary and panel. When I was younger, I hated to read till my mother got me The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. And I remember being so excited to see Lord of the Rings in theaters opening night when I was 14. What a timeless classic. Oh, what a great age to see it too.
Oh, yeah.
Standing age to see it.
There is something about that. I noticed that my excitement for Lord of the Rings was different than my excitement about The Matrix, because I was in high school. I was 16. So it had a different type of effect on me than compared to Lord of the Rings. It still affected me, like thoroughly affected me. But yeah, there's something about being that age where you're just learning about things. So when something comes in that's that transformative, it really does just shake up all of your worldview.
Yeah. Oh, those are it blows your mind. You know, like for me, it was when I was 14, 15, I was discovering, you know, music from the 60s and early 70s. My sister was just feeding it to me. And I'm like, you know, my perspective on the world completely changed. I'm like, this is the greatest thing I've ever heard. You know, and all I was listening
Yes.
to was like fucking soundtracks and shit before that. And I listened to, you know, Led Zeppelin and the Beatles and and Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd was the one that got me though. The Pink Floyd was like, this is great. What is this? And I didn't realize at the time that was a really special time for music that will probably never be equaled.
Yeah.
Poor me.
I've been listening to a lot of music, and there is something about that time period of like the late 50s to maybe the early 80s where you just get something happening in every genre that just completely shifts everything. And anything that comes after it comes from that. Like it is literally just this little 20-year period in the US and in Britain, and that's it.
And Frank,
Everything else comes out from that.
yep. And Frank Zappa had the perfect explanation for it, that it was making money and the people in charge, the people who were running the record companies, were just these old guys chomping on cigars going, I don't understand it, but it's making money. So do what you want. And it was allowing the artists to be creative and take massive risks. And then when the douchey, you know, hipsters kind of took over the record industry, and that's when it started going downhill.
Oh, yeah.
They thought they knew what was good and what wasn't good over the actual artist. And
Yeah.
that's what's going on in film right now, by the way. Same
It
fucking
is.
is going on.
It's very, very similar. I know Dave Simpson he's a guitarist here online on YouTube. If you guys have not checked out his channel, go and check him out. He is one of the best guitarists you will ever hear. Fucking phenomenal. He did a video about this, of just the state of the music industry and how studios will not take risks. And it's the same thing. It's like you have someone who has a new sound, they're getting buried in the algorithm. You could go on YouTube, you can go on all these streaming services, but you do need someone behind you who can promote you so that you can get your sound out there, and then you'll have that shift. Think about how long it's been since we've had a major music movement. Like grunge. that's the last one that like fundamentally changed everything. It's like 30 years ago.
It
We're
was.
due.
Here is the late great Frank Zappa.
Remember the 60s, you know, that era that a lot of people, you know, have these glorious memories of, which they really weren't that great those years. But one thing that did happen during the 60s was some music of an unusual or experimental nature did get recorded, it did get released. Now look at who the executives were in those companies at those times. Not hip young guys. These were cigar chomping old guys who looked at the product that came and said, I don't know. Who knows what it is? Record it, stick it out. If it sells, all right. We were better off with those guys than we are now with the supposedly hip young executives, you know, who are making the decisions of what people should see and hear in the marketplace.
Yep. That has been a problem for so long, and everything has been sort of overproduced and whittled down. It lacks complexity. I don't know if you're familiar with Rick Beato. He's a music producer. He's got a YouTube channel. He teaches people music theory and whatnot. He did this lineup a few weeks ago where he listens to the top songs on Spotify. And so he's going through and he's just playing the chord changes like as he's listening to the song, because that's how simple they are. So he listens to this one with the Spanish guitar on it. And so he gets his classical guitar and he's sitting there, he's playing the chord changes perfectly. Then he just starts soloing and he just starts playing along. And then the actual solo in the song happens and it's identical. Note for note, exactly the same. He had never heard the song before. That's how simple the music is today.
Yeah. and I've probably brought it up with you before. There was an article that came out in the Atlantic about 5 years ago. Paul Joseph Wasson made a video based on that. That's a very good video, basically breaking down how modern pop music has destroyed music. And it's a group of a few producers who used to be in metal bands in the 80s have basically figured out an algorithm of hooks. So like your average hit song had 1 or 2 hooks. They managed to figure out how to put like 5, 6, 7 hooks in a song, and that's why Katy Perry and whoever else, fucking Pink, or I'm dating myself, and whoever's popular now, Lady Gaga, can all sound the same but a little different and make lots of money and make these little earworm songs, that people like. And it's destroyed, dude, an industry that was bigger than the film industry. And it's still around. It's always going to be around. But you have, in an era where anybody, like the middleman is gone, there's fewer big artists. Now, one could argue, but those smaller artists can now make more money because they can get direct to their fans. So there could be just this little local band that tours around maybe a few counties, and they make a decent amount of money doing that. And that's good for that local band, but like it doesn't get to the rest of us. And music, that's, I'll argue, one of the more, it's as important as storytelling, because it is storytelling. And it's a very difficult art form. It's one that I've always loved my entire life, as much as I've loved comics. I worked in record stores and been a musician of somewhat. Okay. I've never been good. Been okay. But I love music, and I kind of miss it. I was as tweeted out earlier today that he was listening to some Muse. I'm like, I haven't listened to Muse in like a decade, man. I used to love that band. I saw them at Coachella. They're really good. Back when Coachella and music was good.
We're losing some stuff. It's a little sad. I've been listening to the Beatles albums. Just to go through them. And I bought a bunch of albums earlier this year that I still have to sort of go through and listen to. And hearing, the evolution of their sound, how they're changing, but how all of it's there. I mean, they're playing it. They're figuring it out. You see that in Get Back, where they're just figuring out. They don't know music theory. They don't know how to read music. So they're literally telling each other, these are the chord changes. At one point, Billy Preston is there. And Paul McCartney is asking him, well, what is it if it's, this E, but it's got an F in front of it? What is this? He has no idea what it's called. He knows that Billy Preston knows what it's called. So he's just asking him, like, what's it called? He knows what he's playing. So there's that creativity there of sometimes not knowing things makes you take a risk that you wouldn't take in any other situation.
Exactly.
Because it's been processed. So you're seeing that with the music industry. Where you do have the little guy getting a chance to connect, but there's no ability to spread that out. So how do you get noticed? You have to have it in a film or in a commercial. That's the only way that anyone will know that your music is out there, really, on a large scale. And I mean, you're creating the situation that you're trying to get around by doing that.
Remember, there was a little period of time right before streaming where an iPod ad they would pick a song and it would make it an instant hit.
Yep.
Back when people watched commercials, I didn't even realize it till I was watching my YouTube TV to watch a Doctor Who episode. I'm like, I don't watch commercials anymore. It's like, I just don't, and it's good. I'm very happy for it, by the way. And go ahead and turn on that pesky ad blocker. Nightwish fan, 1991 for $10. I had no idea there were going to be more movies when I first saw Fellowship. I thought we'd get the whole journey in one film. Imagine my shock when the credits rolled. It did not feel like 3 hours. It didn't. And we were talking about it earlier. It's the best pacing in film. Period.
Is the new version they put out on 4K, is it still 2 discs?
Yes.
Damn it. Like, that's the other thing I don't understand. We have the technology now to get this onto 1 disc, so you don't have to cut the film, because that does kind of take you out the moment when it ends and you got to put in the other disc.
they have to compress it too much. And I mean, the 4K on the 4K version is as 4K as it can get, but it is not 4K. It is, I mean, very few discs are. You would have to take it from film. Apparently, the 2001 4K is pretty phenomenal, but I haven't seen it. That's what I've heard. Like that Beatles, the Get Back stuff, the film looked fucking amazing. Like, just unbelievable. Like they shot it yesterday.
They cleaned it up so well, man. There are moments in there where I'm like, this looks like this was shot in the 80s.
Oh,
like,
dude,
I swear to God that it looked like it was shot in the 80s.
You can find it on YouTube right now, that 1906 footage of San Francisco where somebody's filming off a cable car going down to the main station. And it was like 2 days before the California earthquake, and they cleaned it up digitally with 60 frames per second. Holy shit. It looks great. It's somewhat in color, and it looks like you're traveling time, right, to 1906 San Francisco. It's impressive with what they can do, but it
took them a while though for the Beatles thing.
Oh yeah,
it was like tons. I think they did an 18-hour cut initially, but they had something like 60 hours of footage, and then like another 180 or nearly 100 of audio. So they were cleaning up all of that to figure out what they were going to use. So I mean, that's a long time.
With that, I don't know what the story they're telling now, but people knew this footage. I knew this footage was out there. Everybody knew that, but it was from an album that isn't considered their best. And it was from a period that, and the rumor I had heard is there was tons of Beatles footage out there, but it's like owned by one guy who refuses to put it out for some reason, or never got enough money for it. So whatever they did to find it, it's awesome. It's brilliant. And I'm glad and I hope they show all of it someday. I mean, just make series out of it. I am looking so forward to watching this, dude. I have been looking forward.
I think if you're just interested in how music is made, it's something worth watching. I watched it in like hour and a half chunks, just because after a while you are just watching a bunch of people hang out, so it does get a little stale. But you get to see, when Harrison quits the band, you get to see that moment. You get to see when Paul starts creating Get Back. Just watch him do this like in the moment. You're, oh my God, he's making a song. Jesus Christ. And then when they switch venues, you get to see sort of how that changes the way that they interact. You see how Yoko's there and what goes on with that. It's not exactly what people thought, but it's interesting to see. It's really insightful, and I'm not that big of a Beatles fan. So for me, it's just to watch something that's historic. But it made me interested, and I'm watching, John Lennon play his guitar, and I'm like, I'd like to have that. So I went looking and found one. I got the Chinese version because I wasn't going to cough up $2,500, but I found one.
Okay, here I'm gonna. Not sure if you have already covered this, but can you each say what you thought, what you first saw for the original trailer for Fellowship, where each member of the Fellowship walk over the mountain? I thought that was epic. That wasn't the first trailer I saw, though. That's not the one. I remember seeing a teaser with different music and stuff, and I didn't think much of it at the time. I thought it would just be a shitty version of a book, because
I don't remember the trailers at all, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, that was 2001. I think the only thing I was concerned about at that point was The Matrix Reloaded. So I probably did see them, but I genuinely can't remember what they look like.
I remember when The Matrix came out. I was very happy. I was very high on it. DVD sales really helped the first movie. And people were hyping it as the next Star Wars. And I said, okay, it could be, but we got to see how they land that second movie. So if it's going to be the next Star Wars, the next Matrix needs to be The Empire Strikes Back, and it wasn't. So P. Gombe for €10 says, the one scene that gives me goosebumps is the day to this day is Bilbo dropping the ring sticking to the ground as if it weighs 1,000 tons, and hearing the deep metallic echoing sound. Yep, that was brilliant. And Bilbo giving it up. That's like a crackhead just putting down the pipe one day. And
Yeah.
it doesn't happen. That shows the strength of the hobbits and why the hobbits were the only ones who could have done it. The only ones. For one, they're really tough. They're sneaky. They whether it's their power or their stature, they get overlooked. And that's why they were perfect for the job.
Well, you also get that wonderful moment afterward where he steps out and then he just sort of sighs. And it's like you could see the weight coming off of him. And it's just beautifully acted. They put a magnet in the ring, by the way, and they put a magnet in the floor so that when it drops and just stays there because they didn't want it to bounce. So it's just a little trick that boom makes it work.
Works so good. Mr. Millennium for $10 says, just watched the extended edition for the first time last night, and my God, it is a significant improvement over the theatrical. Truly masterclass writing, acting, directing, and production design. Totally agree. And that you got to see that for the first time, Mr. Millennium. That's awesome. I'd love to have that experience again. Leader Deslock, thank you for the $10 donation on Streamlabs. Sam Gott, thank you for the $10 donations on Streamlabs. Again, Leader Deslock, thank you. Hail Gary and gang. I heard they hired Elijah Wood to play Frodo because those haunting blue eyes, which were just like the staring into a Smurf's anus. No, he actually he really pushed for the role. He campaigned very hard for the role. Was sent a tape to Peter Jackson. They were looking for an English kid, but this Elijah Wood had a name in Hollywood, and he won the role through merit and fucking gumption, sending, like just staying on it, being persistent.
Well, he did a fantastic job. I mean, his performance is really good, and for considering how young he was, to be able to give that kind of a masterclass performance, and sell it is just impressive. Also, his eyes actually are like that; they're just bizarrely bright.
They are.
So if you see him like in real life, his eyes really do look like they're backlit.
They do, and that's they are Smurf's anus. I would say that. Smurf's anus. Here we go. We're gonna have to wrap up soon, folks. I'm not gonna get to all these. I wish I could, but we've been streaming for 5 hours, and I haven't seen my wife. Jester of Roanoke for $2. Now you've boomered a boomerang. Now you've boomered a boomerang is half the battle. If you multiple boomer, that's just me. I don't care. Mike Hale, but thanks, Jester Roanoke. Were there only 2 wizards left in all of Middle Earth? Well, only in this story. Radagast actually shows up in Lord of the Rings to talk to Gandalf, give a message from Saruman to tell him that he needs to see Saruman. Then we don't hear from Radagast again. There's lots of speculation that he got killed or he went over to the other side. The Blue Wizards, we don't know what the fuck happened to the Blue Wizards. There is the possibility that they were working with the other side, possibly, but we don't know.
Yeah, that would have been a story worth telling, since Amazon has the rights to tell anything.
Yep.
There you go. All we know is that they went south and east. That's all we have. You can do whatever you want and never have to tie it back to Middle Earth, and you can tell whatever stories you want.
Where are we? Big Bush Ape Hooters 1 2 3 4 for 10 British pounds. Excellent as always. Hail to you. Human Kirk for 10 British pounds. The oddest thing about seeing Lord of the Rings is experiencing deja vu when traveling to the ancient world. Abu Simbel clearly reminded me of Argonath and
Basilica Cistern.
Yeah, thank you. The Constantinople reminded me of Moria. Yeah. I'm like sitting there going, I'm trying to read right now. I'm tired. Shark Lunch for $10 says, my mom used to read Lord of the Rings to me as a bedtime story in the 80s. The movie scene where Gandalf rides out to drive away to the fell beast in Gondor always makes. Hang on. You have to mute again. There you go. What is that fucking Mark being all loud back there? Gondor
Yeah.
makes me tear up already. Preemptively hate Amazon. Shark Lunch, they're gonna fuck this up.
Gonna. They have, and they don't want anyone to know.
Yep.
And that's what's probably happened.
And it's gonna be blood in the water for us. Yes, I will come at them fucking hard if they fuck this up. I want it to be good. If they come out and make a Peter Jackson-esque good series, I will be their biggest fucking fan. I will be their biggest fucking fan. That's just not gonna. Yeah.
I don't. I mean, the fact that they're not showing anything about the show, even though they were supposed to have it released this year, which would mean you would have to have something done. You're not showing anything but one frame from, that you easily could have photoshopped that together. There's a reason you're not showing stuff.
Yeah, because they don't feel that good about it, and they're like, oh shit. And you know what? They can get away with one shitty series. But I can't get the logic of we're going to spend this much money and we're going to give it to two fucking buffoons from fucking Bad Robot. That is just a level of stupidity right up there with Kathleen Kennedy and Jar Jar Abrams not putting Han, Luke, and Leia together on a film. When you
it's amazing. I think Chris Gore mentioned that in one of his videos. It's like, how do you not give people that? And you can never have that. It will never happen because Carrie Fisher passed away. We can never have that true moment. That would have been the thing to put in that movie. And if you had done that with everything else that was wrong with The Force Awakens, if you had done that one thing, that would have been enough to be like, all right, I don't particularly like the movie, but at least I got to see that. But you won't even give me that.
Nope. And there's your biggest difference between Spider-Man No Way Home, Force Awakens. I won't particularly say what it is, but they deliver on the one basic thing they needed to deliver on. There's one like really basic bitch thing that would have made everybody happy. And look at how much money it's making you in the era of coof and variants and all this. It just blew. Hollywood's whole box office narrative took a shit this weekend, which makes me so fucking happy. And sure, one movie's making money, but it just proved that everybody's been lying to you. Everybody's been lying to you. And we have been trying to tell you the truth. And all they can come back with is we're fucking racists and blah, blah. No. Well,
racism just won. Because it just made crazy bank.
Yep.
Because it gave people what they wanted to see, which were characters that were in these movies that people loved. That's what they wanted. You did that, and it made you, what is it, something like $200 million at this point? Some absurd number of money?
Oh, dude.
I think it's at 5.
Jesus Christ.
It's going to surpass Shang-Chi in a couple of days. The entirety of its run. I'm laughing. Dude, I just did a whole video just rubbing it in Simu's face, and people are getting so mad, and I don't care.
Now, I wonder how much Warner Brothers is pissing themselves over this Flashpoint movie.
Oh,
because that was their idea, and they basically Marvel did it before they did. So it's like,
well, and you know what sucks is like, I'm not the biggest Tom Holland fan, but God, I'll watch Tom Holland films like 1,000 times before I'll watch anything with Ezra fucking Miller in it.
Yeah, he's very insufferable. So.
Oh my God. No, Tom Holland is actually good in this movie. I can actually say that. He's good in this movie. I didn't like him before. But not the best thing in it, but he's good. Sindek for $10 says the purpose of making shows to reduce or eliminate the enthusiasm of fans, destroy the franchises, I tear down our culture. I fear Amazon is going to destroy Lord of the Rings fandom like Doctor Who. It's happening. Just some guy just said it. It's already happened. That whole fucking Tolkien Society thing was a big fucking boondoggle. It was a payoff. So they will sign off on their bullshit to give it quote unquote legitimacy. They just sold Tolkien out. The Tolkien Society sold out Tolkien.
I mean, it's amazing when you think about it. The fact that they put the videos out, and they normally they said they were going to live stream them. So I was waiting that day to watch them. I deliberately set aside all my time to be able to watch them. They didn't show them. It's like, you liars. So you know people are not going to like this. You don't want them downvoting it, so you won't show it. And then they put the videos out, like, I think it was like 3 weeks after it happens. And it was only because I was checking to see if they would do it that I even found out about it. Because they didn't mention that they had put them up. You go to their site, they didn't mention that the videos were up. So they were trying to be very, very sneaky about it. And then I watched the first one, and I'm like, oh my God, what the hell? And I went through a few of them. Some of them are okay, but it's like, I'm not doing all of it. One's enough. I'm done. I don't have the patience.
I didn't either. I'm waiting for, you know what I was waiting for? The trailer. I was told there was going to be a trailer around the holidays from the Lord of the Rings series, and I was going to mix it in with the trailer reaction, do that. And it never happened. So I'm going to, whenever the trailer comes out, it'll probably be like 6 more months. 6 more months. This thing comes out in a year. Fucking House of the Dragon was conceived, produced, and it's going to be out in April. A year after, no, 2 years after Amazon announced they had Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, with a fraction of the budget.
Yeah. It's probably not going to be good either. But I mean, it's a very similar situation. It's a TV series based on a tale, a history with no dialogue. No characters have any personality or characterization whatsoever. So, although, who knows? We'll see. I'll cover it, but it's in April. It's coming in April. All right. The Tudorok for $10 says they don't put out the making of because it's just theirs. It proves that what came before wipes the floor with the modern remake. True. They hate that so much. They hate that so much care went into the project. It is the pinnacle of filmmaking. Hail, one of the best streams yet. Thank you. By the way, we still have over 3,000 people watching. We're 5 hours and 10 minutes in. That's amazing. You guys are fucking amazing. Thank you. And I'm sorry I got to cut it short. There's still a lot of super chats left, but I got to cut it short. I got to go. I got to eat. I got to see my kids. John Ghost, thank you for the $20 super sticker. I appreciate it. Just some guy, thank you for staying the whole time with me. I really appreciate it. And
it's no problem. And thanks for having me on. You know, this is one of my favorite topics, and I'm glad to talk about it with such an estimable person like you who loves this stuff as much as I do. It's always great to talk about stuff that we enjoy. So
hell yeah. And we will do this again for Two Towers and for Return of the King. Returning. Yeah. And Two Towers is, I guess if there's one I've watched the most, it's that one.
Same here.
Just because so much good shit happens in it. But please tell the kind, fine people out there where to find you.
You can find me at Just Some Guy here on YouTube, Just Some Guy CC. I should usually be the first one to pop up. I plan on doing some reviews over the holiday and when I set up my new computer. So I should have reviews of comics coming forth. And I think I might do a review of The Matrix Resurrections. I'm not looking forward to the movie, which is weird because I'm such a fan of the series. So that's probably the reason why I'll do the review, just to see what's going on there, because I'm not excited at all. I feel nothing. Just weird.
Yeah, I feel that way too, because I would have. It does look like there some effort was put into the film, like it wasn't just some bullshit. But I'm also going to say that it missing a Wachowski, kind of matters to me. Also, I just don't think that. I mean, it's going to sound terrible. I just don't think they were the filmmakers they were before, quite literally and figuratively. Bound was a great movie was a great movie. It was a good gangster movie with lesbians in it. Matrix was a great film. I even like I like Speed Racer. It's
Haven't
weird.
seen that one.
It's weird, but I like it. I think it's a good weird movie. Don't lie. There's only one Matrix film. So as we say goodbye to Frodo and Sam, say goodbye to Middle Earth for right now. Thank you, X-Ray Girl, for staying this whole time. I appreciate
You're
it.
welcome. It was fun.
I'd like to
And-
thank.
Yeah,
Oh, go
I
on.
got to rewatch a movie that was way better than I remembered it.
There you go. And yeah, this time of year, I always watch The Lord of the Rings because they came out this time of year. There's also films that got me through very tough times. Books that got me through very tough times. So I'm always grateful to Tolkien for that. It is a beautiful world. He created stuff. I'm always finding new things in it, which is lots of fun. That's what we're meant to do. This is why we are fans. And as we spoke to a drinker earlier, it was so nice to just come back from a movie I enjoyed, watch another movie I enjoyed, and just have to remind me like why I do this. I love this shit. And I know you guys do too. And that's why we fight. That's why we do what we do. So thanks everyone who watched this stream. Thanks to the Nerdrotics. Thank you to X-Ray Girl. Thanks to everyone who left a super chat and a donation. The remaining ones will be read in a super chat square up down the line. Thanks to my family for putting up with me not being around the entire day today, which was not planned, but this was such a good stream. So thanks, Critical Drinker, MauLer, Robert Meyer Burnett. Chris Gore apologizes for not being able to make it. Apologizes. They'll probably be at the next one. And thanks to Just Some Guy. Peace out, everyone.
Later.